That was, of course, always part of the intention. Mr. Geoffrey Cox.
I'll suggest the next office perhaps you could promote me to. Mr. Speaker, I'm more than conscious that last time I had a prolonged outing in this House, the verdict did not go well. And on this occasion, I intend, if I may, to adopt an approach which I hope will be more to the House's taste. I want to listen to the House's views, and I shall be, Mr. Speaker, as accommodating as possible to the interventions of members of this House, knowing, as I do, that many of them have very strong views upon this subject. And, Mr. Speaker, I have listened with care to the speeches of members of this House during the course of last week's proceedings, and I have been struck by the heartfelt and eloquent expressions of principled opinion that honourable members have made. And I was particularly struck, though I don't think is in his place this morning, by the speech late last night, Mr. Speaker, and I commend you and those who remained here until after 1 in the morning to complete yesterday's proceedings, by the honourable member for Gedling, who waited, I think, until midnight or shortly thereafter to begin his speech, and who made the most passionate appeal to members of this House to understand the value of compromise. He told the House that the membership of this place confers on us not only the great privilege of participation in the government, but the responsibilities that go with it. And, Mr. Speaker, in the past, when this country has faced these kinds of grave obstacles and impediments to finding a way forward, the members of this place have found the resource within themselves to achieve a compromise and to subordinate, I will in a minute, and to subordinate the ideal preference solution that they would like to see for that which commands a degree of consensus. And, Mr. Speaker, it is precisely for that reason that I support the withdrawal agreement. Not because I like every element of it, but for wholly pragmatic reasons. It is the necessary means to secure our orderly departure and unlock our future outside the European Union. Mr. Speaker, since the 23rd of June 2016, we have been on a road that has led us ineluctably to this point. One after another, this House has taken the steps, often by overwhelming majorities, necessary to bring us to the brink of departure. And there are now but 2 steps to take. The first is this withdrawal agreement. It is the first of the 2 keys that will unlock our future outside the European Union. Mr. Speaker, it is sometimes said, and I understand in various circles, that if you are moving from one atmosphere, pressurized atmosphere or environment to another, it is necessary to have an airlock. And this withdrawal agreement is the first key that will unlock the airlock and take us into the next stage, where the second key will be the permanent relationship treaty. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Attorney-General for giving way, and I appreciate the point that he has made with regards to the value of compromise, and anyone involved in any significant negotiation knows that compromise and the timing of it is absolutely essential. Is he aware of the most recent comments by the retired former Irish ambassador to the EU and a man who worked on behalf of the Republic of Ireland on the Belfast Agreement, when he said in the Sunday Business Post that we, the Irish government, were wrong to insist on the backstop, and softening our stance is the only way to prevent a no deal? Is he pushing for that outcome?
Well, of course, I say to the honourable gentleman, I would have been infinitely happier if the European Union had not laid down as one of its cardinal negotiating points and principles that there should be a backstop. But they have done that, and on the basis of their own guidance to their own negotiating principles, it would have been a demand that they always sought. And we are faced with the position as it now is. If we take this step of entering this withdrawal agreement, we will then enter a stage where we are to negotiate the second key to unlock our future outside the European Union. And what I commend, I will give way in a moment if honourable members will permit me, and what I am commending to the House is that we take this key and we unlock the door to that first chamber, that airlock, where we can then settle the permanent relationship which is set out in the political declaration. I will give way to the right honourable.
I'm grateful to the Attorney General for giving way, and his use of the airlock analogy is very striking. But does he realise that the reason why many of us will vote against the deal tonight is because on the other side of the second airlock is a complete vacuum about our future relationship with our biggest, nearest and most important trading partners?
I intend to address that very point that the right honourable gentleman addresses, because it is important, I will in a moment, it is important to distinguish between the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration and the permanent treaties in which the long-term relationship between this country and the European Union will be settled. The political declaration sets the boundaries within which those permanent arrangements will be negotiated. And the aims, just in 1 minute, the aims of this withdrawal agreement are to settle, the withdrawal agreement settles, in a moment, the withdrawal agreement settles the outstanding issues that our departure creates. Now, these are two separate and importantly distinguishable functions. The withdrawal agreement commands, I would submit, across the House, with the exception of two of its areas, the backstop and the political declaration, widespread consensus as to its necessity and its wisdom. I give way to the...
I'm grateful to the Attorney giving way. Might I draw his attention to the Amendment N that is in my name, that calls upon him to be a servant of the House, to give his legal judgment whether undertakings about the backstop and our ability to limit it are binding in law and therefore actionable in law internationally. Might he draw our attention to the letter he wrote in consequence to, maybe in consequence, to the Prime Minister, saying that we actually had that legal basis from the Council's conclusions on 13th of December.
The right honourable gentleman is of course right to say that I published that letter in the spirit of the conversation I had with him, in the spirit of the desire the government has to make clear as much information as this House needs to make its judgments. May I see that there was an intervention, Mr. Speaker, I think, from this side I want to take.
I thank him for giving me. On the backstop, can you confirm, in terms of Northern Ireland, that fish land in Northern Ireland will have tariff-free access into the EU and tariff-free access back to the UK, but fish from Scotland will be subject to tariffs going into the EU, and therefore Northern Ireland is getting treated different from Scotland in the backstop. And the Scottish Secretary talked about responsibilities. The Scottish Secretary said he would resign if Northern Ireland was given different conditions to Scotland. Is that not the case? The Scottish Secretary should consider his position.
No, I think as I understand what the honourable member says, I think the honourable member has misunderstood. The backstop does not deal with the question of fish at all. It has no policy arrangements. Well, I'm willing to discuss it, gentlemen, later.
Order, no, just order.
honourable gentleman is rather excitable today. The Attorney-General yields to none in his courtesy in the House, but it is not reasonable, even to expect of the Attorney, with his formidable intellect, the capacity to start to try to respond to an intervention that he hasn't heard when he's dealing with one that he has.
I will in a moment. If I may say so, I'm very happy to discuss the matter with the honourable gentleman afterwards, if he would wish it. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Most grateful to my right honourable friend. Does he agree with me that the non-selection of the amendment standing in my name and the amendment standing in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Westbury, the chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, makes it the government's challenge this afternoon harder to convince those of us who are still concerned about the implications of the backstop? And what does he think can replace those two amendments?
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I have to say that I've never underestimated the challenge that I've faced this morning, or that the government faces. But what I would say, as I shall come to in due course, is that I have reflected deeply, as he knows, upon this question of the backstop. And I have reached the conclusion that it is a risk that it is acceptable to take, even having regard to the perils that it does involve if it were to become permanent, and the questions that it unquestionably raises in connection with the union with Northern Ireland.
Will you give way on that point?
I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Attorney for giving way. Will he confirm that while the political declaration is aspirational in style, it is not legally binding in international law, but the withdrawal agreement, as a draft international treaty, would be fully binding in international law? Will he further confirm that he's offering the House an embarrassment of riches? After months of debating the backstop, we now have the airlock as well. Is the government so desperate that in the final analysis they're now offering the House of Commons a buy one, get one free?
No, my honourable friend knows what I mean. The airlock metaphor is indicated to demonstrate the distinction that exists between the withdrawal agreement that has been negotiated over thousands of hours, which, as he rightly says, is the legally binding text, and the only legally binding text. And it was only ever empowered under Article 50 to deal with historic issues, outstanding matters that otherwise would have catapulted citizens, businesses, governments into legal uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, I do want to make a bit of progress, if I may, because it's important to look at what the withdrawal agreement does. We should not underestimate the complexity, the legal complexity, of our disentanglement from 45 years of legal integration. It has taken 2 years and thousands of hours of detailed and arduous negotiation, some of it highly technical, to produce the 585 pages of the most minute consideration of the possibilities which no deal in legal terms would create for the millions of people who depend upon the certainty of the legal system and rules that we have hitherto been subject to. I will in a moment. It provides for the orderly and predictable and legally certain winding down of our obligations and involvement in the legal systems of the EU. If we do not legislate for that legal certainty as a matter of law alone, thousands of contracts, thousands of transactions, thousands of administrative proceedings, judicial proceedings in the European Union, in this country, will be plunged into legal uncertainty. It would be the height of irresponsibility for any legislator to contemplate with equanimity such a situation. If you were a litigant in a court, if you were dependent upon having concluded a contract on the basis of EU law, and you found yourself suddenly with the rug pulled from under you, not knowing what your legal obligations would be, you would say to this House, in a moment, I will take interventions. You would say to this House, what are you playing at? What are you doing? You are not children in the playground. You are legislators. And it is your job. In a minute, I promise the Right Honourable Lady, I will give way. I intend to take many interventions in the course of this speech. We are playing with people's lives. We are here debating the effects on legal continuity. 45 years of legal I will, to the Right Honourable Lady. 45 years of legal integration has brought our two legal systems into a situation where they are organically linked. And it is the same in medical terms, to appeal to those who have a medical background, as if we were to separate from a living organism with all its arteries and veins, a central part, a living organ, from this body politic. And I say to the House, we cannot underestimate the complexity of what we are embarked upon doing. Now these, I can't resist giving way to the honourable...
Order. The Attorney-General, as per usual, is addressing the House with a remarkable combination of the intellect of Einstein and the eloquence of Demosthenes. I hope that he will not cavil if I just gently remind him, because we're all enjoying it enormously, that there are... I'm certainly enjoying it. There are 71 honourable and right honourable members who wish to contribute. I know he'll tailor his contribution to take account of that important fact. Mr. Chris Bryant.
The thing is that the Attorney-General is making a very good point, which a lot of us agree with, which is legal uncertainty is the worst possible outcome, which is why some of us are so angry that this vote was taken away from us in December, because there isn't a single chance of the government getting the necessary legislation through by the 29th of March, even if he were to get his way today. Can he confirm that if the vote is not won tonight, they will have to defer leaving the European Union on the 29th of March?
Well, the first thing I say to the honourable gentleman, he knows the affection I hold for him. It's not my way. What I'm asking the House now to do, understanding the heartfelt, passionate and sincere views held on all sides, and I listened all last night to the speeches on the other side as well as on this side, that we must come together now as mature legislators to ask ourselves what are the fundamental objections, if there are any, to this withdrawal agreement. Now, whether or not it can be done by March the 29th, or whether it can't, doesn't affect the decision we have to take today, which is, do we opt for order, or do we choose chaos? And that is the decision the House made. Now, I shall take the SMB, if I may.
Forgive me. He mentioned that there are two problems with the deal, and he admitted there are two problems with the deal. It's a bit like the yachtsman who, when seen his yacht on the rocks, said that anchor chain was great, only 2 links were bad. And that is what he has given the House tonight. It is a disaster, and well he knows it. Now, on the second point, to the member from Kilmarnock and Loudon, he misunderstood the point in fish. It's not fish being caught, it's fish as a commodity once caught. And if it's landed in Northern Ireland, it is in a more advantaged position for export to Europe than fish caught and then landed in Scotland for export to Europe. And he should recognise that and be straight with the member from Kilmarnock and Loudon, which I'm sure he was trying to be, but misunderstood the point.
I wonder if I might take the right on.
Order. In terms of good form, it's the norm for the Minister occupying the bench or the person making the speech to offer some response before taking a further intervention. It may be a perfunctory one, but that's the norm.
Mr. Speaker, I had wanted to take them together. I say to the honourable gentleman, there is, if he is referring in relation to Northern Ireland, to the quota that is to be agreed by the Joint Committee for landing, well, I would need to examine the issue. I'm not certain the honourable gentleman is right, but I again have offered to discuss it. I wonder if I may take the honourable lady.
I'm grateful to the right honourable and learned gentleman for giving way. He says he's much exercised about legal certainty, so can I ask him about paragraph 2 of his letter yesterday about the exchange of letters? He said that the letters from the Council would have legal force in international law and be relevant and cognisable in the interpretation of the agreement, albeit they do not alter the fundamental meaning of the withdrawal agreement's provisions. He, as a senior lawyer like me, will know that in a competition between the letter of assurance and the withdrawal agreement as the international treaty will triumph. That's the case, isn't it?
Yes. Well, let me say straight away, as my letter says, these assurances, in my view, make a difference to the political question that each of us have to take. But they do not, as I said in the letter, I'm going to ask that take the intervention of the honourable gentleman, they do not affect the legal equation.
And I'm grateful to the Attorney General for giving way. And just on this point about the legal effect, isn't it the case that the Prime Minister said 5 weeks ago today, in fact, about legally binding assurances, that what he has just said confirms the fact that legally binding assurances haven't been achieved? And that's the tragedy of where we find ourselves in now after 5 weeks. And in fact, from our point of view, the thing that would have been essential to get this matter through the House with our support wasn't even asked for, which is the changes that would eliminate the trap of the backstop.
First, let me say to my honourable friend, the legal equation remains the same. The assurances are binding in the sense that in international law they would be a legally binding interpretive tool. What they do not do is alter the fundamental meaning of the provisions of the withdrawal agreement. In that respect, he is right. But, and I need to come, if I may, to the first point that I want to make to the House is, let us examine the rest of the agreement first. Do we have, I will in a minute, do we have, will you give way as well? I will in a minute, do we have before us the withdrawal agreement, a sensible settling of these critical historical obligations for continuing transactions to resolve for millions of people the legal uncertainty of taking ourselves away from the highly integrated legal system in which we were organically linked and indeed part of. Now, the 585 pages, I must make some progress, I will take many more, but on the 585 pages, what does it do? First, it secures the rights of 1 million British citizens living in the European Union and 3 million European Union citizens living in the United Kingdom. What are we to say to them if this House today does not take the advantage of resolving and giving them the certainty of knowing that their position is enshrined in fundamental law? I will in a moment. It settles the bills. It legally allows for the orderly completion of these thousands of continuing transactions, of judicial proceedings, accounting procedures that otherwise would be thrown into a legal void, and it provides for a period of adjustment for people and for businesses of the next 21 months, extendable up to 2 years, to allow our businesses and our individual citizens to adjust to the new realities. That is what I mean by airlock. It's quite simple. An airlock enables the human body to adjust to the new pressure it will face when it exits the airlock. And this period allows the transition and adjustment of this country to enter into the bright new world that we will enter when we leave the European Union. So I say to the House, with all due diffidence and respect, these parts of the withdrawal agreement, all of us would regard, would we not, as essential in order to create the bridge for our departure from the European Union. Give way to the...
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He speaks of the legal complexities of the withdrawal agreement. And he also speaks of a coming together. May I refer him to the advice that he gave to the Prime Minister on 13th November in his capacity as Attorney General. And on page 2, paragraph 8, he said, and I quote, "For regulatory purposes, Great Britain is essentially treated as a third country by Northern Ireland for goods passing from Great Britain into Northern Ireland." How can he on the one hand talk about coming together, yet his own advice to the Prime Minister talks of anything but?
But I understand the force of what the honourable gentleman says, but precisely the same prevails in numerous EU countries. For the purposes of regulation, the Canary Islands are treated as a third country to Spain. It is not, for the purposes of regulations alone, single market regulations alone. There are examples all around the world where there are regulatory differences between individual parts of the jurisdiction of sovereign states. May I take the honourable lady's intervention?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Attorney General. On a previous occasion, which I thought was a magnificent performance in early December, Attorney General, you used a very, very striking description of the backstop. You described the backstop as an instrument of pain. An instrument, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General, you're quite right, the Attorney General described the backstop as an instrument of pain. An instrument of pain as much for the European Union as for the United Kingdom. That is very strong language indeed, Attorney General. An instrument of pain for the European Union. Would the Attorney General take some time to explain that in detail? I think that would be very helpful.
I'm immensely obliged to the Honourable Lady, because that is precisely what I want to move on to. If we accept, and I urge this House to accept, that effectively 90% of this withdrawal agreement, of its pages, some 450 of the 585, in fact settle these crucial, outstanding matters that no sensible person could doubt require to be settled in order to effect our departure. That leaves the two grounds of objection which have been advanced, and I repeat, I listen with great care to speeches on the opposition side of the House. The two grounds of objection to this agreement and declaration. So may I come to those two grounds of objection? Before I do, may I simply say that there are some typical misconceptions about the withdrawal agreement. It is said, for example, that the CJEU retains jurisdiction over our courts once the time-limited obligations have wound down, that the withdrawal agreement settles. It does not. Yeah. It does not. It does not. It does not. How many times do I have to say it to my honour? It does not. The fact of the matter is that once these obligations have wound down, the CJEU will have no jurisdiction over the resolution of disputes between individuals, citizens, businesses in our country. This is what our people voted for, and we, by adopting this withdrawal agreement, can give it to them. Secondly, it is said that we will be permanently bound by EU rules. But we will not. The fact of the matter is the withdrawal agreement's obligations are inherently time limited. And once they have wound out, the EU rules will no longer have effect in this country. I think I take the honourable gentleman, then I will take.
My right honourable friend is making his case with his usual eloquence, but on that specific point and his point about airlocks need exit mechanisms, and in the absence of legal certainty that we could leave the unilaterally leave the backstop, something which my Amendment F addresses, and I will be pressing, what certainty is there that the EU doesn't drag negotiations on so that we could still, with an extension to the transition period, be discussing these issues in 4 or 5 years' time?
Herein lies the critical question that we all have to confront in connection with the backstop. But before I answer it, may I take the honourable gentleman?
Thank the attorney for giving way. And while he pauses for breath, can I too take him to the airlock? In travelling through an airlock, it helps to have a supply of air. In this particular case, I would urge conditionality, that we don't agree to write out a cheque for £39 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money unless or until a future relationship agreement is agreed that is legally binding. That would give us greater leverage in the negotiation and enable us to deliver serious value for the British taxpayer.
You cannot say to somebody to whom you owe money, I'm not going to pay you my debt unless you give me something else. It is not attractive, it is not consistent with the honour of this country, and it is not consistent with the rule of law. And the fact of the matter is the withdrawal agreement settles those historic obligations. Now, may I come on to the critical question and the challenge that was let out. I will do in a moment. Let me come on, because time is short and I need to move on. The backstop. There is, I would suggest to the House, an inconsistency between those who say in this House that the EU will do what is in its interests and that it will cynically entrap us in the backstop. They have said, and can anybody doubt that this is true, that the only real thing that is in the best interests of any nation or any organisation of nations is to have cordial relations of goodwill and cooperation with your neighbours. History has taught us that over the centuries. To entrap us in the backstop against the overwhelming political will of this nation would have precisely the opposite effect of cultivating those cordial relations of goodwill between ourselves and the European Union. Any future relationship will depend upon good faith and goodwill. And these assurances, which I accept do not have effect upon the legal equation, in my view represent solemn statements of the President and the Council and the Commission, which to breach would be incompatible with the European Union's continued standing in international relations and forums. But even if, I must make some progress, even if I'm wrong about that, let us examine what the Honourable Lady asked me to look at. What is the position in the backstop? First, the European Union. No Belgian lawyer, there's a Freudian slip, Mr. Speaker, no Belgian fishermen, no French fishermen, no Danish fishermen, no Dutch fishermen will be allowed to point the prow of their trawlers 1 metre into British waters under the backstop. They will have no access to the rich hunting grounds that for decades they have exploited perfectly lawfully, because the backstop provides them with no legal basis to do so. Now, I ask the House, I ask the House to reflect. Why do you think? Why does the House think that the rumblings and hollow thunderings of concern are emanating from the councils of the Quai d'Orsay? They have 10,000 gilets jaunes on the streets of Paris and elsewhere. But if their fishermen are told, I must make progress. If their fishermen are told that they cannot catch a single cod or plaice in the waters of the United Kingdom, they will place intense pressure upon the European Union. So I say to the Honourable Lady, that fact alone affords a real issue for the Member States. But on agriculture, we do not have any further participation in the common agricultural policy under the backstop. And we pay, though we get tariff-free access to the single market, we pay not 1 penny for that system. Now, I say to my honourable friends, I must make progress. I say to my honourable friends, I will in a minute. I say to my, I will for the right honourable gentleman. I say to my honourable friends, as I say to members of the House opposite, the EU will have to set up entirely different systems, legal, administrative, in order to set up the customs union that is enshrined within the backstop. Yet Britain will pay not 1 penny of contribution to those complex administrative and technical systems which the EU will, on their side alone, have to finance. How long does the House really think the European Union would wish to go on paying for a bespoke arrangement in which they are paying tens of millions of euros to sustain a customs union that is simply, on their own admission, a temporary arrangement? But even if that was wrong, there were the regulatory provisions under the backstop. They are standard non-regression clauses. They exist in free trade agreements all around the world. They provide us with the ability, if we wish to take it, of being flexible about the means by which we achieve the outcomes, because all they do are require us to maintain parity of standards with the position we had when we left the European Union. Therefore, it does give us regulatory flexibility if we wish to avail ourselves of it. And the European Union are faced with not a penny being paid, with tariff-free access to the customs union, with not having to obey the regulatory laws that the...
Order. I have been tolerant thus far, and I enjoy enormously the performances of the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman, but this perambulation is very uncommon and irregular, and the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman must face the House. We want to see him and to get directly the benefit of his mellifluous tones. The Attorney General.
You upbraid me entirely justly, and I apologise.
Well, my right honourable friend...
yes, I will take my honourable friends.
Everything that the Attorney General says about the backstop may be true, but he knows that many of our honourable friends are deeply concerned about this, and we want an end date. I'm not asking him for an answer now, but I see the Prime Minister there. I see the Chief Whip. There is an amendment on the order paper now which has been selected by the Speaker which could unite the party, or most of it. It is a compromise. If we can have an end date to the backstop, then we can move forward. I do not ask for an answer now, but I beg the government over the next 6 hours to consider whether they should not accept these amendments, because they would try and unlock this process and get it through Parliament.
Well, can I say to my right honourable friend, the amendment which he has put down is one that would, in my judgment, not be compatible with our international law obligations. Now, he may know that, he may accept that. It's certainly my view that it would not be, and therefore would be likely not to be seen by the European Union as ratification, and certainly would raise serious question marks over it. So I say to my right honourable friend, we need to examine this without the indulgence of believing that there is any other easy solution. The fact of the matter is, looked at as it's sometimes said that the problem with the backstop is it will not enable us to walk away. That is true, except in this regard. The question is, what would we be walking away from? Would the other side regard it as something they would not wish to walk away from? Or would it be an embrace that they would like to escape as well? And if my honourable and right honourable friends, and if members of the House on all sides, come to the conclusion, both sides, come to the conclusion, as I would urge them to do, and as I have reached after many hours of reflection, that it would be, as the honourable lady said, as instrument, as painful to the European Union as it would be to us, then it is a risk weighed against the other risks that we should take if the consequence is something worse. Now, I want to come on, if I may say, I will give way to the honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I take the Attorney General back to some time ago when he was saying that there was a commitment to give £39 billion, an obligation, a legal obligation to give £39 billion to the EU, despite the fact that we've been a net contributor of more than £210 billion since the EU started. Could he explain to me on what legal advice he gives that? Because the House of Lords said there was absolutely no legal obligation.
My honourable friend is wrong. The House of Lords did not say that. The House of Lords Committee said there was none in EU law. The House of Lords said there may well be public international law obligations, and the argument that there were no public international law obligations, in my judgment, and I've tested my judgments as I always do on matters of law with some very distinguished lawyers of expertise in this field, is that the basis for not having public international law obligations is flimsy at best. And the House of Lords Committee did not say there were no public international obligations. Now, I must move on, because the next thing I must deal with is what are the alternatives. I will come to my right honourable. I will come to my right honourable friend. I will come to my right honourable friend, but I need to make some progress. The orderly exit from the European Union would always require a withdrawal agreement along these lines. No alternative option now being canvassed in the House would not require this withdrawal agreement and now the backstop. So let us be clear. Whatever solution may be fashioned, if this motion were defeated and this deal defeated, this withdrawal agreement will have to return in much the same form, with much the same content. And therefore, there is no serious or credible objection that has been advanced by any party to the withdrawal agreement. Now, it has been said last week by the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for Halburn and St Pancras that we should have negotiated a full customs union with a say within the political declaration. And there would have been no need for a backstop, because the agreement could then have been concluded within the transition period. But he knows, and it is clear, that the European Union are unwilling and regard themselves as bound by their own law not to have entered into detailed negotiations on the permanent relationship treaties. They were never going to do it. Their own negotiating guidelines said that they would not. Therefore, there was always going to be this withdrawal agreement, a political declaration setting out a framework, and months thereafter, if not years, of detailed negotiation in relation to any final resting place that any political declaration might have. I will come to the right honourable gentleman, if I may. I will give way in time. Now let us just examine the point. Let us examine the point. The question then is, what is the basis for the objection to this withdrawal agreement? Because yes, I will.
To the attorney for giving way. Mr. Speaker, he and I, both members of the criminal bar, though I was certainly never in the attorneys' league, we both understand the art of negotiation. You can't be a criminal barrister, or indeed any lawyer, really, unless you understand negotiation. Now, he advances the case for this withdrawal agreement on the basis that it's reached some pragmatic consensus. But I suggest to him that a good negotiation is something that settles things that a majority can positively support. The problem, I suggest, with this agreement is that it doesn't settle anything and it doesn't satisfy the vast majority. In fact, it satisfies no one properly in this House.
Well, I say that is because I would respectfully suggest to my right honourable friend that the expectations of the withdrawal agreement have been far too unrealistic. The withdrawal agreement, let us hear it from you. This is a serious issue. And I ask just for the indulgence of the House, I know I've got to give way, I think, to the right honourable lady. I ask for the indulgence of the House in making what I hope is a serious point. If the House doesn't accept it, then fine. But let me at least make it. Because the withdrawal agreement and the backstop are the first and necessary precondition of any solution. Now, I know that the honourable ladies and gentlemen on the other side have real concerns about the content of the political declaration and about the issue of the safeguarding of rights. Particularly, I think I listened to the honourable lady last night. I think it was the honourable lady who spoke of the enshrinement of environmental rights and environmental laws and so on. But the political declaration would never have been able to have secure, detailed, legally binding text on those matters. And those are matters that will be discussed and negotiated in the next stage of negotiation. It makes no sense to reject the opportunity of order now, of certainty now, because in a future treaty, members of this House are unhappy that they don't have guarantees about what will be in it. What will be in that treaty, governed by the parameters set out by the political declaration that I need to come to in a moment, will be negotiated over the next 21 months. And this government has made this pledge to this House that on these negotiations it will take fully the opinion of this House in all of the departmental areas over which that negotiation will take place. Now, I wonder...
well, I hope it is a point of order rather than a point of frustration, but I await with bated breath and...
You'll be aware the attorney has now spoken for 49 minutes. I understand there are a substantial number of colleagues who wish to speak today. Could you tell us how many colleagues are waiting to speak and what approximate time people are going to get?
For Cardiff South and Bath, as always, is trying to be helpful, but in fact it was really a point of frustration. The fact is, as I have previously advised the House, no fewer than 71 honourable and right honourable members are seeking to catch my eye. So there are notable constraints to which I don't wish myself now to add, but of which I feel sure the attorney will take account.
Set myself a clear time limit, but I am anxious to take into... You really can't win. I'm trying to take as many interventions as I can, and I'm going to take the right honourable gentleman.
Get the backstop.
I'm very grateful to the attorney for giving way. He talks about the danger of setting unrealistic expectations. But it was the Prime Minister sitting next to him who promised in her Lancaster House speech that we would have agreed the future relationship before exit day. Yeah. And secondly, he makes great play of this implementation period. It's of no use in some respects if you don't know what it is you are transitioning to. He knows we will have a different European Parliament, a different European Council, a different European President. There are 2 other presidents. That will all have changed by the time the future relationship is due to be settled.
Let me say, we must start from where we are now. It's easy to say we shouldn't have started from here. The political declaration does set out clear parameters about the future treaty. First, written into the DNA of the political declaration are 2 cardinal principles. It is not a legal document, but no political declaration would ever have been a legal document by definition. You cannot have, under EU law, a finally negotiated text with all the legal detail. Now, let me come to the 2 clear conditions in the political declaration. I am going to complete within just a few minutes. Let me come to the future declaration. First, no free movement. You cannot... would the Honourable Lady, I really can't. Your own colleagues are saying I'm taking too long. I really must round up. Now, the position is the political declaration has 2 clear conditions. First, that there will be no free movement. You cannot belong to the single market without participating in the 4 freedoms. Therefore, we will have a deal which will admit of a spectrum of landing places where we will not belong to the single market. Secondly, no, I must now make progress. Secondly, there will be an independent trade policy. You cannot have a customs union, certainly not one that is not a bespoke one, while having an independent trade policy. Now, the Labour front bench say that they want a customs union with a say. That would be the first time, if it were ever negotiable, the first time that the European Union had allowed a third country to have any say over the commercial policy. Therefore, it is a fantasy, a complete fiction. They also say they want a strong single market deal, formally the exact same benefits, with no free movement. Well, that is exactly what the government wants. They want a clear, strong, deep relationship with the European Union with no free movement. So I say to the honourable ladies and gentlemen on the other side, as well as the... all right.
I thank the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for giving way. He's been speaking for almost an hour, and for almost that entire time, he has been addressing the concerns of a wing of his party, rather than the concerns of this House. This week, 2 amendments have been passed, neither with the support of this government, to the Finance Bill and to the business motion. Both of those amendments have made clear that the view of this House is to avoid a no-deal Brexit. That is the priority of this House, not the issue of the backstop that he's been addressing for the last hour. So instead of trying to unite his party, as the Honourable Gentleman for Gainsborough has urged him to do, will he not try now to unite the country, do the right thing by this country, and wall out leaving the European Union on the 29th of March without a deal?
I say to the Right Honourable Lady, she can eliminate no deal today. All she has to do is vote for this one. And the reality is, it is the height of irresponsibility for the party opposite, claiming to be a party of government, to plunge millions of our citizens into legal uncertainty of the type because of a factitious, trumped-up basis of opposition, whereas the real strategy is to drive this government and House onto the rocks, create the maximum chaos, and to create the conditions for a general election. We know the game, I say. It's as clear as day. And so I say to the House,
Order! Zen. The House must calm itself. It's an early stage of our proceedings. The Attorney-General.
And so I say to the House, with the greatest of respect, we must seize this opportunity now. This is the key by which we unlock the first of two, our future outside the European Union. I believe it's an exciting future. I believe the opportunity for this House to hold the pen on 40% of our laws, from environment through to agriculture and fishing, should excite us as an opportunity to do good in this country. But if we do not, and let us not forget that there are many outside this House as well as in, who wish to frustrate the great end to which the people of this country committed us on the 23rd of June 2016. 17.4 million of them in hundreds of constituencies, regardless of party, voted to part company with a political structure that no longer commanded their assent. We should be deeply grateful, because in other ages and other places, such a moment could only have been achieved by means that all of us here would deplore. But we should not underestimate the significance of the moment because it was expressed peacefully by the ballot. Mr. Speaker, if we approve this agreement, we know that we shall leave the EU on March the 29th in an orderly way and can commence negotiation of the permanent treaties. This agreement and the accompanying political declaration are the two keys that unlock the demand of the electorate that we should repatriate control over vast areas of our laws that hitherto have been in the exclusive legislative competence of the EU. If we do not take that first step, then history will judge us harshly because we will be plunged into uncertainty. And those who wish to prevent our departure, if this vote fails today, will seek to promote the conclusion that it is all too difficult and that the government should ask the electorate to think again. That is why former prime ministers and their spin doctors and all their great panjandrums of the past are joining the chorus to condemn this deal, for they know this deal is the key. There is no other. Destroy it in some form or other, the only practicable deal, and the path to Brexit becomes shrouded in obscurity. And if, Mr. Speaker, we should be so deceived that we should permit that, and when historians came to write of this moment, future ages will marvel that the huge repatriation of powers that this agreement entailed, of immigration, fisheries, agriculture, the supremacy of our laws and courts, was rejected because somehow it did not seem enough, and because of the Northern Ireland backstop.
Nick Thomas-Symonds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm of course happy to open this debate for the opposition today and follow the Attorney-General. I'm of course grateful for his remarks over the past hour. I was also pleased to see his letter to the Prime Minister yesterday, giving advice on the backstop protocol and the latest exchange of letters, and indeed to receive it without a need for a contempt motion on this occasion. Mr. Speaker, I stood at the dispatch box when the Attorney-General gave his statement on the legal position on the 3rd of December, and he said to members of this House, and I quote, "It is time they grew up and got real," and even said to my right honourable friend and learned friend, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, "There is nothing to see here." But after the government was found in contempt of Parliament and published his advice the next day, it turned out there was everything to see here, and it was the government that needed to get real. And let's be clear about, first of all, what the Attorney-General himself has advised. What did he say on the backstop protocol?
Despite statements in the protocol that it is not intended to be permanent, and the clear intention of the parties that it should be replaced by alternative permanent arrangements in international law, the protocol would endure indefinitely until a superseding agreement took its place in whole or in part as set out therein. Which parts of the backstop are more likely than others to remain, even in the event of a trade deal being agreed, he's never actually told us. He added, there are numerous references in the protocol to its temporary nature, but there is no indication of how long such temporary arrangements could last. And on Northern Ireland, incidentally, the Attorney-General, and these are his own words, GB is essentially treated as a third country by NI for goods passing from GB into NI, his own words. The Attorney-General even said, the protocol appears to assume that the negotiations will result in an agreement. Mr. Speaker, are we in this House to assume, given the conduct of these negotiations, that this government will be able to negotiate a full future trade deal in time for the protocol not to come into effect? Nick Macpherson, the former Permanent Secretary of the Treasury, disagrees actually with the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I know he's not a fan of experts, but perhaps you'll just listen to this one for a moment, who said, there is no way the UK will negotiate a trade deal with the EU by December 2020. Even 2022 is optimistic, mid-2020s more likely. Now, as a matter of law, as the shadow law officer, I ask myself, is there anything to prevent the backstop from becoming permanent? As a matter of international law, no, there is not. It would endure indefinitely, pending a future arrangement being arranged. Not my words, the words of the Attorney-General in this House. Now, I have to state, Mr. Speaker, clearly for this House, that we as an opposition and the Labour Party are committed to the Good Friday Agreement. It's the agreement that my predecessor, now Lord Murphy of Torvine, who sits in the other place, helped to negotiate when he chaired the peace talks. It is one of the single greatest achievements of any government since 1945. We on these benches are committed to the long-lasting peace that's been achieved since 1998 and care deeply about the livelihoods, the communities of those people who live on the Northern Ireland border. But our position is that a permanent customs union with a say in external trade deals, a strong single market relationship and guarantees on rights and protections would have rendered a backstop unnecessary. And let me be clear as to what this backstop is. I'll happily give it.
Can you name a single other country which is in a customs union with the EU which has a say over trade deals? Is this not an unprecedented legal and political novelty of the kind which is quite rightly called a unicorn?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that I would want our own arrangements, but he's asking me to give him an example of that particular theoretical possibility. It's not one I wish to emulate, but Turkey is actually one of them, if he actually had a look at it. And secondly, let me just, I'll respond to this, let me respond. And let me actually respond to the Secretary of State on this. He will vote this evening for a backstop that itself contains a bespoke customs arrangement. And let me actually be clear, but I'll be clear, but it has a son, and there's the difference, you see, as the Secretary of State should admit. Now, let me be clear, no, I'm not wrong, and let me be clear as well as to why this backstop, in and of itself, provides only a bare-bones customs union. This is why we on this side of the House can't support it. I'm happy to give way to you.
I'm very grateful indeed to the honourable gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I just take a moment to inform the honourable gentleman, and I'm sure he already knows, that the vast majority of farmers and businesses and fishermen and community leaders in Northern Ireland strongly support this deal negotiated by the government. And I heard the warm words from the honourable gentleman about the support for the Good Friday Agreement, but I tell you, actions speak louder than words. And by voting down the Brexit deal tonight, it's a clear signal the Labour Party does not care about the consequences to the Good Friday Agreement.
Listen, I do have great respect for the honourable lady, but I fundamentally disagree with her final remark there, because there is a commitment to the Good Friday Agreement on this side. And I can tell her that we in my constituency of Torn have great pride in that agreement, which was the peace talks were chaired by my predecessor throughout that time. We have great respect for it and want to protect it. But let me be clear as to why this backstop, the bespoke backstop, actually, the bespoke customs union within the backstop, we cannot support. It has no proper governance. Firms based in Britain rather than Northern Ireland would be outside the single market, facing barriers to trade. And the protections for workers and the environment are unenforceable non-regression clauses that would see the United Kingdom fall behind over time. In short, it falls well away from what Labour has argued for. So what other routes are there for us to exit the backstop? Now, I asked the Attorney-General about international treaties where the UK has no unilateral right to terminate. And his response was to direct me to the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. Now, even if it applied, and incidentally it only applies between states, the Attorney-General knows this is clutching at straws. First, it is said we could argue that the EU was not using best endeavours to complete our future trade arrangement, and that this constituted a material breach under Article 60 of the Convention. Now, what has the Attorney-General said on the Backstop Protocol Article 2.1? He said it is the duty of the parties to negotiate a superseding agreement. That must be done using best endeavours pursuant to Article 184 of the Withdrawal Agreement. This is subject also to the duty of good faith, which is both implied by international law and expressly created by Article 5 of the Withdrawal Agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The duty of good faith and to use best endeavours is a legally enforceable duty, but there is no doubt it is difficult to prove." Again, not my words, Mr. Speaker, the words of the Attorney-General. He knows that's the case. Second, apparently, we could try and argue there's been a fundamental change of circumstances under Article 62 of the Vienna Convention. But we could not credibly argue that entering the backstop was such a change in circumstance when it is clearly set out in the withdrawal agreement in the way it is. To say that a scenario that we are all well aware of and debating now represents a fundamental departure does not wash with anyone, as the Attorney-General knows. What he is advising on, Mr. Speaker, is not so much an airlock but a padlock. And it's a padlock with two key holders, of which we are only one. Now, I ask myself, what changed over Christmas? What's been achieved by the delaying of the vote? The Secretary of State for the Department of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs told us, as I recall, on the morning of the vote that, quote, it was definitely 100% going to happen, and we all know what happened after that. No wonder, Mr. Speaker, it's one of many incidents in this process that's led many of us to disbelieve so much that the government says. But the Prime Minister, in her statement later that day, said, "I have heard those concerns and I will do everything I possibly can to secure further assurances." The Leader of the House said, "The Prime Minister has been clear that when the vote will take place, when she believes she has the legal assurances the Parliament needs that the backstop will not be permanent." The International Trade Secretary went even further. So it would be very difficult to support the deal without changes to the backstop, and wasn't sure the Cabinet would agree for it to be put to the House of Commons. But what actually happened? The Prime Minister went to the European Council and couldn't persuade leaders to give her the conclusion she wanted. The Christmas break came and went. Then we had a document with commitments on Northern Ireland that did nothing to change the legal text, and letters appeared yesterday between the Prime Minister on the one hand and the President of the European Council and the President of the Commission on the other. I'll give...
Well, the gentleman giving way. I think he's actually making a case about trust. And that's actually what we are all, and the country's been asked to do. It's this great leap of trust, a leap of faith, because we don't know what our future trading and security relationships are going to be. And the sorry story is that all the way through the last 2.5 years, we've had a series of promises that haven't been delivered on. And will he agree with me that he will remember, for example, being told at that very dispatch box by a government minister, the then Secretary of State for leaving and exiting the European Union, that we would have a deal before we left that would convey the exact same benefits of our current membership of the single market and the customs union. That's what's troubling people. This is a blindfolded Brexit. That's why people won't vote for it.
Yes, the Honourable Lady is entirely right. I'm sure she will have noted the inconsistency here, because the Attorney-General said in his speech only a few minutes ago that we couldn't expect to have anything detailed negotiated at this stage, yet that's precisely what the government has previously promised. How on earth are we supposed to believe these conflicting things? I'll give way to my own.
That is exactly. I'm grateful to him giving way. That is exactly the point at heart here in this trust. The Attorney General just committed the EU to not agreeing to future trade deals in response to our request for a customs union. But he refused to say, and the government is still refusing to say, if they will commit to the customs union in that future trade agreement. If they did that, we would not have the need for this discussion around the backstop or this matter of trust, which the Honourable Lady has just discussed.
Friend raises the point about the real vague nature of the political declaration, which I will come back to in a moment. They're queuing up. I'll give it to the Honourable Gentleman first, and I will need to make some progress.
We've talked about trust and promises, which are vitally important, and we promised to deliver on the outcome of the referendum. It was this House that gave the people the referendum in the first place. We passed our sovereignty to the people, and we said and we promised that we would deliver on that verdict. The verdict was to leave the European Union, and does he not believe that if we were failed to do so, that would be seen as one of the greatest betrayals of trust in this country?
Mr. Speaker, my constituents, like I think the Honourable Gentleman's, voted to leave the EU, and I voted to trigger Article 50 in good faith in line with their wishes, and I sincerely hoped there would have been something significantly better before this House that we could all have supported and got around. I'm going to make some progress. I will give way again in a moment. Let me make some progress. And I want to come really to the letter that's been sent by Presidents Juncker and Tusk on page 2, because it said this. The European Council also said that if the backstop were nevertheless to be triggered, it would only apply temporarily unless and until it is superseded by a subsequent agreement. Then again, they spoke about best endeavours, backstop in place for as long as strictly necessary, but we all know that represents no difference at all to the position the Attorney-General advised on back in December. We ask, are there any changes? Changes to the withdrawal agreement text? None. Changes to the possible interpretations? None. Changes to the reassurances available? None. And what did the Attorney-General say himself in his latest letter to the Prime Minister about the Council's conclusions, their impact on the Northern Ireland Protocol? And I quote, "They do not alter the fundamental meaning of its provisions as I advised them to be on 13th of November 2018. To coin a phrase, Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed. I want to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, I made clear in answer to an intervention my own constituency of Torfaen voted to leave, and I respect everyone who voted in that referendum. In good faith and in line with their wishes, I voted to trigger Article 50 to trigger the process of withdrawal. And I wish there was a withdrawal agreement worthy of wide support across this House. I wish there was a political declaration that actually did point a way to a future that secured our economy, our jobs and our futures, and wasn't the meaningless text, the leap in the dark that it actually is. Now more than ever, we need to unite the country away from a fractious debate to a shared vision of our future. The Prime Minister says she wants to unite when all she has done is divide, failing to unilaterally guarantee the rights of EU citizens at the outset, which was not only the right thing to do, but would have created goodwill on both sides of the negotiations. Red lines that created more problems than they solved, negotiating issues in an order and a way that made this backstop inevitable. The Prime Minister has had 2 years to reach out across this House for a consensus and failed to do so. And instead of speaking to others, she has stayed in her bunker. Now, Mr. Speaker, she only speaks at the concrete walls, unable to deliver the changes needed. The country deserves so much better than this totally inadequate agreement. We hoped for more in the 916 days since the Prime Minister first stood on the steps of Number 10 with what proved to be completely empty promises. And I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, nearly 4 years after being first elected, knowing that we can and must do better at this key moment in our history. And for that reason, the Prime Minister's deal should be voted down by this House.
Order. The first of approximately 70 members wishing to speak from the backbenches is the Father of the House, Mr. Kenneth Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, I shall try to compete with the opposition spokesman on brevity by being shorter than he was. This is a chaotic debate, Mr. Speaker, in every conceivable way. I think future generations will look back and will not be able to imagine how we reduced ourselves to this disorderly exchange of a whole range of views cutting quite across parties at a time when we were taking such a historic decision. It was summed up for me yesterday when I drove in, and I drove through the gates of New Palace Yard with flanked on either side with lobbyists who are waving things at me. To the right I had people waving yellow placards, leave means leave. And to the left, I had people waving European Union flags and demanding my support. Both sides, insofar as they were shouting a clear message to me, were shouting the same thing. They were both demanding that I voted against the withdrawal agreement. And that summed up to me the confusion, because they were both actually pursuing objectives, neither of which I agreed with, which took us a million miles away from the national interest which the House of Commons should surely, in the end, have to turn itself to. We all know where we come from, and I'm not going to labour my very well-known views because I've been here so long. Yesterday I offended one of my very good friends in the House, slightly I think, by referring to hardline Remainers as well as hardline Brexiteers. But I confess I am undoubtedly a hardline Remainer. I don't think anybody more hardline on that subject in the House. I was a cabinet minister but refused to vote for the referendum being held, and the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip chose not to notice my attempts ostentatiously to abstain on the vote. I'm the only person on this side of the House who voted against invoking Article 50. I actually am a lifelong believer in the European project, and no opinion poll is ever, I think, at this stage, going to change my mind. I think Britain's, and I have no time, I apologise, my honourable friend. I believe that Britain's role in the world now is as one of the leading members of the European Union, one of the three, which, when we have a normal president, has particular links with the United States, which the others don't, and that enables us to defend our interests and put forward our values in a very dangerous world. And we have membership of, influential membership of, we lead on liberal economic policy, the biggest and most developed free trade area in the world, which is always going to be where our major trading partners are, because geography, in the end, determines that they matter to us more than anybody else. So I won't go on, but just in case there's any doubt where I come from, I again think I am being pragmatic, which we all have to be. The Attorney General was quite correct when he praised the need for this House to achieve some kind of consensus, to accept some sort of compromise, which I regard as my duty to minimise the damage. The vote on invoking Article 50 revealed to me that there's not the slightest chance of persuading the present House of Commons to give up leaving the EU because they're terrified of denying the EU referendum. To be fair to my friends who are hardline Brexiteers and always have been, none of them had the slightest intention of taking any notice of the referendum, but it's now a kind of religiously binding commitment, it seems, to the majority of this House that they must leave. So we're leaving. So why am I therefore supporting the withdrawal agreement? The withdrawal agreement is a natural preliminary to the proper negotiations which we haven't started. Frankly, it should have taken about 2 months to negotiate, because the conclusions we've come to on the rights of citizens, on our historic debts, and on the Irish border being open permanently were perfectly clear and there, and they're essential preconditions to which the Attorney-General rightly drew our attention to the legal chaos that we caused if we just left without other detailed provisions in a 500-page document. The withholding agreement in itself is harmless. The Irish backstop is not really the reason why a large number of members of this House are going to vote against it. You've got to be suffering from some sort of paranoia, in my opinion, to think that the Irish backstop is some carefully contrived plot to keep the British locked into European relationships which they're dying to escape from. I won't. The Attorney addressed this with great eloquence, which I admired. It is obviously as unattractive to the other EU members as it is to the United Kingdom to settle down into some semi-permanent relationship on the basis of the Irish backstop. In my opinion, we don't need to invoke the Irish backstop at all. We can almost certainly avoid it. Seems to be quite obvious that the transition period which will open up should go on for as long as is necessary until the full withdrawal agreement in all its details on our political relationships, our regulatory relationships, our trade relationships, our security, our policing, has all been settled. I don't think it will be completed in a couple of years. I actually think it will take 4 or 5 years if we make very good progress before we have completed all that. And I think that is the view of people with more expertise than I've had, although I've been involved in trade agreements, unlike most people in this House, who actually are going to be saddled with the responsibility of negotiating this if we ever get that far. But if we extend the transition period as is necessary, we never need to go into the backstop. And actually, putting end dates on the transition period is pretty futile, because actually when you get there, you can't actually begin to change our relationship until you've agreed in some detail what it is you're actually changing to. And that, if this House persists in taking us out of the European Union, is where eventually we've got to get. If I give way to my honourable friend, who is a very good friend of mine, I shall suddenly find everybody's leaving. I've made it. I'm not going to keep to my word otherwise if I start giving way. The outcome I wish to see is the same as the government's declared outcome, as it happens, that we should keep, keeping to the narrower matters of trade and investment, open borders between the United Kingdom and the rest of the European Union, and as free, frictionless trade relationships as we have at the moment. I shall listen to people arguing that is not in the best interests of the United Kingdom and future generations, but I think it's an impossible case to make. It is self-evidently the case that we should stay in our present free trade agreement. We can't become free trade to the rest of the world, but protectionist against those continental Europeans by erecting new barriers, and nobody said to the electorate at the time of the referendum that the purpose of the whole thing was to raise new barriers to two-way trade and investors across the way. Seems to me quite obvious. It is factually correct, in my opinion. If you wish to keep open borders, the land border, which happens to be in Ireland, and the sea border around the rest of the British Isles, you have to be in a customs union, and you have to be in regulatory alignment, which would greatly resemble what we call the single market. All this stuff about new technology may come one day when every closed border in the world will vanish, but under WTO rules you have to man the border if you've got different tariffs and regulatory requirements on the two sides. So that is where I think we have got to go, and I think sooner or later we're going to have to tighten up. The government keeps repeating its red lines, some of which were put out at an early stage, long before the people drafting the speeches had the first idea, really, what the process was they were about to enter into, and most of them now need dropping. The standard line is you can't be in a customs union because that stops you having trade agreements with the rest of the world, which is true. You can't have a common customs barrier enforced by you all around the outside of the zone if one member is punching holes through it and letting things end under different arrangements in other countries. Now, this is meant to challenge the global future, the bright and shining prospects of our being outside the European Union, which nobody again put forward in the referendum. They stem, as far as I can see, from a very brilliant speech made by my honourable friend, the right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, who was praised for giving an optimistic tone to it all and held out this vision of great countries throughout the world throwing open their markets to us in relief when we left the European Union, offering us better terms than we've spent the last few years taking a leading role in negotiating on behalf of the, together with the European Union. And of course the key one they always cite is the trade agreement we're going to have with Donald Trump's America, which is a symbol of the prospects that await for us. China apparently comes next. I have tried in both places. I have been involved in trade discussions with those two countries on and off the best part of 20 years. They are very protectionist countries. They were before we had President Trump in America. I led for the government on working with the TTIP, which we were trying to negotiate. The reason the EU-US deal had the funny title of TTIP was that we couldn't call it a free trade agreement, because the Americans said that the Congress was so hostile to the idea of free trade that you couldn't talk about a free trade agreement. We had to give it another title. And we got nowhere, even under the Obama administration. Because what we particularly wanted was opening up public procurement, opening up access to services, including financial services in the United States. And I can tell you, it was completely hopeless trying to open up their market. Now, it's different with President Trump. The hopes with President Trump are a sign of the new golden future that is coming before us. President Trump has firstly, he's no time for WTO rules. He's been breaking them with some considerable vigour, and sooner or later he will walk out of the WTO, I think. His view of trade deals is he confronts allied partner countries. The United States should be allowed to export more to them, and they should stop exporting so much to the United States. He's enforced that on Canada and Mexico, and he's having a good go at enforcing it on China. His only interest that he's expressed in a trade deal with Britain is that we should throw open our market to American food, which is made on produced on an almost industrial scale. It's very competitive in great quantities. That requires one thing. We abandon the European food standards and animal welfare standards, which the British actually played the leading part in getting to their present position in the rest of the EU, and we should adopt the standards laid down by Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate, in response to the food lobby. There's no sovereignty. Nobody's going to take notice of the UK on food standards lobbying the American Congress. It is an illusion, and I'll give no others. Freedom of movement, if we'd enforced freedom of movement properly when we were members, we wouldn't be in this trouble. All the anti-immigrant element of the Leave vote was not really about EU workers working here. We would be permitted, actually, to make it a condition that people had a job already arranged to come here. We were permitted to say they would have to leave if after 3 months from losing a job they had not actually got a new one. And everybody in this House and outside falls over themselves with praise for the EU workers in the National Health Service and elsewhere. It is an illusion that that is waiting for us. So, what I say is, in the present bizarre position, my view is we must get on to the real negotiations. We haven't started yet. It's not possible to start to actually map out the closest possible relationship, I hope, with the EU if we're going to be forced to leave. We're in no position to start from this mad debate and sort it all out by March the 29th. It is factually impossible, not only to get the legislation through, it's impossible actually to sort out some alternative to the withdrawal agreement if it is rejected today. We should extend it, but that involves applying to the EU. It implies getting their consent. That will be quite difficult for any length of time. That's the reason I advocate we should revoke Article 50, and that is a means of delay. Revoke it, no one can stop us revoking it, and then invoke it again. I shall vote against it again, but the majority in favour of invoking Article 50 in this House is massive. Invoke it again when we have some consensus, some majority for something, and I shall annoy everybody else by giving once to my honourable friend.
Could I just say to my right honourable friend, whose speech I am admiring minute by minute, that there is one point on which he is wrong. We cannot revoke Article 50 unless we provide satisfactory evidence to the European Union that we are cancelling our departure from the European Union. Not suspending it, not pausing it, cancelling it.
Well, I'm not going to start. I haven't been in practice for 40 years. So if that is the case, I will examine it and have a look at what authority he gives me. Do we therefore prevent it for some permanently thereafter from ever invoking Article 50 again? That's a proposition that I would like to examine. In that case, we have to extend it. But what we cannot carry on doing is having this chaotic debate and in the next 70 days coming to conclusions which commit this country to a destiny which will have a huge effect on the next generation or two, because what we're heading for is leaving with no deal at all. That will be just as catastrophic as my right honourable friend, the Attorney-General, has just described, and it's the one thing which the vast majority of members of Parliament are flatly against, leaving without no deal. For that reason, pragmatism, in my opinion, common sense, requires us to vote for this withdrawal agreement to try to get back to some sort of orderly progress.
Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a considerable pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe. I have to say it's a strange world that we live in, because I find myself on so many occasions pretty well agreeing with much of what the Right Honourable Gentleman says. And of course, on many occasions I do find that the Right Honourable Gentleman is in the division lobbies with us. I would only respectfully and friendly say to him that his analysis, I think, is spot on. I think he's demonstrated the futility of those that believe that a UK out with the European Union can somehow quickly put together trade deals around the world. It's a fantasy, it's for the birds. And it is, I would say, Mr. Speaker, an absolute travesty that what's been put to this House today is that we have that binary choice between the government's deal or no deal. That is not the case. There are other options which are open to this House. And the Right Honourable Gentleman for Rushcliffe has talked about either revoking or staving off the Article 50 process. That gives the House time, frankly, to come to its senses. And the idea, based on the knowledge of what we know now, of the risks of Brexit, because let's be absolutely clear, there is no such thing as a good Brexit. The government's own analysis, the analysis of the Scottish Government, just a second, the analysis of the Scottish Government demonstrates in any of the Brexit scenarios that this country, the countries of Scotland, of England and Northern Ireland and Wales will all be poorer under any of the Brexit scenarios than they would be under the status quo. Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of any government to provide security for its citizens. A government that wishes to bring forward a proposition that imperils the employment opportunities, the living standards of its citizens, is an abrogation of responsibility that it should have. And it's on that basis that I would plead with the right honourable gentleman to vote against, or at the very least abstain on what the government is doing today, because this House, to use the phrase which is often used, must take back control. We must say to the people of the United Kingdom, however they voted, that based on the knowledge that we have, based on the facts of the matter that we have, and let's just look at what happened last week. Jaguar Land Rover announced that they'll be making an additional 4,500 workers redundant. That follows on the 1,500 that have announced. Now, we know that the reasons for this are complex, to do with diesel cars, to do with China, but a significant contributory factor is Brexit. And this government stands accused of putting workers on the dole, and putting workers on the dole as a function of ideology, because that's what it is. And if you look at the circumstances of where we are today, of a Prime Minister that called a general election on the basis that she thought she would come back with a thumping majority, she came back as a minority Prime Minister. And rather than seize the moment and recognise that this is a parliament of minorities, where the Prime Minister had to reach across the House to try and achieve a consensus, she failed to do that. And all that's happened since the general election in 2017 until now is that we had an internal battle in the Tory party. The Brexiteers that want to drive us off the cliff. Mr. Speaker, there is no way that the Scottish National Party and the people of Scotland are going to be sitting in that bus as the Prime Minister drives us off the cliff. There is no way that the people of Scotland will be dragged out of the European Union against its will. I will happily give way.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. And would he agree with me that given the government's own analysis shows that no matter the outcome with Brexit, we will all be poorer, that it is the most vulnerable in society who will pay the price? People with disability who have been writing to me in their hundreds as chair of the Disability All-Party Group, terrified of the outcome that Brexit will happen and they'll be thrown into further despair.
My honourable friend is exactly correct. It is the most vulnerable in our society that will pay the biggest price for Brexit, those that are disabled, those that rely on our public services, because there is no question that our public services will be poorer. We know that economic growth in the United Kingdom will be reduced by Brexit. Why are we punishing people to that extent? And that's why it's right, and why the government has a responsibility to be honest with people, to reflect on what happened in 2016. There is an economist, Dr. Samuelson, who said, "When events change, I change my mind. What do you do?" Why has the Prime Minister not reflected on the situation that we're in? Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for my honourable friend in her intervention, and I'm delighted to announce to the House that in the process of this debate, all 35 members of the Scottish National Party have spoken out. And all spoken out about the risks that we see to our constituents, the risks to our industries up and down Scotland. And of course, one of the features that particularly alarms us is the issue of freedom of movement. Mr. Speaker, we have benefited enormously from those that have come to work and live in our country, to add to the diversity of our communities, to make a contribution to our economic growth. EU citizens that have chosen to make their lives here. European Union citizens that are now being told that they're going to have to register. Register to sustain the rights that they have. It is, as is mentioned by my honourable friend from a sedentary position, disgusting. I will in a second. Because this is about people that are part of us, our friends, our neighbours, our relatives. And we're now saying to them that they're going to have a different status as a consequence of what we have done. But it's not just about EU citizens that choose to come and live and work in this country. It's about our rights as EU citizens as well. If the government gets its way and Brexit takes place on the 29th of March, from a situation today that each and every one of us has the right to work in 28 member states, we will be restricted to automatically only having the right to live and work in the United Kingdom. I was lucky enough to work in the Netherlands. My son worked in the Netherlands. Why should my grandchildren not have the same rights that my generation had? It is an abhorrence that we are treating the people of these islands on that basis. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a powerful point about the people who have come to live and work and be our friends and neighbours in our communities. Does he agree with me that it's an absolute disgrace that these people who are so vital to us are being told that they must make an application to pay to stay in their own homes, many of whom have been here for decades? It's an absolute outrage.
I agree, and of course it fits into the hostile environment that many in the government benches have prosecuted over the course of the last few years. We have an expression in Scotland, we're all Jock Tamson's bairns. Yeah. You know, Mr. Speaker, if I look at our history over the course of the last 100 years, our population in Scotland has barely grown. We've gone from 4.8 to 5.5 million people. We face a ticking time bomb, which is an ageing population. The last thing we need is to be cut off from that supply of labour for people that want to come and contribute to sustainable economic growth in Scotland. How are we to afford to be able to invest in our public services if we cannot generate economic growth? Because that's what leaving Europe is going to do to us. It's going to restrain our ability to deliver growth, our ability to make sure that we can look after the vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, this is the defining moment in the Brexit process, defining moments for the future of relationships. Members of Parliament must recognise their responsibility, and for many, I know that this demands making difficult decisions. I would say to each and every Member of Parliament, the primary responsibility that you have is not to party. The primary responsibility that you have is to your constituents. Think about the risks that are taking place as a consequence of this deal. It is the height of irresponsibility for the government to suggest that this is a binary choice. Mr. Speaker, in the SNP's amendment that we have laid today, we have given the opportunity for the House to support that we extend Article 50. Extend Article 50 and give the people of the United Kingdom the choice to make that determination. On the basis of the facts, on the basis of the knowledge as to what Brexit is going to do. It is only right and proper, in a democratic principle, that we allow the people of the United Kingdom to make that choice. And I appeal to members across the House. Now, we have in the SNP many friends across this place and many friends on the benches to my right. I'm appealing to the Labour Party. For goodness sake, get off the fence. get off the fence. Because the young people that voted for Labour in England in 2017 will never forgive the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues unless they recognise that this is the opportunity to unite this House, to vote down the government's deal, support a people's vote, allow the people to have their say on what they want. Will you do it? I can see the Honourable gentleman chuntering if he wishes to intervene and accept his responsibilities for once. Well, you can blow a kiss, but what you're doing is you're blowing a raspberry to the people of the United Kingdom. That's the reality, and it really is about time. If you're serious about politics, if you're serious about responsibility, then grow up. Grow up and accept responsibility, and don't dodge this. Don't dodge this. You know, it's little wonder that when we look at Scotland, that the people of Scotland have got a choice. And the Scottish National Party have been in government in Scotland since 2007. Well, I can hear people saying too long. But the fact of the matter is that we've won 3 elections on the trot to the Scottish Parliament, and we've won the last 2 elections to Westminster. And the party that's sitting in 3rd place in Scotland is the Labour Party. And the reason that the Labour Party are sitting in 3rd place in Scotland is because they're out of touch and out of step with the people of Scotland. I will happily do it.
I was absolutely... It comes as no surprise that when challenged by the Leader of the SNP, nobody got up to defend the position of the Labour Party. Nobody. And what that tells us is that, does my honourable friend not agree with me? There is no such thing as a jobs-first Brexit. It's a myth.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend for that intervention, because he's absolutely right. And that's why I'm appealing to every member in this House to think about the people. Think about the people that have already lost their jobs. Think about the 1,000 people in the European Medicines Agency. Think about the 1,000 people in the European Banking Authority. Think about those at Jaguar Land Rover, and the workers at Jaguar Land Rover know that the Labour Party today are not going to lift a finger to protect their economic interests. That's the reality. A party that was once of the people, that is just sitting back and failing to accept the responsibilities. Well, thank goodness, Mr. Speaker, in Scotland that we have an alternative, and the people of Scotland have watched everything which has gone on over the course of the last 2.5 years. Taking back control, they say. Well, my goodness, they've taken back control from the Parliament of Scotland. When this House pushed through the Withdrawal Act, what happened was, with responsibility over fisheries, over agriculture, over the environment, which were down in the Scotland Act when the Parliament was established, as matters which have devolved, supposed to be protected by the Sewell Convention. But of course, the government said, well, these are not normal times, and they grabbed powers, not so much against the Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament, but grabbed powers against the people of Scotland that had voted for it in a referendum in 1997. That's the reality of the Conservatives that have always been hostile to devolution. Now, of course, we're told, well, the people voted in 2016 and we should accept it. But, of course, the people of Scotland were told in our referendum in 2014, if we stayed in the United Kingdom, our rights within the EU would be respected. The fact that the people of Scotland voted by 62% to stay in the European Union is ignored by this government. The fact that the Scottish Parliament has said that we wish to stay as a very minimum in the single market and the customs union has been ignored by this government. Contempt for the institutions in Scotland, contempt for the cross-party unity that existed on these matters in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, the time is coming where the people of Scotland are going to have to reflect on how we are being treated, on how we are being ignored. The Scottish Parliament has a mandate for an independence referendum. And if and when the First Minister and the Scottish Government chooses to enforce that mandate, this House must respect the wishes of the Scottish people. I hope tonight that this House votes down the Government's deal. I hope this House has the confidence to extend Article 50, to give the responsibility back to the people. But if this House is determined to push ahead with Brexit, the day when the people of Scotland will have to determine their own future, do we wish to be trailed to a United Kingdom that's going to damage your economic interests? Or will we accept our responsibilities as a historic, independent European nation? Mr. Speaker, that day is coming, and it's coming soon.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For me, this has been a very long journey towards leaving the European Union. The European question has always been about who governs this country and how. The national interest is served by our democratic system of parliamentary government, which has evolved over centuries of our history. We make our own laws in this Parliament in line with the consent of the voters in general elections based upon the party manifestos. The government is chosen by virtue of those who win the most seats. It is also fundamental that our proceedings are both accountable and transparent. We have Hansard, and all votes are recorded. Any voter can see the transcript and how their laws are made and voted upon in this Parliament. We must fully repeal the European Communities Act 1972 on the 29th of March, as the Withdrawal Act legislatively requires. That is why I agreed with the Prime Minister when she said at the Lancaster House speech that we would not have truly left the European Union if we are not in control of our own laws. This agreement does not do this, despite breathtaking assertions to the contrary. This may even be indefinite through the backstop and through the undemocratic procedures of the Council of Ministers. We would be indefinitely shackled, as Article 132 affirms, even up to 31st December, so they say 20XX. The decisions in that Council as to which laws we obey and changes to the rules, creating great uncertainty for business, will be decided by QMV or consensus by the other 27, behind closed doors. We will not be there. There will be no transcript and no reasons given as to how or why the laws imposed upon us will be arrived at. This alone is a reason why I'm voting against this withdrawal agreement. It is a denial of our democracy and therefore of the national interest. It defies the referendum vote and the Withdrawal Act itself, which repeals the European Communities Act 1972 and all the treaties and laws, including the single market and the customs union, which have been heaped upon us since we joined the European community itself in 1972-73. It is outrageous to suggest that what we are doing in rejecting this withdrawal agreement is undemocratic. This is pure Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Speaker, and turns the very notion of democracy and national interest upon its head. But that is not all. This agreement is not compromise, as the Attorney-General suggested. It is capitulation, nor is it pragmatism. We are not purists. We are defending our democracy against servitude. Apart from control over our laws, there is the question of money, paying not merely £39 billion, but far more for nothing. We will lose the rebate. Then there is the role of the European Court of Justice. There is the issue of our not being able to trade independently outside the clutches of the European Commission. We have prodigious opportunities to create prosperity and to provide the revenue for the payment of our public services and by trading with on our own terms with other countries in the world through the Anglosphere and the Commonwealth. There is also the question of the constitutional status of Northern Ireland. There are the state aids in this withdrawal agreement, which would give a power of veto to the European Union over our incentives in relation to ports, industrial development as well, which will be one of our primary means of attracting foreign direct investment. Bear in mind also
that in the European Union we run a deficit in the single market on goods of around £95 billion a year, whereas Germany hides behind the euro with a surplus of £140 billion a year with the EU 27. Sir Paul Lever, our former British ambassador to Germany, said recently in his book Berlin Rules, the EU, he said, is geared principally to the defence of German national interest. He explains, as I did in my own book Against the Federal Europe in the 1990s, early 1990s, that there will be a German Europe. He shows that no decisions, including those relating to the negotiations for the withdrawal agreement, were decided by the Commission or by other member states without the prior agreement of Germany itself. Why on earth would anyone want to remain? The EU does not work for the UK, nor the EU itself, with youth unemployment in countries such as Italy, Greece and France of between 20 and 50%. They are utterly disillusioned with the austerity imposed by the German-led fiscal compact. Hungary and Poland and other countries in Central Europe are in revolt, and even Sweden and Denmark have moved to the right. So what is it that makes these reversers in this House believe that we should remain in this imploding, undemocratic European Union whose economic foundations are in tatters as the euro stagnates? Why on earth do they believe that a new people's vote is needed when we had one enacted by Act of Parliament in the House of Commons and voted for by most of those now trying to unravel the Withdrawal Act, and despite every Conservative having endorsed the referendum vote in our manifesto? As I argued some months ago, our system is one of parliamentary government, not government by Parliament. Government by Parliament would be anarchic. So we are faced not only with a constitutional crisis, but also with a massive breach of public trust as a party and as a parliament. Up to the time of the Chequers proposals, I was fully prepared to support the government. But on the 6th of July, my trust in the government and the Prime Minister was completely lost. I asked her on the 9th of July how could she reconcile Chequers with the repeal of the European Communities Act 1972, and I got no reply. In the debate the next week, I stressed that the 80-page white paper setting out those proposals and now intrinsic to the withdrawal agreement had been pre-planned for probably up to a year. I explained it would unravel the European Communities Act 1972, that this was a gross misleading of Parliament. Indeed, the Chequers meeting itself bounced the Cabinet in breach of collective responsibility and in breach of the Ministerial Code. All of this amounts to a monstrous breach of constitutional and public trust. This brings me to what happens next, which, as I believe this withdrawal agreement, will be consigned to the grave of history. Far from members of Parliament, as the Prime Minister has asserted, voting for this agreement, it is our duty to vote against it. We will not have effectively left the European Union if we do not. We will also be undermining our Westminster system of government, depriving ourselves of monumental opportunities of global trading on our own terms, and with our friends in the United States who are so disillusioned with this agreement, and the same applies to other members of the Commonwealth. As Churchill once said, and as I was reminded at the time of Maastricht by my constituents, we should put our country first, our constituency second, our party third. Tragically, our Prime Minister became leader of our party by coronation and not by the will of the party membership. They, by all the recent evidence, are profoundly against this withdrawal agreement. We then had the deeply unsatisfactory outcome of the last general election. I simply say, therefore, that now is the time to walk away from this European Union. The expression no deal is a misnomer. It is not a default position. It is what the Act of Parliament endorsing the Lisbon Treaty actually specifies. There must be no extension of time, as the European Union so-called number 2 bill, which has been introduced by the member for Grantham, indicates. And I am glad that the Prime Minister reaffirmed to me yesterday that this is the case. It will achieve nothing. I would strongly urge the government, therefore, after this vote is cast tonight, to conclude that enough is enough and that we have reached the journey's end. Now is the time to walk away from the intransigence of the European Union and our failed policy of seeking to supplicate their guidelines, their terms and their paymasters. We witnessed similar events in May 1940, when the then Prime Minister actually won the vote on the Norway debate, but on reflection concluded that he had to resign because he had lost the confidence of Parliament as a whole. I believe, therefore, there are lessons in this for the Prime Minister to consider her position and to do so with dignity and without rancour.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I want to address what happens next if, as seems likely, the Prime Minister's deal is defeated this evening. Now, the first question will be, what will the Prime Minister do in that situation? Until yesterday, I thought she might say, well, I'm going back to Brussels to get some more assurances, but that route does appear to be blocked now in the light of the letter that she brought to the House's attention yesterday. I'd like to think that she would take a bold step, that she would reach out across the House of Commons to look for a consensus, that she would say that she was prepared to consider a completely different approach, even announcing that because she still believes in her deal, she is going to take it to the British people and ask them what they think. Now, that really would be political leadership. But if she doesn't do any of those things, then the House of Commons is going to have to move swiftly to enable us to decide what we can agree on, because, as the Prime Minister rightly said, the House of Commons can say what it's against, but in the end the House of Commons will have to be for something. So we need to decide on what a different policy might look like and how we get there. Now, one option is undoubtedly to leave without a deal. Now, some members favour that, as we've just heard. Many of us think it would be a disaster. By the way, so does the government. So let's give the House of Commons a chance, once and for all, to make it clear what it thinks of that. Then there are the alternative deals. There's Canada with a variety of pluses attached. There is EEA and a customs union, which is what I have been arguing for, or a variation upon that. And then thirdly, there is process. How do we enable any of the different approaches, if we can agree on them, to be negotiated with the European Union? And how can we do that when we are running out of time? Now, I think it is now inevitable, Mr. Speaker, that Article 50 will need to be extended, whichever option the House of Commons chooses, assuming we can reach agreement on something. I support a series of indicative votes, and I support the bill that the Honourable Member for Grantham and others have tabled, which would give the House, if it's approved, the legal means to give effect to what we decide, including on whether to extend Article 50. And if this House cannot agree, apart from deciding that we don't want to leave with no deal, in other words, if this House remains deadlocked, which is a possibility, then someone else will have to decide. And in all fairness, I have to say I can see no other way of doing that in those circumstances other than resolving to go back to the British people and asking them what they think. Now, the reason why the Prime Minister, I would give way, but time is very short and many other people want to speak. The reason why the Prime Minister has got into such difficulty is because the House of Commons won't agree a deal, we'll discover tonight, because of fear, uncertainty and doubt. Fear that we will be locked into a backstop permanently. Uncertainty about entering into a process in which we will be in an even weaker position than we have been over the past 2.5 years, and doubt about where this will all end up. In an age, as the Father of the House so eloquently put it, where it is the quality of the alliances that you have that determine the ability to influence what happens in the world in the interests of the people that we represent. Now, what would be the rational thing to do, faced with these set of circumstances? It would be to seek to remove that fear, that uncertainty, and that doubt. And it would be to say to the European Union, look, the only way we're going to get a deal is not by exchanging another set of letters or asking for another assurance, but by moving on to negotiate the future relationship now, so that everyone can see at the end of the process what it would involve before we formally leave. Now, I understand the legal position that in law the European Union cannot sign such an agreement, and the Attorney-General pointed out, until the United Kingdom has ceased to be a member state, but it has a choice about its negotiating mandate. And we all understand why the EU chose to structure the negotiations in the way that they did, because far from holding all of the cards, as the last 2.5 years has demonstrated, we've held virtually no cards at all. But if we were able to negotiate more detail on the future relationship, and it would be challenging for the EU, it would be very challenging for the government, because it would finally have to confront the choices it's been steadfastly avoiding over the last 2.5 years. In the end of that process, we would know where we stood on the backstop and the nature of the future relationship. Now, to do this, we would have to extend Article 50. And if you want to reassure people, and we may confront this choice at some point, that extending or maybe revoking Article 50 is not a device for the House of Commons to overturn the result of the referendum in 2016, then the House of Commons could say to the people, do not worry, whatever is the result of this process, we will put back to you so you take the final decision. And if we could undertake those negotiations while still a member, from the EU's point of view, it wouldn't really make any difference at all. We'd still be paying the money. We're going to do that under the transition. We'd still be accepting the rules of the European Court of Justice. We're going to do that under the transition. We'd still be a member of the single market and the customs union. We're going to do that under the transition. We'd still be accepting free movement, which we're going to do under the transition. Now, I acknowledge that would be difficult, but it would be the sensible thing to do, and who knows where the EU might be in 2 or 3 years' time, which we all of us know is how long these negotiations will take to complete. Indeed, if the EU were to say to other countries, not just to the UK, you're not going to get what you want if you leave, but if you remain, then there is the possibility of reform, then that would be the kind, but that would be the kind of leadership, that the EU could potentially offer. Now, I don't know whether there is the strategic vision in the EU to do that, but they should provide it, because the forces present in Britain are present in all of their member states, and reform, including on free movement, would be in their interests as well as in ours. Now, if this isn't possible, and if the government won't reach out, then we as Parliament must take responsibility. That would not be us, I say to the honourable gentleman, subverting democracy in any way. It would be us doing our job. It would be taking back control. And the draft bill, which I referred to earlier and which I support, will give us the means to do so. It's proposing to ask the Liaison Committee to take a role. It could be amended to give that responsibility elsewhere.
On that issue.
I'm going to conclude my remarks, which the House of Commons in the end will have a chance to vote upon. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the referendum result came as a shock to many in this House, but it did not come as a shock to those who voted leave. It was a cry of anguish as the EU became the lightning conductor for the feelings of 17.4 million people about the change they've seen in their communities, the disappearance of well-paid jobs, the shrinking of opportunities, and let's be honest, above all, about our collective failure to share the prosperity of this, the 6th richest economy in the world, with all of our citizens. But it will not be solved by a damaging Brexit.
Yes.
It will not be remedied by the convulsion, the argument, the lack of direction and purpose, the refusal to be honest about choices that we face that have consumed almost all of our energy, all of our effort and our attention and time. And we cannot let this carry on for the next 5 years. We owe it to our constituents to tell the truth. We owe it to ourselves to do the right thing. And in rejecting the deal today, as we should, we must show, as parliamentarians of all parties and all views, that we are, after the vote tonight, capable of coming together to listen, to compromise in the interests of the people we come here to serve.
Thank you very much indeed. On account of the level of demand, I'm afraid there has now to be a 5-minute limit on backbench speeches with immediate effect. Mr. Dominic Raab.
For my part in this debate, I've always understood the case for compromise. But compromise cannot come at any price. And the deal before us involves the most severe and enduring risks for our economy, our democracy, while stifling the opportunities of Brexit that fired up over 17 million people with optimism and hope to vote in June 2016. My reasons are straightforward. The Northern Ireland backstop and the scale of separate regulation without representation is undemocratic and a threat to our precious union. Second, the UK-wide customs backstop has morphed into a hybrid customs union and single market arrangement where the combination of alignment and non-regression requirements prevent this House from determining the right laws in the best interests of this country.
Honourable friend, give way.
I give way.
On the backstop. And does my honourable friend agree with me that the backstop is playing a risk? The Attorney General said it was taking a risk, and it's playing a risk with the Good Friday Agreement and the union of this country. And that is a risk that many of us are not prepared to take.
Honourable friend is absolutely right. And on top of that powerful point, the effect of this deal is to give up control that it would precipitate a democratic cliff edge. And that's compounded by the lack of an exit mechanism that we can control. It gives the EU a veto over any UK exit from the backstop, even if negotiations on the future relationship languish for years or break down altogether. And it's very clear that none of the subsequent assurances alter the legal position as set out in the withdrawal agreement.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Briefly.
Would he agree with me that if more assurances were there, that many more members of this House would potentially support that agreement?
My honourable friend is right, and I'll come back to what I think the Prime Minister and the Government should do in the event that the deal is voted down. My third reason for opposing this deal is that paragraph 23 of the political declaration means that the upcoming negotiations on our future relationship would take the backstop as the starting point to be built on. The future relationship would not be a free trade agreement, not even the Chequers model that was set out back in the summer. It would be a hybrid arrangement somewhere even further along the spectrum of legislative alignment with the EU between the customs union and the single market, without any say over the rules to be imposed. Given the EU veto over us exiting the backstop, we will spend the second phase of negotiations from March under massive pressure from the EU to accept additional single market rules, potentially free movement, access to UK fisheries as the price for exiting the backstop. Exactly. The EU will inevitably press us right up until the next election, if not well beyond, and they would wield all the negotiating leverage. So to all honourable members weary with Brexit, I share your desire to move on from Brexit, but be under no illusions. This deal before us can't end the grinding process. It can only prolong it.
That's right. That's right.
This deal is so demeaning to our country that it would inevitably invite no demand reversal by the British people from the moment the ink was dry. It would torment us, and as a result our European neighbours, for the foreseeable future. So, Mr. Speaker, what next? If this deal is voted down, we should make our best final offer to the EU on the current deal, including, as honourable members have made on all sides, an ability to exit the backstop and transition to a best-in-class free trade agreement. And at the same time, we must accelerate our preparations for leaving on WTO terms in case all reasonable offers are rebuffed in Brussels, so that we can manage and mitigate the undoubted risks of leaving on WTO terms, whilst at the same time leaving the arm of friendship extended to continue negotiations with the EU, whether it's right up until the end of March or even beyond. Mr. Speaker, that is what my head tells me about this deal. But like so many of us in this House, on all sides, this decision touches our hearts and indeed the very soul of who we are as a country.
Exactly.
And like many of us, I think what this deal means for our children. My two sons are 4 and 6. I want them to grow up in a country that is even better than today. More prosperous, more ambitious, more confident, and yes, more conscientious in the world too. I want them to know that we fearlessly chose the right path for their future, that we did not duck the challenge, weary of Brexit, we did not avoid the undeniable but manageable short-term risks at the long-term expense of the economic health and the democratic foundations of the country that I know we all love. But what I fear most in the terms of this deal is the drain on our economy, the loss of competitive economic advantage, the enfeeblement of our democracy that this deal would inflict inevitably over time. Because it is the embodiment of a distinct view of the United Kingdom, one that acquiesces in defeatism and makes its peace with managed decline. Mr. Speaker, I will not sign up for that. Not for my country, not for our people, not for my children, and not for theirs. Because I believe in this United Kingdom of ours. I believe in our entrepreneurs, our innovators. I'm proud of our culture, just as I love those across Europe and well beyond. And I believe that we, in this place, the mother of parliamentary democracy, accountable to the people, must determine the vital, sensitive and controversial issues of the day, not meekly abdicate such precious decisions to Brussels. So I will vote against the motion and the deal because it is racked with self-doubt, defeatism and fear. But equally, for many of us who vote against the deal, we vote for, we aspire to something better and something brighter. And Mr. Speaker, with my heart and soul, I vote for the promise of Brexit that must be fulfilled. I vote for the temerity to regain mastery of our own destiny. I vote for the ability to reach our full global potential. And above all, I vote for hope, not fear, and the renaissance of the democracy in this country and the people that I love.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman. Most of what he said, I fully agreed with. And I want to say tonight or today that it is with sadness that I'm going to have to vote against this withdrawal agreement this evening. I say sadness because I had hoped that I would be able to support it, as I'm one of the very few Labour MPs who genuinely want to leave the EU, and a somewhat larger group of Labour MPs who genuinely want to honour the referendum result, and I include the leader of my own party in that. I'm very conscious that this Parliament is full of Remain MPs. It is a Remain Parliament. Most of them were very, very upset when the result came through. They could not believe that people had not listened to their dire warnings. So they were very upset indeed. And I think it's absolutely true, and the public know this, that there have been some in this chamber who have spent their whole time from day one after that referendum trying to think of ways to stop it. Trying to think of ways of stopping us to leave it. And this is now the culmination tonight, where we have another opportunity for people after tonight who will be trying to stop it. Today, for me, is very simple. I don't understand why we need to vote on any of these amendments, because the reality is that the amendments, Mr. Speaker, if they go through, will have no bearing whatsoever on the legal agreement. They are not going to be legal. And of course, we have seen and we realise now that the assurances given are not going to mean anything, because they're not in a legal prescribed way. And I would remind people that who think these assurances might be able to be fulfilled, that we're going to have a new European Parliament in May. We're going to have new EU commissioners. The Prime Minister may have built up a relationship with some of those commissioners. They will not be there. And the idea that somehow they would even think, some of them, of honouring those assurances, I think we can reject that. So what happened to the mantra of nothing agreed until everything is agreed? Why are we giving the £39 billion, even if we owe it, which I don't actually think we owe as much as that? Why are we giving that up front before we've had anything in return? The withdrawal agreement will mean more uncertainty for the next few years, with the EU holding the trump cards, especially on the backstop. And I can never support a situation where Northern Ireland will end up being treated separately from the rest of the United Kingdom, and having the only people who are going to speak for them, the representatives of the Irish government. That is just not tenable. Some people say here, and I've heard it said, why don't we After all, it was only 52% to 48%. Why don't we just, give a little bit, compromise to those who voted to remain? If that result had been 52% to remain and 48% to leave, do you think all those lawyers here, the QCs, the solicitors, would have been beavering around trying to find a way of getting a little bit of Canada or a little bit of Norway into the kind of remain decision? Let's be honest, there are people here who will do anything to stop us leaving the EU. We voted to take back control, I believe, to the people. The people made their decision. Parliament gave that decision to the people to decide whether they wanted to leave. We gave it up. We said, people, you decide. Yeah. They voted to leave. And the idea now that this Parliament will spend the next week or so trying to find other ways of actually stopping us leave on March the 29th will be, I think, shocking. The Attorney-General has said that we must vote for this withdrawal agreement for wholly pragmatic reasons. Now, with respect to the Attorney-General, the vote did not ask the people of the United Kingdom, did they want a pragmatic leave or a pragmatic remain? It was very, very simple. They wanted to leave. And what happens after tonight? One thing cannot be evaded or overruled or wrecked. The United Kingdom must leave the EU at the end of March to implement and honour the will of the British people. And I actually trust... I will give way to my honourable friend.
Friend for giving way. She's listed a whole series of arguments and reasons that might undermine the decision from 2016. Does she agree with me that there would be no credibility for a second referendum if the first referendum isn't implemented thoroughly and properly?
Well said. Well said.
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right. The people, many of whom have voted Remain as well, will just not understand when we haven't implemented, Mr. Speaker, the first referendum, why we should even be thinking of a second referendum. But whatever happens after tonight, as I said, the UK must leave the EU at the end of March to implement and honour the will of the British people. And I do trust our Prime Minister on this. I have heard the Prime Minister over and over and over again saying that we will not revoke Article 50. I have heard the Prime Minister say over and over again that we will be leaving on March the 29th. Yes, that may mean some difficulties, but those difficulties are nothing to what this country has had to go through in the past. We are a strong country, we are a proud country, we are a determined country with a people who believe and have confidence in our country. So let us go forward to March the 29th, leave the European Union and have that bright future which we know is ahead of us.
Thank you very much indeed. Nicky Morgan.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. How is it possible for this House to capture an honourable member's right honourable member speaking today the last 2.5 years in 5 minutes? How is it possible to capture 45 years of our membership in 5 minutes? Well, the good news for those who like debating Europe is we don't have to that because there will be more debates to come, many, many more. As the Attorney-General, I can hear the joy on the benches opposite. As the Attorney-General said, this is only the end of phase 1. And I think the point that he was trying to make in his speech today was that actually today's debate should be about the withdrawal agreement. 625 pages of the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration. Mr. Speaker, I will support the agreement tonight, and like my friend, the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe, that might perhaps not be something that people might have expected, given some of the statements that I have made. But I wanted, rather than going into the detail, I think it's very easy to get stuck in the weeds of the EU debate, to talk about this appendix or this clause of the withdrawal agreement that we don't like. But I think this House is really in danger of getting so bogged down in the detail that we forget that the country is looking at us. Not just at the detailed debate, but the tone of the debate, the way that we conduct ourselves, the way that we actually disagree, that we can do it well, that we can do it in a way that, as the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central said, will hopefully eventually lead us to a place where there can be broader consensus and a majority can be found. Because unfortunately, I think That ability to find a consensus has been somewhat lacking. A previous Prime Minister talked about general well-being. There has not been nearly enough talk about flourishing. I begin to hear some of the contributions saying what people want, what is a positive way forward, and that is where we need to be as a House if the agreement is not approved by this House tonight. The country is deeply divided. Our constituencies are divided, this House is divided. But it is up to us as Members of Parliament to change the tone and start to heal the divisions if we are ever to get on to talking about other issues. And that's one of the lessons that I have learnt in the last 2.5 years. Not that I've always practiced it, but it's certainly something I think we should all aim for. Whatever I say today, whatever honourable members, right honourable members on all sides say, a substantial number of those watching and our constituents will disagree with us. As we know, some will disagree more vehemently and violently than others. But there is a vast, vast silent majority out in the country who are watching today and hoping against hope that actually this House does approve the agreement. I don't think they will be satisfied on the basis of what I'm hearing. But I have never before had so many members of the public coming up to me as a Member of Parliament and wishing us well for this vote. Yeah. The country is watching what we do today and beyond. I wrote an open letter to my constituents, and I don't hear enough Members of Parliament talking about their constituencies in this debate today. We are their representatives. It is not about us. It is not about how we feel. It is not about our heads and our hearts. It is about who we are representing and what is best for them. And I have come to the conclusion of wrestling with this greatly over the last 2.5 years. I, of course, would have been happy to see the referendum result go differently. I would be happy to see an even closer relationship with the EU going forward. But that isn't what people voted for, the majority who voted in 2016. They did vote for change, and it is up to us to deliver that change. I have always been very clear that Brexit should not undermine our constitution, and we have put our representative democracy at massive strain through having one referendum. It shouldn't be about undermining our economy, although that's not all about numbers. In order for people to flourish in this country, it's not just about the size of our economy, it is about other issues too, which have not been tackled by Brexit nor by the government over the last 2 years, as our UK politics has stalled. And it should be about our values and not undermining our values as a country. And one of those is undoubtedly the British people are very independently minded. And I can understand why it is that people took the decision they did in June 2016. Let me take, in time available, one brief issue with what the Attorney General said. If the deal goes down tonight, there are other deals, other models on the table where I believe this House can find consensus and compromise. Carrying on with this deal cannot be an option. I'd be disappointed if the Prime Minister did that.
Thank you. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm delighted to take part in this debate. My constituency, speaking of constituents, voted by a majority to leave the European Union. But I recognise in Northern Ireland that there are many voices in opposition to that. I have no doubt that the Prime Minister has worked very hard to try and address the concerns that have been raised on both sides of this debate, and I commend her for it. But when I hear members of this House speak about the danger that Brexit poses to the peace process in Northern Ireland, I have to refute that notion. I believe strongly in the peace process. I'm delighted that in the last 20 years we've seen a reduction in violence. We've seen our streets in Northern Ireland be more peaceful. And that is something I want to maintain, and we don't want the clock turned back. But the British people voted to leave the European Union, and we must respect their decision. And when we talk about a hard border and the threat that a hard border could pose to the peace process, then I look at what the Irish government says, and I hear the Irish Prime Minister say very clearly, even in the event of a no-deal outcome, there will not be a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. That is the stated position of the Irish government. It's the stated position of the government of the United Kingdom. So where is this hard border coming from? Of course.
When people say
that the Union Customs Code must be applied and WTO rules must be applied. Yes, they are right, but that is in order to provide confidence that checks are being made. They don't have to be made at the frontier. They can be made away from the frontier, so there's no need for a hard border in Northern Ireland.
And it is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that even at the moment, with both the UK and the Irish Republic being members of the European Union, we have checks between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. If you travel by bus from Belfast to Dublin, you can be stopped on the main road and they will check your identity. For the movement of animals, there are checks across the border. The idea that there is no border and no checks at the moment just isn't true. It does not reflect the reality. But these things can be approached sensibly, as they have been in the past. There is no reason that they cannot be dealt with sensibly in the future. My party does not advocate for a no-deal outcome. We want a deal between the United Kingdom and the European Union. We want the Prime Minister to deliver a deal for this country. But we do not believe that what is on the table at the moment is the best deal, nor is in the best interests of the United Kingdom. And we've heard a lot of talk today about the backstop. But my concern about the backstop is not just its implications for Northern Ireland. I echo comments that have been made in the House today. If we enter the backstop, it hands a massive negotiating advantage to the European Union that weakens our negotiating position in a most critical phase of the next stage to obtain a free trade agreement with the European Union. And that's why I don't believe it's in the interest of the United Kingdom. Of course I'll give way.
Because we hear a lot about this backstop, that it's something that the EU doesn't want to implement, nor the UK, and also that it's going to be temporary. If that is the case, why does he believe that the European Union will not budge on at least giving it a time-limited essence?
Well, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the reason for that is because it gives a negotiating advantage to the European Union and it doesn't want to give up that advantage in favour of the United Kingdom. And what offends me about the backstop and its potential is what the Attorney-General described in his advice to the government, that Northern Ireland would have to treat Great Britain as a third country for trading purposes. Now, the Attorney told us today that this already happens, and he gave the example of the Canary Islands. But the Canary Islands isn't leaving the European Union. The Canary Islands will still have representation, will still be able to influence the way in which regulations are drawn up by the European Union. Not so for Northern Ireland. Under the backstop arrangement, we will have to accept regulations over which we have no say in how they are drawn up. Not at Stormont, if we have an assembly back, not here at Westminster, and most certainly not because the Irish government will advocate on our behalf. Indeed, the Irish government has shown in the past that it will look after its own interests first, and rightly so. It's a sovereign state, insofar as you can be a sovereign state in the European Union. And so the backstop is not in our best interests as far as Northern Ireland is concerned, but not in the best interest of the United Kingdom. And that's why we need to see real change, change which the Prime Minister described as legally binding. And what is on offer at the moment from the European Union does not have legal effect. And that is a concern for us, and it's why we cannot support the amendments that have been tabled before the House, because until we see a commitment, a clear commitment from the European Union to alter the backstop arrangement so that the UK has the unilateral right to leave that backstop at the time of its choosing and in circumstances which would be beneficial to the relationship. Look, we are not about trying to create difficulties here, but what we don't want is to hand to the EU a significant negotiating advantage, and nor do we want to see regulatory barriers between Northern Ireland and Great Britain that would damage our economy in Northern Ireland. I respect the views that have been expressed by business leaders and by others in Northern Ireland who support the withdrawal agreement as it's currently drawn up. I respect their view, but I do not agree with their opinion that the current proposed arrangements will be good for the Northern Ireland economy. The so-called best of both worlds, because it isn't that, and it doesn't give us that. It creates a barrier between Northern Ireland and our biggest market, which is Great Britain, a regulatory barrier, so that we can avoid having regulatory differences between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, even though we do far less trade with the Irish Republic and the EU than we do with Great Britain. And so, although I'm no expert in business, I believe that it cannot be in the best interest of Northern Ireland to have regulatory barriers with our biggest market in order to continue having free trade arrangements with the European Union, which is, for us, in trading terms, a smaller market. And so, therefore, we urge the Prime Minister to look again at this withdrawal agreement. She said that she would seek to secure legally binding changes, and that is what we need. And what we have on the table at the moment doesn't achieve that. And for these reasons, the Democratic Unionist Party will be voting against the withdrawal agreement this evening, and we will be voting against the amendments, because they do not change the fundamental reality that until we get the assurances we need on the backstop, we cannot support what is on the table.
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Entertaining as it was to watch the theatricality of my right honourable friend and learned friend, the Attorney General, I have to say to the House that it filled me with a slight sense of gloom to see that the government had got to such a pass that it had to rely on the advocacy skills of the criminal defence advocate to get it out of its difficulties. We had everything. We had the appeal to patriotism and the bright fields beyond. We had the analogy of the airlock, in which we were assured that if we placed ourselves for a period of time in an uncomfortable position, we would find that the door would open to the fields of ambrosia beyond, whereas I'm afraid my own view is that we will either choke to death in the airlock as a nation, or when the door finally opens, we will find the landscape little to our liking. And at appropriate moments, we also had those delicious moments of confession and avoidance from the attorney when he gently pointed out that he thought that the suggestion that we could have a negotiated deal without transition had been overblown. Who overblew it? The truth is that for 2.5 years and during the period of the referendum, we have been living in a fool's paradise in relation to expectations. Where was the backstop mentioned during the referendum and its constitutional implications that worry so much the honourable members representing Northern Ireland constituencies? Where was the 20-month transition, now potentially extended for 2 years? And where were the complete lack of concrete terms for a future relationship? That's the reason, Mr. Speaker, why we now have the problem that around only 20% of the public appear to think that this is a good deal, and it should come as no surprise that so few members of Parliament are also willing to support it. And the difficulty, and this is where I do agree with the attorney in what he said, the difficulty is that we are where we are. We can't turn the clock back. I know some honourable members talk of alternatives, and we can consider them, but I have to say that my view is, as to where we are, is that the alternatives are going to be very hard to come by, and in any case, I raise an anxiety as to whether they can be justified. One of the things I found most curious as this debate is I keep on being told that I must sign up to this deal because it would be a betrayal of the United Kingdom electorate not to. And yet there are honourable members who are prepared to consider, for example, going for a Norway-style option, which I have to say seems to me to be an example of the elites picking up the carpet and brushing the broken glass under it to try to avoid the difficulties that have been created. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm both respectful of what the Prime Minister has tried to achieve, accepting it is probably the only deal on offer realistically, and might be willing to support it if it had the support of the public. And yet we have spent months trying every possible device in this House to prevent the House expressing any view that the public ought to be consulted. Hear, hear. And on that, I'm afraid I will not budge. Yep. It pains me to see how the discourse develops. It pains me, Mr. Speaker, to see you and myself accused of being in a sinister conspiracy, all of which is utter and complete fantasy. It pains me to discover the Number 10 press office briefing against me last Friday for involvement in an initiative of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, in which I had not the slightest degree of involvement. Such is the level of madness that pervades us at present, and that makes me all the more determined, as the death threats come in and the rhetoric heats up, that we must stay sensible, be willing to have a dialogue across the House, and to try to resolve this. The question now is whether the government is prepared to listen. For the present, I very much regret that I cannot support the government this evening.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure to follow my right honourable and learned colleague on the other side of the House, and I agree wholeheartedly with the vast majority of his remarks today. Mr. Speaker, I am in this House first and foremost as a representative of my constituents, of the people of Cardiff South and Penarth, and their views are absolutely clear. They voted to remain in 2016. And that has increased in intensity. I've had nearly 2,000 messages, emails, phone calls, conversations. 86% of them now tell me that they want to stay in the EU. The vast majority of those want to see the question put back to them so that they can make the choice. And of those who still want to leave, there is a split between those who want to support the Prime Minister's deal and those who want to leave with no deal. So there is no consensus on what even leaving means. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, and let me be clear to everybody in this House. People who voted leave did so in good faith. They are my friends, they are my family, they are my constituents, they are my neighbours, and indeed I have very strong and good relationships with many people across this House who fundamentally disagree with me on this issue of Brexit. We must listen to the concerns, we must hear them. They were made loud and clear, and we have to respond to them. We have to offer hope, and we have to offer a positive vision for the future. But I will not vote, Mr. Speaker, for a deal that will leave my constituents poorer by all the measures, all the analysis, that will leave them less safe. No, I won't give way. That will leave them less safe, and that will actually lead to more uncertainty, not less. And this process going on and on and on. That is simply not acceptable when we are told by leading manufacturing organisations, by our trade unions, by our businesses of the jobs that are being lost, that are being put at risk, and the livelihoods that are being put at risk as a result. And Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the policy that my front bench has taken to oppose this deal. It is absolutely clear it does not meet the 6 tests that the Labour Party set out. I, of course, want to see a general election, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see this government removed for many different reasons. But it is clear that we are unlikely to reach that objective, and so we must try hard. We'd like to see a no-confidence motion put down, I think, if the Prime Minister loses tonight. But if we are not able to resolve this matter in this House, then we must put this issue back to the people. I do not think that there is a majority in this House for other variations on the deal. I do not think there is a majority for the Norway option, as a previous proponent of that in this House. I also do not think there is the time now to engage in fantasy negotiations with the EU. It's been very, very clear from the beginning what the possibilities were and the constraints that were put on those possibilities by the Prime Minister's red line. And that problem that has been exposed by many people, that failure to reach out at the start of this process across the House to find consensus, to find a way problem, has led us to the situation that we're in today. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to address 2 particular concerns that the Prime Minister and others have raised against those of us who advocate putting this issue back to the people. The first is that it is somehow anti-democratic. No, it is not. It is a continuation of democracy. And I understand very much why the Prime Minister feels that she is duty-bound to deliver on a result that happened in 2016. But what about the will of the people today? As the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman has said, if there was clear consent amongst the public, amongst the people of this country, among my constituents, among all the constituents in this House, we would not be in the situation that we are today, where the Prime Minister faces defeat from every angle and where we will have to find a new way forward. And secondly, I hear the concern that this will stir up far-right or right-wing rhetoric and violence on the streets and civil disturbances. We must simply not indulge that terrible, terrible language, that terrible, terrible attitude. Those people do not represent Leave voters in this country. We must not give in to them. Our colleague who was murdered would not have given in to them. She would have stood up against them, and that's what we all must be doing in this House. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I do see this as part of a much wider challenge. It worries me deeply. We've talked much about the economy, much about the business implications of this deal. But when the people rubbing their hands in glee at this chaos are Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump and the enemies of this country, we all ought to be asking ourselves some very serious questions. Now, Winston Churchill was quoted by the Honourable Member for Stone earlier on, and I'd like to take, Mr. Speaker, take the House to another quote from Winston Churchill from the early 1930s, where he warned of ignoring the warnings of our followers in the country, of ignoring the signs of the times, and he said, "This was one of those awful periods which recur in our history when the noble British nation seems to fall from its high estate, loses all trace of sense or purpose, and appears to cower frothing pious platitudes." I think, Mr. Speaker, of global Britain, of Brexit means Brexit. Mr. Speaker, we're all patriots in this House. Let's find a way forward. Let's put this issue back to the people and let them decide.
Thank you. Order. A 4-minute limit on each backbench speech now applies. Shailesh Vara.
It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Cardiff South and Penarth. Mr. Speaker, for nearly 14 years, I've been a loyal Conservative Member of Parliament. But I do not believe that the withdrawal agreement before us is in the interest of my constituents or our country, and that is why in November of last year I resigned from my post as a Minister in the Northern Ireland office, allowing me to speak up against this agreement and also to vote against it later on today. The Government has repeatedly said that the United Kingdom's constitutional and economic integrity would not be compromised. However, the legal advice given by the Attorney General to the Prime Minister on 13th November says on page 2, paragraph 8, and I quote, "For regulatory purposes, Great Britain is essentially treated as a third country by Northern Ireland for goods passing from Great Britain into Northern Ireland." I raised this issue earlier on with the Attorney General, but whilst his answer was eloquent and articulate, I'm afraid he did somewhat fudge the issue. We entered the then European Economic Community as a United Kingdom, and it's important that we leave it as such as we do so at the end of March. The withdrawal agreement sets out the terms upon which we will negotiate a future free trade agreement. But it is extraordinary that we are required to pay up front £39 billion before we've actually negotiated the deal itself. It is also extraordinary that we are agreeing to enter an unending backstop from which we will not be able to leave unilaterally. Effectively, Mr. Speaker, we are agreeing to be handcuffed by the EU, and they will determine when they come off. The assurances and warm words are just that, warm words, and they're meaningless. We are told that the backstop will be temporary, but temporary has to be judged in context. And given that the agreement with Canada took 7 years, with Singapore 8 years, you can rest assured that temporary means many years. And France and Spain have already made clear that they will have conditions. In the case of France, access to our coastal waters for fishing. Spain rights as regards Gibraltar, and they have said that they will not agree to our departure unless they have satisfaction on those matters. Not only will we be held hostage in the customs union in this way, but we'll also be heavily restricted in our ability to do favourable trade deals with the rest of the country, with the rest of the world. Of course, I recognise the need for compromise in international agreements, but, Mr. Speaker, this is not a compromise. This is a cave-in by our country. It is an agreement that has been negotiated on the basis of fear of being outside the EU, rather than a negotiation based on confidence. It is important to remember, and the facts make clear, that in the decades ahead, economic progress in the countries outside the EU will far exceed the progress within the EU. Mr. Speaker, what we are debating today is not just about today or tomorrow or next month or even next year. It is about the decades to come. It is about the future of our children. It is about the future of our children's children. We need to get it right, and this agreement does not do that. That is why I will be voting against this agreement this evening.
Alison McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, I am sorry that the member for Stone, the member for Esher Walton and the member for Vauxhall nor the Attorney General are in their places, because I would like to say to them and to all members of this House, I need no lectures on how to love my country. None of us do, Mr. Speaker. We all care deeply for Britain. But the fact is, as the members of the Treasury Select Committee found in our report published for this debate before it was aborted in December, there is no dividend for our country in Brexit. Economically, there is only loss. There is no Brexit bonus. There is only the madness of doing something that we know to be a bad idea because we allowed another bad idea to have a referendum for which we were ill-prepared to take hold. And I won't repeat the cliche that people in the referendum didn't vote to become poorer, because it doesn't matter now. What matters is what my friend for Cardiff and Penarth said. The choice is ours now, Mr. Speaker. Should we vote to make our constituents poorer? And I would just say this to those who think that their constituents will be angry if they don't back the deal. What will they say when they are accountable for a permanent downgrade of our economy? Do they think they can do that without consequences? Either. I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. We talk often about wages in this House and the real issue of wages and how they've fallen over the past 10 years. But to properly understand the money in people's pockets, you have to understand it matters what they are able to pay for, and the fact of what has happened to our currency since the Brexit vote has made us all poorer, Mr. Speaker. There is only more to come, and there's no escaping it. And the reason this has happened is because there was a deep dishonesty at the heart of the Leave campaign. They said we could have global Britain, Britain open to the world, more globalisation, but also less immigration, more command and control over our economy, and less globalisation. And that is the root of the impasse that we have found ourselves in, that contradiction at the heart of what people were offered. And the truth is, because of that contradiction, we don't really know what the public want now. We've had a general election that had an inconclusive result because people were offered something that was never really on the table and then voted for it. I know another referendum, Mr. Speaker, would be far from perfect, but I come to the reluctant conclusion that offering people a choice of the Brexit as we know it to be versus what they have now and the deal that they have now is probably the only way forward. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by just mentioning the thing that has kept me going through the turgid debate that this Brexit discussion has been. And that is the reason that we should be here. For our ageing population, Treasury Select Committee reports should be about wages in nursing homes, not Brexit. For our young people, we should be talking about how to fund libraries and teaching assistants, not Brexit. I ask myself the simple question, Mr. Speaker, by those objectives, does Brexit help or is it a hindrance? Will it help our country have the money it needs, or will it hold us back? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is glaringly obvious. Brexit is bad for our country, and it's time we took steps in this House that we know we need to do to rectify.
Dame Caroline Spellman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will be supporting the Prime Minister's deal today because, as the West Midlands businesses who employ thousands of my constituents tell me, it is good enough. Good enough for us to leave and thrive outside the EU. Not perfect, maybe, but those who flirt with Plan Bs must examine their conscience when they hear the plight of industry. This isn't a time for taking a stand against the pragmatic reality of what is actually on the table. And in this regard, I credit the honourable member for Gainsborough for recognising this. Right now, what business needs is some certainty. With just 73 days to go before we leave the EU, firms are already having to take costly decisions to stockpile goods and parts, and in some cases mothball production capacity. And the cost of this hits their bottom line and ultimately results in having to let people go. The car industry, for whom the EU is the principal market, is particularly hurt by this. Let's remember its factories are drawing workers from some of the most deprived parts of the UK. Colleagues may not have lost jobs in their constituencies yet, but in the West Midlands we certainly have. I call on the government to find a way to help the UK car industry, such an important employer, exporter and life transformer through the challenges they face. These grieve me deeply, as the renaissance in manufacturing has transformed the lives of my constituents. Take, for example, the single mums on the council estate in my constituency who've taken up well-paid jobs through apprenticeships with companies like Jaguar Land Rover. When Dawn, not her real name, shows up in my surgery next week to complain about losing her job, the thing she understands as Project Fear is not being able to keep up the mortgage payments on the home she has provided for her kids. So what can we do to stop this inescapable human cost? At very least, as a Parliament, we must stop the UK crashing out of the EU without a deal. There is a majority for no to no deal in Parliament. The letter I co-authored with the Honourable Member for Birmingham Erdington attracted 225 MP signatures. I and other honourable members have tried to withdraw amendments tonight which could have wrecked the meaningful vote, but we remain determined to rule out no deal. Businesses tell me they have roughly 14 days to decide whether to shut factories, to weather the storm of disruption after we leave the EU, or stockpile at huge expense. The least we can do is to provide a stable platform or foundation by ruling out no deal. The hit on business is taking place now. 90% of the CBI's members are stockpiling, as well as the SMEs in their supply chains, spending billions on contingency they would otherwise use to invest. 10,000 lorries pass through Dover every day. Just-in-time delivery will become not-in-time delivery with the slightest hold-up at the border. The path the country has chosen is fraught with risk, even if in time opportunity beckons. So let us at least manage the risk of a no-deal Brexit so that constituents like Dawn don't face losing their jobs, their homes and their livelihoods. And as Second Church Estates Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, I'd expect you might expect me to make some reference to something profound the Archbishop of Canterbury had to say in the debate in another place, that leaving without a deal would be a political, practical and moral failure. I echo the words of the Right Honourable Gentleman for Leeds Central, that we must come together, try to unite and bring unity to our country.
Hear, hear. Bradshaw.
Given the time constraints, Mr. Speaker, I shall focus on what should happen later tonight when this motion is defeated. But let me start by saying that if the UK leaves the European Union under the terms the government is proposing, it will constitute one of the greatest acts of self-harm in our country's history. Yeah. We will be poorer, we will have less, not more sovereignty, and we will be guaranteeing that the uncertainty and political wrangling that have so disfigured Britain for the last 2.5 years will continue for years and years to come. It's increasingly clear to everyone, except perhaps the Prime Minister, that she and the country will face two choices after tonight's vote: to reach out, finally, across this House to seek a majority for a less damaging Norway-style Brexit, or to put her deal to the public in a people's vote. I am extremely doubtful there would be a majority in this House for Norway now. If in 2017, after the general election, when she'd lost a majority, the Prime Minister had sought consensus, she probably could have got Norway through. Many of us repeatedly pleaded with her to do so, but she stuck to her red lines for fear of what the hard Brexiteers in her cabinet on her backbenches would do to her. As recently as last spring, nearly 80 of us on these benches defied our own party leadership and voted for a Norway-style solution. but we were rebuffed, as we have been repeatedly rebuffed when we've tried to steer the government in the direction of the least damaging Brexit. We are now told there are several cabinet ministers and others on the benches opposite, and some over here, who would like us to rescue this disintegrating government by backing Norway now. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it is too late. The overwhelming majority of those of us on this side of the House who backed Norway a year ago would not do so now. The rest of Europe, which has shown commendable patience with the British government, has said we can have more time, we can extend Article 50, but only for a general election or another referendum, not for a tortuous renegotiation of the withdrawal agreement with no endpoint which would be certain. Labour's policy, Mr. Speaker, unanimously agreed at our last conference, states that if the government is confident in its Brexit deal, I quote, "it should not be afraid to put that deal to the public." Yeah. The Prime Minister could, at this late stage, save her deal by seeking parliamentary support for it, conditional on the ratification by the public in a referendum. But if she won't, Labour must act. Britain's facing the most serious political, economic and constitutional crisis in our peacetime history. The time for dither, delay and constructive ambiguity is over. The country is crying out for decisive leadership. So let us have our motion of no confidence tomorrow. Let's test Parliament's appetite for an election. If we don't secure one, let's rule out no deal, test, if colleagues wish to, the Norway option, but then quickly pursue the only rational choice left for our country, which is to give this decision back to the people. I appeal to the Prime Minister for once, just this once, put the national interest first. But if she won't, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must do that for her.
Yeah. Justine Greening.
Mr. Speaker, I think for every single Member of Parliament in this House, this is a very difficult vote that we all face this evening, representing very different communities up and down the country. And I think the additional challenge is that Brexit is not about party politics. All of us are genuinely asking ourselves how we can represent our communities and do what is in the best interest of this country. I cannot support this deal like many MPs. That is because actually, whether I represent the Remainers in my constituency, of whom of course there are many, who think that if we are still following so many rules, we should be around the table setting them, or whether I represent the Brexiteers, of whom there are also many in my community, they simply don't believe that this is the Brexit that they felt they were voting for. It just does not give them the clean break from the European Union. And I would say that in many respects, Brexit has been perhaps a failure of party politics at the leadership level on both sides of this House, because actually far from thwarting democracy, actually today I feel I'm representing my community, because they have very clearly told me what they think about this particular deal and how they would like me to vote on. And I think the failure on the front bench of the government comes from the fact that this has been clear since the summer. This isn't a surprise that the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration have not found favour with enough MPs in this House. It was absolutely blindingly obvious, and I think for the front bench to turn around and somehow suggest that the rest of the House has got it wrong is a bit like a person steering the Titanic towards an iceberg and then blaming the iceberg for not getting out of the way. So this is a real failure, I think, of Number 10, and I do feel that a bit of recognition of that would not go amiss. And of course the wasting of time delaying the vote from before Christmas did no good whatsoever. I also think it's a failure of the Labour front bench. The dither and delay, as has just been described, I think has really shown party politics, frankly, probably at its worst, at the very time our British public needed us to step up to the plate. I think that the election in 2017 simply compounded a government that was not willing to compromise, actually, after a Brexit result that frankly was close and did require compromise if enough people were going to be brought with it. I really do urge members of Parliament tonight to not think about party loyalty. That's not what this vote is about. This vote is about the future of our country. And I think whatever happens tonight and in the coming weeks, we as a House need to start finding better ways to work together on long-term issues that British politics has failed to deliver enough on for the British public, whether it's housing, whether it's what I care about, social mobility and opportunity, whether it's the environment, whether it's social care. The only difference with Brexit is that it was a long-term issue that had a deadline. And sure enough, we have not been able to meet that deadline, and it does look very much to me like we will move from a fudged deal to a fudged delay, but it should be a delay, if we have it, with a plan in mind, not with nothing. Maybe this House won't be able to agree on any path forward. If that is the case, then surely we need to do the right thing and recognise that in a democracy, when you have big unanswered questions, they have to be questions that the public are allowed a say on.
Tom Break.
Brexit and the way it is being handled is a national embarrassment. Worse than that, it is a damaging international embarrassment. That great tactician, David Cameron, devised what he thought would be a cunning plan to staunch the decades-long Euro bloodletting in his party, a referendum. But the referendum, instead of acting as neat sutures to bind together the ideologically driven Brexiters and their more rational colleagues, has taken a scalpel to the Tory party's jugular and, critically, and of far more significance, the country's too. Driving the country to the brink, and in some cases being willing to drive over it, is overwhelmingly the Tories' responsibility. Now, of course, the Leader of the Opposition has a cameo role, of course, demonstrating the same aptitude for leadership during the Brexit campaign as he has since. But where I would share some of the blame as a long-standing Member of Parliament is not tackling the conditions that led to a majority voting for Brexit, blame that has to be shared by successive governments, not this one, not the one before, not the one before that, and indeed probably not the one before that either. I regret not being active enough in promoting the benefits of being in the EU for students, research, common standards for drugs or medicines, investment in places like the hospital, where the Prime Minister launched the 10-year NHS plan, 50 million of euro financing, or the potteries factory, where she gave her speech yesterday, 400,000 from the European Union. Not being outspoken enough in rebutting the ludicrous, infantile and mendacious claims that Brussels-based British newspapers correspondents made about the threat to British pink sausages or standardising condom sizes. Most importantly, I regret the failure to tackle deep-seated concerns in some towns and cities over the failure to invest in infrastructure, underperforming schools, to rebuild proud communities devastated by the loss of heavy industry. I regret also that devolution wasn't pushed hard and fast enough, and responsibility, funding and accountability for delivering jobs, skills training, bus and train services vested in politicians closer to those reliant on those services. These challenges remain, and of course we owe it to those who voted Brexit, and indeed those who voted Remain, to address them. But does anyone in this chamber believe that Brexit and the Prime Minister's so-called deal provides the solutions? They don't. Nothing that leaves us poorer can. The PM's deal, of course, is nothing of the sort. It's a fiction, a chimera, a mirage. The political declaration comes in at a measly 26 pages. Compare that to the 1,600 pages in the Canada-EU trade deal. According to the Prime Minister's own statement yesterday, the real deal, our future relationship, is something that could not be struck until perhaps as late as December 2022, and some believe that is wildly optimistic. And that's one of the reasons why her deal will be defeated today. I do not doubt that with the red lines that she chose herself, this is the best deal she could secure. Unfortunately, it is a bad deal. So where next? The Prime Minister's deal is defeated, we expect shortly. No deal has been rejected by Parliament. A fresh round of negotiations with the EU is very unlikely to be sanctioned by the European Union. So the Prime Minister is left with one option: put the deal to the people in a people's vote and offer them the choice to stay in the European Union.
Owen Patterson.
Mr. Speaker. Great pleasure to follow the honourable member for Castleton-Wallington, who touched on David Cameron introducing the referendum. He forgot to mention, Mr. Speaker, that actually it was a Liberal idea to have an in-out referendum when we opposed the Lisbon Treaty. And of course, Mr. Speaker, what we face is a constitutional conundrum. Quite rightly, the member said we promised a referendum in-out if we won the 2015 referendum. We then had long processes in this Parliament guaranteeing that we would give the power to the people to decide. We then had the referendum. The people decided overwhelmingly to leave. 17.4 million people, the biggest vote in British history, the biggest majority in British history on any one subject. Everyone then said, what does leave mean? And the Conservative Party very helpfully interpreted leave to mean leave the single market, leave the customs union and leave the remit of the ECJ. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, what we've come up with here does not deliver that. This is a betrayal of what the people voted for. In my last speech, you kindly asked me to speak, I touched on the impact on our laws. It is ludicrous that laws will be made by 27 nations imposed upon us so we cannot query them. You take the area of agriculture, totally dominated by the EU. It is extraordinary that our agriculture will be held back to levels of support of 2019 throughout the whole period of the transition. Our competitors on the continent will be better funded, have access to our market on free terms. That is a particularly penalised sector of our economy. You take state aid. We've had DLM and Guthrie this week showing the horrors of the impact on defence, and there is no exit. We know that. The Attorney General said there is no clear exit, and all this is happily going to cost us $39 billion with nothing promised. $39 billion to have the right to keep talking and talking and talking. There is absolutely no incentive on the EU to end the talks. They've got us trapped. They'll be imposing law upon us. They have access to our market. They can clobber us when we don't obey our laws through the ECJ, and we will be paying. What's not to like? And we saw it from Herr Selmayr, who unwisely blurted out the Passo a Neue Presse that he'd got everything, including the cost of losing Northern Ireland. That is the real horror for me in this paper. Carving up something called UKNI, a new political entity in which not a single elected representative from Northern Ireland can have any impact on that law, is shameful. It is a complete breach of the principle of consent, which was embedded in the Belfast Agreement. It's as Lord Trimble has said, it's a breach of the demand for the Assembly to be consulted. So I will not be voting for this. Thankfully, a very large number of other members will also not be voting for it. What should we do? I went to see Monsieur Barnier with Lord Trimble to discuss the problem of the Irish border, which can be solved by current techniques and current processes. And we have an incredibly instructive and constructive discussion. What we need to do is to go back to the free trade offer of the 7th of March from President Tusk. We should go back there on Thursday morning and say, yes, we will engage in very serious discussions on your free trade agreement. In parallel, we will immediately tell you we are going to World Trade Organization terms, which has come under the most ludicrous caricature attack because it's synonymous with leaving. World Trade terms means we're leaving. It's not as good as a free trade agreement, but it does mean we're leaving. That will galvanise the European Union in coming back to us. We've had Harkabas today, only today, the German foreign minister saying he would come back to the talks. So we will do the country a service tonight if we overwhelmingly vote down this agreement, which is completely unacceptable, pushing the EU to go back to their generous offer of a free trade agreement. We won't get it through in time. We trigger Article 24 of GATT, which means zero tariffs, zero quotas continued during the course of the discussions, possibly up to 5 years. Thank you.
Lisa Nandy.
Vision in this House. I haven't met a single member, privately or publicly, who believes that this Act stands a chance of passing tonight. On this side of the House, for many of us, that is not because of the withdrawal agreement itself, it's because of the complete absence of clarity about what is to come next. Almost 3 years after one of the most divisive episodes in British history, it beggars belief that we stand here with a government asking for our votes but unable to tell us even the broad direction of travel. I represent a constituency with huge numbers of food manufacturing jobs that are at stake, and there are two visions of the future on offer. One in which we retain close economic ties with the EU, with the rights and the working protections and the living standards that go alongside it, and the other where we follow the US and China down a race to the bottom, 0 hours, no hope economy. And that will have profound implications for my constituency and many others. I have discussed this with the Prime Minister and I am grateful for her time. But still, now, as we stand here with hours to go until this vote, there is no clarity about what comes next. And I have been honest with the Prime Minister too about the fact that members of Parliament like me, who from the beginning have sought a way through this and have looked for reasons to vote for this withdrawal agreement, need confidence that there is a role for Parliament in what comes next. We are a deeply divided country. We represent a range of views in this House and all parts must be heard. But I say to this Parliament too, to my friends and colleagues here, that we collectively have not risen to this challenge. I've heard members on all sides pretending that no deal is a political hoax, not a legal reality. I've heard members pretending that you can resolve no deal and avoid that catastrophic scenario by simply wishing or voting it so. You cannot. We cannot continue to grandstand, to remain in our entrenched positions, to call one another traitor, as I've heard again in this debate today, despite death threats, abuse and the murder of one of my colleagues in recent years. It will not do. And I say to both the front bench opposite and my own front bench here too, none of us will hang on to power or the prospect of power by a sleight of hand. We are here to lead and in the country's interests, not our own. I haven't seen a level of anger directed towards MPs since I was first elected nearly 10 years ago during the expenses scandal. We are playing with fire here. We are breaking our democracy. But here is the hope. The public are better than we are. And for all that the extremes have tried to drown them out, there is a decent, sensible, pragmatic majority in this country who want a way through. We cannot go on arguing about the will of the people, and nor can we keep dividing people with our binary choices. Let's ask them to help us resolve this, as they did in Ireland, in Canada, in Australia, and this week, President Macron in France responding to widespread unrest. In just 7 weeks, a citizens' assembly could make recommendations to this Parliament that would help us break the deadlock. It will not offer us an escape from hard choices or respite from them. There are choices that have to be made. We are now in a situation where every option facing this country has costs. There is a clear trade-off between democratic harm and economic harm, and we have to be honest with people. But nearly 3 years after the referendum, we cannot continue to lie to the people. It is time, after this vote falls tonight, to begin to work together and to tell the truth.
Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Honourable Member for Wigan. It's imperative as we face this, the most important decision that this House has made in generations, that we are indeed honest with our constituents, that we tell them the truth, and we all of us act in the national interest, not just for our constituents, but of course for the generations to come. And in that spirit, I don't hesitate to say, Mr. Speaker, that I believe that our great nation has made a terrible mistake in deciding to leave the European Union. Notwithstanding that, I voted to honour the referendum result, I voted to trigger Article 50, and then I reached out to my government across these benches to find and work and seek some sort of consensus that would deliver on that referendum result whilst doing the least possible damage to our economy and avoiding any hard border in Northern Ireland. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, and others who followed this debate, it was all in vain, and it was with a heavy heart that I and many others came to the conclusion that the only way out of this impasse was to take this back to the British people. And as we've thought it and we've thought about it and we've talked to people, it's absolutely clear it is the right thing to do. It's right not just for those who are entitled, now they know what Brexit looks like, to change their minds. It's also right for those older Leave voters, as they consider their children and their grandchildren, to put their interests first and again to change their minds. And of course for the young people who didn't have the opportunity to vote because of their age, now 2.5 years later, to have a say about their future, because they will bear the burden of it all. Mr. Speaker, I agree with so much of what's been said by so many honourable and right honourable members. And if anybody on this side of the House is still not sure about how to vote tonight, I don't ask them to agree with me and my analysis. I come at this from a very different perspective, if I may suggest, to my honourable friend, the member for North West Cambridgeshire, who I thought in his speech beautifully unpicked the whole of this deal and explained why, in good, solid, careful terms, why it is indeed such a bad deal, it must be voted against. And I would not for one moment say to him or any of the other people with whom I have on these side such huge disagreements that anybody is in any way being undemocratic tonight in voting against this deal, because I know, although I don't agree with many of their reasons, that they are voting because they feel it's the right thing to do, they believe it's in the national interest, and that must be right, Mr. Speaker. It must also be wrong for anybody to vote in favour of this deal because they have in effect been blackmailed into thinking that the alternative is no deal. That is simply not the case. We've heard the alternatives that are available, whether it be a people's vote, whether it be this bill that has been put forward. But it also can't be right, I gently say to dear friends on this side, to vote for this deal on the basis it's a terrible deal. How on earth does that make sense? How does one explain that to one's constituents? It can't be right to vote for this deal on the basis that it's so bad you've actually got some cunning plan of an alternative to it that when it fails you're going to put forward. And it can't be right, and I say gently to dear friends on this side, to vote for this deal on the basis that, as one said to me, my association would tear me to pieces if I didn't. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad deal and we must vote against it. Nobody voted to be poorer. It's also a terrible leap in the dark, and I say with great respect to my right honourable friend for Rushcliffe, it absolutely doesn't provide the certainty that British business is crying out for. It is a deal that must be rejected. We're meant to be the party of business, and it's bad for business, the party of the future, and it's bad for young people. Let's all come together and vote against this deal.
Frank Field.
Over the last weekend, as it was clearer and clearer how the political traffic was moving, I changed my mind on how to vote tonight. Before I was going to vote against the government motion, I will now vote for it, and I wish to explain that. But for all the problems that we've had, my very honourable friend for Wigan said about the nastiness in this debate, the nastiness comes because we've indulged in a referendum because we thought the people would agree with us. And we found it impossible to incorporate in a representative system of government a delegate system of government operating from referenda. So the idea we want more of that poison by having another vote is the last thing that I'm actually going to move to. But I've changed my mind because for all the weaknesses of this agreement the government has put forward to us, for all of its failings, I believe we now risk losing Brexit. That doesn't excuse the government for their incredible incompetence. It doesn't mean that some of us, when this stage is over, won't push for a Dardanelles-type inquiry to find out why we landed at this late hour in this desperate position that we are. But I do not wish to live my time as a Member of Parliament for Birkenhead aiding and abetting those whose real aim is to destroy Brexit. It does, Mr. Speaker, give us 5 advantages that I campaigned for in supporting Brexit. First of all, it fulfills the promise that we will control our borders. Secondly, after the transition zone, we will be free of paying cash, any cash, to the European Union. Thirdly, it will give us British laws for British people. Fourthly, it will allow us to negotiate new trade agreements. And fifthly, the Prime Minister has answered on 3 occasions to me in the House, it will offer us frictionless trade for our manufacturing industry. We have some manufacturing industry left in Birkenhead. We have Vauxhall's manufacturing down the Wirral towards, I call it the mainland. But I take heart that the Car Manufacturers Association said that this was the best deal that they could accept, and that the car industry, as far as Brexit goes, will actually be safeguarded. But I want to end on the note that my very honourable friend for Wigan mentioned. It hasn't been one person who's been roughed up. We're all pushed and poked and, by enthusiasts, let's call them, on the outside, all of them wishing to stop those views which they do not wish to hear from being heard. And one of the things that representative government has done, not delegate, referenda government has done, has always given us a chamber where people can listen to views and that they're not somehow held to account, as we are, by a group outside who's actually given us instructions. We may not like it in this House. We may have misjudged our electorate. We may think they were foolish to actually give us those instructions. We asked for instructions and they gave us instructions to leave.
Thank you. Sir Edward Lee.
Speaker, I beg to move Amendment B in my name and other honourable friends, which you have selected to be voted on tonight. It's obvious that one of the main problems with this agreement is, of course, the Northern Ireland backstop and the fact that there is no ability by ourselves to end it unilaterally, and there is no end date set on it. And therefore, my amendment addresses this problem by saying that if it becomes clear by the end of 2021 the European Union will not agree to remove the Northern Ireland backstop, the United Kingdom will treat the indefinite continuation of the backstop as a fundamental change of circumstances and will therefore abrogate those parts of the withdrawal agreement. This is a vital point because under international law, if you sign a treaty saying that under the treaty something will be temporary and it turns out to be permanent or semi-permanent, you surely have the right to abrogate those parts of the treaty. And when people say that Amendment B is defective in law, I ask them to look at my Amendment R, which sets out international law in this regard, and it would be perfectly possible, allowable, and in accordance with precedent under international law for the government, when they sign this treaty, to issue what is called a letter of reservation, making it clear. So will the Honourable Lady allow me, because there's so many others? Less people get in. So I believe that what my amendment is trying to do is to achieve a compromise, to try and unite as many people as possible around a deal. I have to say that having done my level best to try and help the government to achieve this compromise, I am somewhat disappointed that the Attorney-General appears to have slapped it down following my intervention on him. And therefore, I do reserve the right, if the government are not prepared to support this amendment, in fact, to vote against the main motion. Why? Because I believe that the fundamental problem with this withdrawal agreement is, and therefore I think I speak for many Conservative members of Parliament, it is the fear that the Northern Ireland backstop will become permanent. And therefore we have to find a way of solving this problem. And I have no doubt that if the main motion is lost tonight that the government will go back to Brussels and will try and get some movement on this issue. But actually, you do not need to unpick the withdrawal agreement. You can do this unilaterally under international law. And I think it is perfectly possible, feasible, that if the government went back to Brussels, if they informed them of their right to issue a letter of reservation making clear that we cannot allow this backstop to be permanent, I don't believe that that would actually destroy the whole deal. I agree that we have to try and get a deal. You know, I want there to be a deal with the European Union. That's what I've been arguing for. I do not want to risk Brexit. And I follow the words of the Right Honourable Member for Birkenhead. I'm aware that this might be, in many respects, the best deal that we're going to get. I don't want to walk through the same lobby as members of the opposition. I don't want to please Tony Blair, who wants there to be chaos so he can argue for a second referendum. I want to bind this party together and find a compromise. And the compromise is staring us in the face. That this one last issue needs to be resolved, then we can unite, get a deal and move things forward.
Order. After the honourable gentleman, the member for Halton, who is the next speaker to be called, the time limit will have to be reduced to 3 minutes on account of the level of demand. It's a pleasure to welcome the honourable gentleman for Halton back to the House, Mr Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, over 57% of voters in Halton voted to leave the EU. And I do find it condescending and disrespectful for those who say that they didn't know what they were doing. It was pretty clear, the overriding message I had from my constituents who voted to come out of the EU was that they wanted to end free movement of labour and they wanted to take back control and have more control over our laws. Now, whether rightly or wrongly, people genuinely feel that is the right thing to do, to leave, and that it would be a better future for us out there. But I also recognise that a large number of my constituents who want to stay in, and like me believe passionately that Brexit is not in the UK's best interests. But we have to also listen to their concerns. But I made it clear at the general election in 2017 that we must get on with Brexit and secure the best possible deal. I do not think it should come as a surprise to anyone that it was going to be difficult. The Prime Minister could have reached out from an early stage to Parliament and the opposition, but chose not to. And including she could have reached out more to the country as a whole, to the public. She cannot command a majority, but acts as if she has one. She wanted to keep MPs at arm's length. The Prime Minister must take a great deal of responsibility for the mess we're now in. I should also add, Mr Speaker, that I've had constituents, including those who voted to remain, complain to me about the arrogance and the behaviour of the EU in the negotiations as well. So it's not just the Prime Minister that has a share for the blame. It's only now that the deal is in trouble that the Prime Minister has wanted to have discussions with a wider set of MPs, including opposition MPs. The idea that we should just accept the first deal the PM puts to the House and not challenge it just smacks of the arrogance I referred to earlier. She expects that Parliament should just roll over and accept it, and then try and use the threat of a no-deal Brexit just to insult our intelligence when we know there's not a majority for that in this House. And I might add at this stage that the Leave campaign said during the campaign that they wanted to see a negotiated settlement. So I do not believe there's a majority in this country for leaving the EU without an agreement, Mr Speaker. In this deal, we're neither fully in or fully out. And we have to abide by the rules, but we have no say in what others will be making decisions with. While we look on, we are rule takers. We are in a weaker position than what we are now. There are too many unresolved issues of great importance to our national interest. The Prime Minister is asking us to take a big leap into the dark. 90% of those constituents who have either written to me or have spoken to in recent weeks believe this is a bad deal, and that is both Leavers and Remainers. If the deal is rejected, I believe it will send a strong message back to Brussels that we must find a better way forward and a better agreement, and that this Parliament will not be deterred from demanding a better deal. I will be voting against this deal because it is bad for my constituents in Halton and bad for the UK as a whole. I believe we've got to find a way forward. We've got to cooperate and work together in the national interest to find a solution that the people want us to have. And that means talking more to people. It means getting across the issues and the difficulties that they envisage. But we must have that cooperation in order we can move this forward. There may be a number of ways of doing that, Mr Speaker, and indicative votes has been one of the things being talked about during the debate tonight. But the fact is, we have to listen, we have to cooperate, we have to find a better way of moving this forward because it cannot continue the way it is.
Thank you very much indeed. The 3-minute limit now applies. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called in this important debate. Defeat of the withdrawal agreement is a near certainty tonight, so we're being told, as a result of the entirely predictable coming together of the no-dealers with the no-Brexiteers, but also, crucially, Mr. Speaker, because of the failure of the government to build a critical mass of centre-ground support for the deal. And given the overwhelming numbers, voting against this deal tonight feels almost like the easier thing to do. But what if you are someone who genuinely believes in respecting and implementing the outcome of the referendum result? But if you also believe that Brexit was always going to be a process rather than a one-off event, and if you believe that leaving the EU should be done in a way that's responsible and orderly, and that certain vital economic and constituency interests should be taken into account, and if you also believe that squaring off Brexit against the Northern Ireland peace process was always going to require incredibly sensitive handling, and if you believe that compromises were always going to be inevitable because the theory of a perfect Brexit was always that, a theory, then what is the right approach then? Not the easy approach, what is the right approach? And I'm clear that as somebody who believes all of those things, voting for the deal tonight is the right thing to do. And we have a serious responsibility in this House today, and particularly that responsibility weighs most heavily on this side of the chamber, because it's we as the party in government who made this referendum happen. We triggered Article 50. We're responsible for the timetable. We helped shape the Prime Minister's red lines in negotiation. So it's not the Prime Minister's deal that's on the table for discussion, it's our deal. It's got all of our names already attached to it. And the question for us tonight is whether we are responsible enough to come together and pragmatically support this to provide a way forward and direction for the country, or whether we abdicate our responsibility and disown the very deal that we as a party in government helped to shape. And I say respectfully to those colleagues of mine who for a long time have fought the battle for Brexit, were there right at the very beginning. We've heard a number of good speeches from them this afternoon. The question I would put to them is Brexit always going to be some oppositional insurgency that's forever saying no to things, a vehicle for permanent discontent? Absolutely. Or can Brexit ever be seriously implemented as a programme for government? And I say, Mr. Speaker, I was serious when I promised my constituents that I would implement Brexit as a programme of government. And that's why I'm voting for the deal this evening, because I believed what I said. I took seriously the promises that I made to my constituent. It's too easy now to walk away. The responsible thing to do is back this deal tonight.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Tapplev, Mr. Speaker. It's 6 long weeks since this process began on the 4th of December, and I'd just like to start with a book recommendation, Mr. Speaker. I hope you find it very good reading, in fact. Fintan O'Toole's Heroic Failure, Brexit and the Politics of Pain. It's a great read, Mr. Speaker. It tells about the psychology behind Brexit, exactly why they got themselves in this situation, the colonialism, the will we be a colony, the juxtaposition of every emotion, but it's really the madness of Brexit as well, catalogued by the Irishman Fintan O'Toole. And he starts off with a great Turkish proverb saying an Englishman will burn his bed to catch a flea. And that's exactly what Brexit feels like. So I would appeal to you, please don't burn your beds, please revoke Article 50 for your own good. You probably won't listen, but anyway, I've said it. How did we get here? Well, the Prime Minister went and triggered Article 50 on March the 29th. She had not much of a thought on March the 29th, 2017, and then I remember I was fencing my potatoes a few weeks later, Mr. Speaker, and round came the news that she was now holding a general election. I was a bit surprised. I thought maybe the Prime Minister had a plan, but clearly from that moment on, fencing my potatoes, I knew she didn't have a plan. It was very obvious. And then, 6 months later, she went to Florence, of all places. No idea why she went to Florence, to beg the European Union for 2 more years. They gave her 21 months, and this is what she's now fighting about. Her whole strategy without any foresight whatsoever. It was only beaten by the right honourable leader of the opposition who wanted to trigger Article 50 immediately, meaning the disaster would have already happened. It goes on without any cognizance to the needs of the Falkland Islands or Gibraltar, who don't want any of this nonsense, and I know this is damaging to them. If you speak to any of their representatives, you will understand that. Now, when I spoke to the Prime Minister last week, when she eventually engaged with MPs, it was pretty clear that she was at sixes and sevens. She wanted frictionless trade, but had no idea, or seemed not to acknowledge, that she'd need to be in the customs union and the single market to achieve that. I saw today the Attorney-General being bamboozled by the idea of fish as a commodity. I don't blame the Attorney-General from being bamboozled. His own Prime Minister in July couldn't answer that point. She couldn't see the difference between fish quotas and then, once the fish were landed, as a marketable commodity. And this is very important for my constituency. In the islands of Lewis, Harris, North Hewitt, Benbecula, South Hewitt and Barra, not to forget, of course, Battersea, Eriskay, Scalpay, Bernera and Grimsey. These are all very important matters. But the Prime Minister is not listening. She acknowledges the damage to GDP. She said so at the meeting. And the Prime Minister is only wanting this deal to buy herself 21 months. She is again playing the Gloria Gaynor card, kicking it all down the road and hoping she will survive. She is running out of road now, and she knows she's running out of road. But one thing I'd like to say, earlier it was all blamed on David Cameron, but of course the Liberals were the ones who started this game in the beginning, and that should be remembered. Too many in the UK have played the game of Europe. This is why we want to get out of Europe. I want to get out of the United Kingdom. As Scotland, we want... Checking you're paying attention, check you're paying attention. We in Scotland will want out of the UK to stay in Europe. We see what Ireland's doing, we'll do the same.
We're all immensely grateful to the honourable gentleman. Dr. Julian Lewis.
Because Brexit should mean Brexit, and no deal is better than this bad deal, I shall vote no, no, and no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Reeves.
It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman. Look, Mr. Speaker and members of this House, this isn't about what happens this evening, because that is a foregone conclusion. This is now about how the Prime Minister responds to the defeat tonight and where she takes us and where the government takes us next. My Select Committee on Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy has taken evidence back in November and December on these issues, and I just want to give members from all sides a sense of that evidence and what businesses said to us. Paul Everett from the Aerospace, Defence and Space Business Trade Body told us that the withdrawal agreement is not as good as the deal we have today and won't ever be as good as it is today. Nestlé gave evidence to the committee, and they said that leaving the EU is like ripping all the wires out of the back of a huge mainframe, and then when you are standing there with all these wires, it will take an awful lot of time to rewire us into a different trading system. The chair of the American Pharmaceuticals Group said we are trying to rebuild what we may have taken apart. And of course there is now the news from Jaguar Land Rover, where they describe the perfect storm of which Brexit is one fierce element, resulting in 4,500 job losses. Mr. Speaker, we are in a position where the government says that the deal that they have negotiated is not as good for our economy as the one we have today. We have businesses telling us that the deal the government has negotiated is not as good as the one we have today. And yet tonight we have the situation, we're in the place where the government are asking us to vote for a deal which we know will make our constituents poorer, our economy weaker and our security arrangements less secure as well. I can't in good conscience, Mr. Speaker, vote for that deal. And I did not come to this decision lightly. My constituents voted the way the country voted. They voted to leave. But I don't think that there is a single person in my constituency who voted for the deal that we have before us this evening. And I don't think that by voting for the deal that we have before us this evening that we will heal the divisions that we have in our country. Since the referendum, nearly 1,000 young people in my constituency have turned 18. They are probably the people most affected by the decision that we are making this evening, and yet they had no say in it. I hope that in the days ahead, the Prime Minister will start to listen, as she has not listened so far, Mr. Speaker, to the voices in this House and to the people in this country. I hope that she will rule out no deal in the interests of our country and in the interests of our economy and building a better future for us all, and then allowing the people to have a say on the deal that she has negotiated.
Heidi Allen.
Thank
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by addressing the issue of our divided country, something repeatedly emphasised by commentators. I disagree. They are totally united. United by a pride in their country and in a determination that their nation deserves the best. Regardless of which side of the argument we're on, it's because we all care passionately about the future of our country and our citizens. Although there is clearly disagreement, like in any family, about the path to get there, we are united in demanding nothing short of the best. I believe, therefore, that this shared determination and sense of national dignity means we will find a way to navigate these times and come out stronger on the other side. But we have to find a way of uniting this place and the people. When I decided to become an MP, it was for one reason. I wanted to play an active role in assisting and serving our country. It wasn't for the job title. It wasn't because I had a sudden urge for my friends and family to think me honourable. Indeed, they're regularly quick to dispel me of this myth. It wasn't because I wanted a job for life. It was because I wanted to play my part for as long or as short as my party and my electorate wanted me to. As a Member of Parliament, you're a custodian for a short time with a responsibility to do the singular best for your constituency and your country and nothing else. So I've approached my role by applying analysis, the consideration of facts, constant and changing, and by listening to and representing my constituents in South Cambridgeshire as best I can. So it angers me greatly when I hear MPs say they will reluctantly, or with a heavy heart, vote for this compromise. Not because I don't believe the Prime Minister has done her best, I have no doubt that she has. But MPs, none of us, should be voting for something that might make the economy weaker and risk jobs. How on earth can we purport to be representing this country at a national level if we are prepared to advocate that? Not good enough, I say. Absolutely not good enough. If we're doing it to protect ourselves, our own jobs, our party, or our own reputation within our party, then we should be ashamed.
Hear, hear.
And if that sense of pride and unwillingness to compromise in our nation's future were to result in me losing my position, then I am prepared for that. Because, Mr. Speaker, I will look back at my time as a Member of Parliament in this country's hour of need and say, I did my bit. Because lest we forget, we are elected to carefully consider all the options, all the risks, to read those lengthy documents, and to make the tough decisions when required, and I exercise those duties with the utmost seriousness. I recognise, of course, I cannot please all the people all the time, but from the thousands of emails, letters, tweets and conversations I've had with my constituents, it appears they are content with my approach.
Will she give way?
I will.
I'm sure that many young people in her constituency who particularly want to make sure that their views and concerns about Brexit are listened to will be particularly pleased to hear her talking about how she approaches this very important long-term decision that affects them the most.
Because that is the most important point, because this is about the future, not here today and certainly not yesterday. So here we are today with a non-binding political declaration that will inevitably, and indeed already has, become a negotiating tool for other EU leaders, France for access to fish, Spain for game playing with Gibraltar. And the biggest risk for me, the possibility that our next Prime Minister may not honour the negotiating principles in that declaration. With this Prime Minister's position assured, I would perhaps have more confidence, but there is a very real danger that the government may be led by someone who wants a hard, no-deal Brexit. In that instance, the political declaration, non-legally binding, would not be worth the paper it is written on. So I ask myself if this deal will definitely improve opportunities for my constituents. Will it really safeguard jobs? Will it guarantee scientific and medical collaboration? No, no, no. Will it support our services industry, which make up 80% of our economy? No, they're not even part of the deal. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no regrets, I have no reluctance. For me, the decision is as clear as day. This is not good enough for my country. So let us harness what unites us in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, that pride and determination to demand the best for the future. Let the people be part of the serious decision, let them vote on this deal, and let's ask them, is it good enough?
David Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are coming to the end of a long process, of which today is the final day of the debate. Like the Prime Minister, I voted Remain in the referendum. Like the Prime Minister, I voted to trigger Article 50 because my constituents voted to leave in that referendum. And like the Prime Minister, I want to see a deal which meets the aspirations of our business and our community of the referendum, but also to bring our country together. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that having reviewed this deal is not it. I speak as a former Justice and Security Minister in this House when we had Labour governments. I cannot see any proposals in this withdrawal agreement that gives any comfort on the issues of Europol
on Eurojust, on the European arrest warrant, on cooperation on SIS-2, sharing information on criminals across Europe. No contact at all on those issues for the future. I can see no deal on trade in this deal before us today, which will secure the future of employment across the United Kingdom or in my constituency. I had the very great privilege of serving as a Northern Ireland Minister, and I can see no justification whatsoever for treating Northern Ireland as a different part of the United Kingdom, given the history of the difficulties in Northern Ireland with the Irish Republic, and colleagues here today share that view. And I understand why that can also not be a deal. The Treasury's own figures show that the Prime Minister's deal will reduce the economy by at least 2.5%, and therefore I cannot support it. But I can't also, Mr. Speaker, support no deal. In my constituency, I have Toyota, who are going to cost £10 million per day for the cost of a no-deal Brexit. I have Airbus nearby employing thousands of people who depend on free and frictionless trade that no deal will destroy. I have farmers in my constituency who need to export their goods, which no deal will destroy. I have Vauxhalls in my constituency who even the Prime Minister's 2-year period will mean that decisions about the next generation of vehicles in Vauxhalls at Ellesmere Port nearby will be taken with the shadow of no frictionless trade being held over them. So I can't support no deal. But I say to the Prime Minister, echoing what my honourable friend for Leeds Central said, there is scope for a deal. If she looks again at her red lines, if she looks again at what I stood on in my election 18 months ago now, for access to a single market, for strong rights at work, for strong environmental activity, there is scope for a deal. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 48 hours. There may be a vote of confidence, it may be won, it may be lost. But whenever that dust settles, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister and this government, or another Prime Minister and the same government, will need to contact the opposition to find a way through this. It can be done, it should be done, and I want to make sure that I defend the interests of my constituency. We will not be poorer because of a decision that we can work our way through.
Thank you. Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June 2016, after 40 years, a generation, my constituents, along with the rest of the country, were given a voice on the European question. My constituency overwhelmingly voted to leave the European Union. And tonight I will honour their views, honour their voice, and to paraphrase my right honourable friend, the member for Loughborough, I will represent them, despite the fact that I voted to remain. And setting aside the details of the withdrawal agreement for just a moment, a legally binding agreement, I want to address conversations I've held with my constituents rather than with distinguished right honourable and honourable colleagues and friends in this House. And my constituents' vote to leave did not suggest any fear of foreigners or concerns about wage deflation or immigration, but it did reflect an understanding of that universal and overarching principle and principles of freedom, sovereignty and independence, so ably put by my right honourable friend, the member for Esher and Walton, earlier on. And my constituent support for Brexit is not inconsistent, Mr. Speaker, with a fond affection for Europe, shared European values, a belief in the rule of law, high environmental and employment standards, freedom of speech, and, dare I say it, democracy. Their decision is also not inconsistent with recognising the huge contribution of EU citizens to the NHS, to UK farming, particularly in Shropshire, to car, food and defence manufacturing. In all these sectors, EU citizens continue to make, and I hope will continue to make, a highly valued contribution to our economy and our society. Brexit was not a vote against Europe, but it was a vote for Britain, a free and independent Britain. And I will not be supporting the withdrawal agreement this evening because it puts the United Kingdom in a weaker position than our current status as a full member of the European Union. It makes us, as we've heard, rule takers but not rule makers. It does not set Britain free to implement bilateral trade deals with other countries around the world.
30.
So, Mr. Speaker, much has been said over many weeks in this place about those who voted to leave the European Union. And I want to say it is a higher principle rather than some of the low commentary that we've heard in this place from both sides of the House. It is a higher principle that my constituents have voted to leave the European Union on, and that is the freedom of this country, the independence of this country, and the sovereignty of this country.
Thank you. Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all commence by saying that this withdrawal deal, as we read it at the moment, keeps us as an annex of the EU, not in a Brexit from it. What I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is this, that in the past 2 years there has been a narrative that has developed both within the Chamber and across the nation, and the narrative is a completely and utterly false premise. That narrative is that the EU, as it is constituted, is a place of safety, a place of security and a place of certainty, and to leave that is like a ship in a storm. And many people have portrayed the United Kingdom as we leave the EU as being that vessel that is facing an unfortunate and untimely departure from a port or a harbour. And that completely and utterly negates all that has been going on within the EU over the course of the past couple of years. And what do we see is the seedbed of that in the EU, whether it is national populism in Italy, in Germany, in Hungary, in Sweden, France, Poland. It is a sense and a feeling of frustration, of isolation, of a sense of political establishments not listening, not paying heed to what the people say and what the people want. And that is what I detect in this country, Mr. Speaker, a sense of frustration, a sense of alienation, allowing an expansionist empire to keep us embodied as a side annex to that EU is not going to be a good future. It's not going to be a way to show our children and our grandchildren that this is the future. This is a future that we can look forward to and aspire to. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is after today, assuming this vote is carried in the way most people think it will be, the Prime Minister to go back to Brussels and to say this is not going to win. We need to have an agreement that I can get past the House of Commons, and above and beyond that, our people in the United Kingdom will be demanding, not just aspiring to, but demanding that above and beyond a good trade deal, above and beyond that, they aspire something greater, something beyond that, and that is a sense, an ultimate sense of freedom beyond the EU.
Damien Collins.
Against the withdrawal agreement, which I will not be voting for this evening. I believe the deal is not what people voted for in the referendum, and I believe it will leave us worse off, and in terms of having less control in our relationship with the EU than we have today. I believe there is a lack of faith, a lack of good faith, and that is why so many members across the House have spoken against the deal. When the negotiations started, we were told there wouldn't be an agreement on anything until there was an agreement on everything. We were told that the future arrangement and the arrangement on trade would be part of the negotiations and the deal. We were then told that an agreement on the amount of money we would need to pay during the period of transition would unlock the process of discussing the future trade agreement. We are now told that we must pay the money as part of the transition with no obligation or requirement on the part of the EU that we should agree a trade deal. We will not get any of that money back if the negotiations fail. But my concern is not just that. My concern is the immediate future, what we are voting for to happen now. And to use the analogy of the Attorney-General of his key into the airlock room, which really is the backstop. He is right, we can turn the key, we can go into the backstop. But what became clear through his remarks, which he didn't necessarily express when he used this analogy, is that when we go into that room, our key is taken off us. We neither have a key to go back to where we were, nor one to go through the door into the next space. We are trapped in the backstop. And the EU have got lots of good reasons to want to keep us there. They have us by default committed to largely the rules of the customs union. They have us shadowing the rules of the European single market with no say in how they're made. They can sit back and wait for something more favourable. And maybe they would like something more punitive too, but it leaves them holding all of the cards in any negotiation on our future relationship. That is not a situation this country should put itself in. That is not the basis to negotiate a good deal for the future, which gives us a good trading relationship and protects the interests of this country as well. We should not give that away. We are being asked to do something now which we were promised would never happen. We're being given a fait accompli. We're being told you have to accept this deal, otherwise there's no Brexit or there's no deal at all. I do not believe that. The German Foreign Minister has said today that if the deal is voted down, that talks can resume, and they must do. And it would, of course, be a betrayal of the people of Northern Ireland to lock them into a different economic and political status without ever having asked them whether that's what they would accept and that's what they wanted. We have to reject this deal today. We have to go back to the negotiating table. We have to make sure that whatever option we choose gives us the freedom to choose our future direction, does not lock us into arrangements we have no power to get out of. That would be a betrayal of the interests of this country and something that I could not accept.
Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of paramount importance is the notion that democracy is a process, not an event. It is our duty to defend and deliver the will of the people. From Portsmouth to Pickering, Penzance to Peterborough, it is essential the referendum result is respected. However, it is clear that no one in the referendum voted for this half-baked deal put forward by the Prime Minister. This deal is a galaxy of uncertainty. The Treasury Select Committee highlighted this, explaining that the government analysis did not assess the short-term impact of leaving the EU. When this fact was put to the Chancellor, he agreed. If the Chancellor himself agrees that the deal is uncertain, how can the Prime Minister expect MPs to gamble with the lives of their constituents? So what does this government's deal mean for Portsmouth? For QA Hospital, it would mean staff shortages induced by the Prime Minister's continuation of the hostile environment, a reduction in shared research and international cooperation, and it threatens prosperity needed to fund a much-loved local NHS. It rules out a permanent customs union with a British say, which is vital to support Portsmouth's businesses, local jobs and the manufacturing supply chains they depend on. It also threatens Portsmouth's international port, which generates £7 million directly to council coffers to fund local services in an area where a third of children live in poverty and a city forgotten for too long by government. Will this continue under Mrs May's deal? Whilst I've asked, unanswered questions remain. Mr Speaker, it is inevitable that there are multifaceted challenges posed by exiting the EU. In my constituency, we've seen a 12% swing towards Remain from a Leave vote. Uncertainty perpetuated by this government's deal has left many others with unanswered questions. That's why 70% of people in Portsmouth South want some kind of final say when it comes to Brexit. The people need clarity. The people need control. The people need a final say. A no-deal scenario, Mr Speaker, would see those most vulnerable bearing the brunt of decisions made by the few. If no-deal Brexit was imposed, there would be a 29% increase in average food import costs, affecting people on the lowest incomes disproportionately. This palace in Westminster is the birthplace of democracy, where so many decisions have been made to shape not only our great country, but our world. One thing we can all agree on today is that Brexit is the most important decision this country has taken since the Second World War. My grandparents grew up in Portsmouth. My parents grew up in Portsmouth. I grew up in Portsmouth. The importance of this deal is not just for us here today, but for generations that will inherit consequences of our actions. It is a privilege to stand here and represent a constituency that contributed so greatly to our nation's success. I cannot jeopardise Portsmouth's future by voting for a deal that will make my home city poorer.
Thank you. Robert Halfon.
Thank you. I voted Remain in 2016 because I felt it was better for Britain to belong to an alliance of democracies. However, in my heart, I felt that the EU was both undemocratic and bureaucratic. I understood why people wanted to take back control and the pressures that ordinary people face in their daily lives, particularly with the cost of living. And it was clear to me after the referendum that the public had had enough. My own constituency of Harlow voted 68% to leave, and I made it very clear to the residents of Harlow that I would do all I can to ensure that the wishes for Brexit was followed through. And it's why I'm strongly opposed to a second referendum, which would divide the country once again and disenfranchise 17 million people who voted to leave and potentially cause political unrest and extremism, as many who voted to leave would feel that their wishes had been ignored. I do not for a moment believe that the people were not informed or were too stupid. Far from it. In fact, it was us, politicians, who were the foolish ones for not listening to the anguish of many working class communities over many years, struggling with the cost of living and the pressure on our public services, doing the right thing, working hard, yet facing obstacle after obstacle after obstacle in their daily lives. So my view was that any withdrawal agreement needs to ensure that it follows the wishes of the British people. And the problem for me with the Prime Minister's deal is this. How do I go back to my constituency of Harlow and say we don't have money for our libraries, our hospital and our community groups, but we can give 39 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money to the EU without even getting a trade deal at the end of it? When the House of Lords said there was no obligation to pay the 39 billion, should the government at least not have published a cost-benefit analysis of the money we'd have to give to the EU under the withdrawal agreement? And we're tied to the EU structures via the transition and the backstop, a spaghetti junction of EU bureaucracy that potentially could be infinite. I have never rebelled against the current Prime Minister in this Parliament, but I will be voting against the deal tonight for those reasons, because we create two different regimes for Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, which has the potential to weaken our union. We're in this spaghetti junction without a vote, a voice or a veto. And that's why I'm also trying to offer alternatives with a colleague on the opposite side of the House, the Right Honourable Lady from Manchester, a common market 2.0. A common market would actually take back control by removing us from the CFP, from the Community's agricultural policy, take back control of our fish and our farms, take us out of the European Court of Justice, offer us a break on freedom of movement, but safeguard jobs, safeguard our communities, safeguard business and our economy.
Thank you. Shabana Mahmood.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said this morning in setting up today's vote that we, that is to say Parliament, mustn't, and I quote, let the country down. But the real tragedy is, Mr. Speaker, that ever since the Prime Minister assumed her position and began the process of implementing Brexit, her way of handling this process has done exactly that. It has let the country down, because a vote won by 52% to 48% required the language of compromise from the government and the Prime Minister herself at the outset, and not the language of red lines. We are, Mr. Speaker, a divided nation. Not surprising if we ask of our citizens to answer a binary question in a highly polarising and toxic debate. And no attempt has been made to reach out, no genuine attempt has been made to reach out to the 48%, to bring people together and to tell those that found themselves in a minority by a very small margin on that day of the referendum result that this is still their country too, or by stating unequivocally that all those citizens who have been exercising their British rights and their British freedoms to dissent and to hold an unpopular or a minority position, still arguing for Remain, is not the act of a saboteur or a traitor, but it is in fact as British as it gets. Instead, we have allowed the toxic language and rhetoric to take hold, poisoning not just our politics but our wider society. And just as there has been no reaching out to the rest of the country by this government, Mr. Speaker, there has been no reaching out to the rest of this House either. The Attorney General said it feels like a very long time ago now at the outset of his speech that we have reached this point today reluctantly. That is not true, Mr. Speaker. All of these choices that have been made along the way, choices willingly and indeed willfully made by the Prime Minister, they have led us not reluctantly to this place that we are in today, but inexorably to the place that we find ourselves in today. And it is unforgivable that we have lost a whole month, a simple running down of the clock, because the Prime Minister was afraid of what will happen inevitably this evening anyway. That is to say, she will lose a vote. I cannot support the withdrawal agreement or the political declaration for many of the reasons that members have already sat out, not least because it ignores 80% of our economy and the services sector on which so many thousands of jobs depend. I will, though, Mr. Speaker, support all and any measures that allow Parliament now to do what the Executive has so demonstrably failed to do, and that is to commence the search for a consensus. I believe that we should move to some indicative votes to find what will command a majority in this House. We must take all and any steps to rule out a no-deal Brexit. The real tragedy, Mr. Speaker, is that Brexit on any terms will not solve many of the reasons why Brexit took place in the first place, but at the very least we as a House must make the best of it and find a consensus way forward.
Thank you. Richard Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, a constituent of mine who voted leave recently said, "I am sick and tired of being told I didn't know what I was voting for. I knew exactly what I was voting for." Recently on Bloomberg, Mervyn King, the former governor of the Bank of England, said Britain is not facing an economic crisis, it is confronting a deep political crisis. Parliament has brought this on the country. It voted overwhelmingly to hold a referendum. The people were told that they would decide. Indeed they were. On the 10th of November, David Cameron said at Chatham House, ultimately it will be the judgment of the British people in a referendum. You will have to judge what is best. Your decision. Nobody else's, not politicians, not parliaments, not lobby groups, not mine, just you. You, the British people, will decide. It will be your decision whether to remain in the EU on the basis of the reforms we secure, I emphasise, Mr. Speaker, or whether we leave. In February 2016, David Cameron at the EU Council then secured his reforms. There was the so-called red card, where enough national parliaments combining together might be able to block a Commission proposal. There were temporary limits on access to in-work benefits for newly arriving EU workers. There were some limits on child benefit and a vague commitment to reduce regulation. That was the deal. It wasn't very impressive, but that was the deal. And that was what people voted on, whether to stay in the EU on that basis or whether to leave. And they voted to leave. The question in the Scottish referendum was, should Scotland be an independent country? If the vote had gone the other way and unionists had then said, well, you know, it depends what one means by an independent country, or did the people really know what they were voting for? This will make Scotland poorer, I can't possibly support it. There would justifiably have been outrage. Yet that is exactly what is happening here, where the question was straightforward. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union? That was the question, and the people voted leave. The problem is that some people have no interest in respecting the result of the referendum, and they think they know better. The present situation recalls Bertolt Brecht's poem, The Solution. After the uprising of the 17th of June, the Secretary of the Writers' Union had leaflets distributed in the Stalinallee stating that the people had forfeited the confidence of the government and could win it back only by redoubled efforts. And as Brecht put it so devastatingly in the final stanza, would it not be easier in that case for the government to dissolve the people and elect another? I will be voting against this withdrawal agreement because it will not deliver Brexit. It gives the EU the right to impose law on us indefinitely and a veto over whether that would ever change, while breaking up the country by requiring Northern Ireland to treat GB as a third country and making us pay £39 billion, even though without a withdrawal agreement we're not legally obliged to pay a penny, and while the former Chief of the Defence Staff and the Chief of SIS both say the withdrawal agreement will fundamentally affect our national security. People voted for change. What we want is a self-governing country where we rule ourselves. We don't need this deal, we just need to leave.
Thank you. Hannah Bardell.
Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this debate are opportunities and rights. The opportunities and rights of the next generation of young people across the UK, and the 16 and 17-year-olds who didn't get to vote in this referendum because the government didn't think that they were responsible. Now, it's hard to believe, I'm sure, but it's some 13 years since I graduated from university, and when I was at the University of Stirling, I studied alongside Erasmus students. I studied alongside Erasmus students who came from across the EU, who enriched our life, who enriched our country, who enriched our education system. And I had colleagues and friends who went across the EU and had exactly the same experience. That we are going to deny those opportunities to the next generation of young people is a human tragedy. And that we are treating the EU nationals across the UK with such contempt is also a human tragedy. And when the Scottish Government and the First Minister of Scotland put the hand of friendship out in the first few days after the referendum, unfortunately the Labour Party were calling for Article 50 to be triggered. And when we put the hand of friendship out again in recent months, saying that we would pay the ridiculous fees the EU nationals are being asked to pay, this government has tried to block it. And the Scottish Alliance for Children's Rights and Concerns set up a committee, and they highlighted some of the concerns like EU funding, opportunities to work, to study and travel abroad. And so much of what we hold dear about the EU has been about our rights. And as a gay woman, I know that this Parliament and the Scottish Parliament has done a huge amount for LGBT people. But as Mark Townsend wrote in The Guardian last year, the Westminster Parliament has played its part in making amends, but without the carrot and stick of European institutions, would we enjoy the level of protections from discrimination that we now possess? And I think that is a reasonable point to make. When you look at this government's track record on trade union rights, what happens? What happens when we don't have those protections anymore? Where does that leave us? And in 2017, John Walker at the UK Supreme Court had his pension rights instated so that his husband would have the same pension rights. It was an 11-year battle against this government. And we must not forget the big boys that did it and ran away. Those who got us into this mess, who are now nowhere to be seen. And we also must remember, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents and the people of Scotland voted to remain within the EU. And when the circumstances change and politics moves forward, as it inevitably does, people should be allowed another choice.
Baron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to move my Amendment F in my name and that of other right honourable and honourable members. Very briefly, the amendment would give the UK government the unilateral right to exit the backstop at a time of its choosing. It's very straightforward. The UK could not find itself indefinitely suspended in a backstop. If this amendment is passed, it would allow the UK to choose the time, if it did enter the backstop, a time to exit, and it would not have to seek EU approval to do so. Mr. Speaker, I rise with some sadness. I think the negotiations to date have been approached as a problem to be solved rather than an opportunity to be seized. I, for one, do not like the transition period. But in any negotiations, particularly after 40 to 45 years of integration, there has to be an element of compromise, and I'm willing to accept that. But the backstop, I would suggest, is the real problem for many on these benches.
Spot on.
The government cannot answer this very simple question at the moment, and it directly addresses the indefinite nature of the backstop, and that is, without any legal certainty with regards our ability to unilaterally exit the backstop, what certainty is there then that the EU could not play a very long game, drag out the negotiations, and by further extending the transition period, which it could do, we could be having this discussion in 3, 4, 5 years to come. That is not honouring the result of the referendum. We need to leave the EU. We need to be quite definite about this. And the backstop is not the answer because it is indefinite. We could be there for a very long time.
This gives us the key.
I'm sorry, others need to come in. I do apologise. But the backstop, by passing Amendment F, it also encourages both parties to negotiate constructively when it comes to the transition period and the trade deal. Because if the EU knows that it can't trap us in the backstop, then it is more likely to constructively negotiate a trade deal for the benefit of both parties, I would suggest. The Prime Minister could then go back to the EU. The EU has a long track record of 11th hour deals. I think it would go a long way, the amendment, to help unite our party, which is terribly, terribly important. So, Mr. Speaker, if the amendment is not passed, unfortunately, I will have to reluctantly vote against the withdrawal agreement.
Richard Burden.
Deputy Speaker, can I first declare an interest? I chair the All-Party Motor Group, which receives support from the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, the Motorsport Industry Association and the RAC Foundation. And yesterday I attended the first meeting of the development partnership that has been established by the Business Secretary in response to the announcement that Jaguar Land Rover are cutting 4,500 jobs this year. Now, this isn't a company in crisis. Indeed, in addition to the job loss announcement, the company were able to tell us yesterday about the really exciting forward investment plans they have going forward. But it is still a time of great uncertainty for the employees involved, and there is a big role for that development partnership in standing by them. I also don't claim that the job losses at Jaguar Land Rover are only to do with Brexit. The downturn in the Chinese market is an important part of the picture, as indeed has been the depression of sales of cleaner diesel engines. And shortage of time means I can't go into that today. But Brexit is part of that picture too. And yesterday's meeting reinforced to me my belief that whatever else happens beyond all other things, the important thing now is to rule out crashing out of the EU without a deal. It's not something that can be mitigated. You know, whether it's a ferry company with no ships or converting an airport runway into a lorry park, it's no answer for motor manufacturers or to their companies in the supply chain to have somewhere to park their trucks when they cannot get those trucks to or from the Channel ports to deliver the parts needed every day to build 6,600 cars and 9,000 engines here in the UK. They need to be able to get the 1,100 trucks that carry these components across the Channel every day to keep their plants going, not just only on time, but in the right order to keep production lines going. And it's the same for the £3.4 billion worth of components going the other way, coming from suppliers in the UK into the European Union to build vehicles over there. And the only way to keep that production going is not to make forlorn efforts to try to mitigate the chaos, it's to stop the chaos happening in the first place. Investment decisions are now on hold. If we want to guarantee those and secure those, we have got, above everything else, to rule out no deal. And to do that, we have to decide what we do after the Prime Minister's deal is defeated tonight, as it surely will be. We've got to buy ourselves some time to do that, because any other option will not be able to be completed by the 29th of March. So if that means extending Article 50, that's what we should do. We need to prevent a no-deal Brexit by default. That is now the overriding priority.
Jones.
This House gave the people a vote in 2016. The people had their say, and the majority voted to leave. I did not vote to leave, but the majority did, and that must be respected. Now, there are lots of views as to how we should leave the EU. I take the view that I want to stick as much as I can to our 2017 manifesto that I was last elected on, and that did form the basis of what we have in front of us today. Is the deal perfect? No. Does it get us out of the EU on the 29th of March? Yes. And it gives us the basis for having a situation where we do take back control of our laws, our money, our borders, our fishing, our agriculture policy, and the basis of a trade deal. I accept totally the challenges that honourable members across this House have raised in relation to the backstop. And I've had to take a view and balance that view against the wider imperative. I must admit I am drawn to the honourable gentleman for Basildon's amendment, and I was certainly drawn as well to my honourable friend for South West Wiltshire's amendment. And I do hope that if this vote fails tonight, that we may look at the situation in the context of those types of proposal and whether or not we can make further agreements with the EU. Because I fear that if we do not work along those lines, we have two distinct groups in this Parliament, one that want a no-deal Brexit and one that don't want Brexit at all. And I do fear that both of those groups are going to want to race to the 29th of March. Both of them think they are going to win, but only one group can win. I think if we looked at it in terms of race, the favourite is probably no deal, because we have the legislation already in place to work towards that. But I would not rule out, following the events that we had last week, that the people who want to stop us leaving the EU will do everything within their power between now and the 29th of March to stop us leaving. So, Mr. Speaker, I will back the deal, but I just want to say to the House and to my constituents, and I'm interested in supporting this deal because I think it's good for jobs, I think it's particularly good for manufacturing industry in my area, but I will not renege on the referendum. I won't support anything that extends Article 50, a second referendum, or doing anything that will stop Brexit. We must leave on the 29th of March. I'm committed to that, and I hope the House will do that if we do not ratify this deal in the coming weeks.
And Liz Kendall.
Much of this debate has been dominated by questions about the Northern Irish backstop. Whilst these are vital, we must not lose sight of the fundamental question we should be asking ourselves tonight. Is this agreement right for our country? Will it make us prosperous and stronger and help us deal with the challenges of the future? Mr. Speaker, it will not. The agreement doesn't secure our future trading relationship with the EU, as people were promised in 2016. We haven't even begun those negotiations, and despite what many businesses hope, they face huge uncertainty for years to come. But the truth is, there is no free trade agreement that will deliver the same benefits as our current relationship with the EU. There will inevitably be barriers to trade, which will inevitably make us poorer than we would otherwise have been. At the same time, during the transition, we'll be giving up our say over many of the rules that govern our lives, a say which, whatever the Brexiteers tell you, Britain has always exercised to powerful effect within the EU. How is that taking back control? Neither does the agreement provide answers to the reasons why people voted to leave in the first place. As my right honourable friend, the member for Wolverhampton South East, has said, in many parts of the country, the Brexit vote was driven by a deep sense of loss of the industrial jobs and the pride and purpose they brought, and a rejection of what has come in its place. I know from my own constituency that many people are angry, and above all, they want change. But the EU and immigration have not caused the very real problems people face, and Brexit will not solve them. Britain is actually better able to cope with the problems created by globalisation when we're part of a strong group of like-minded countries. And most of the powers to transform people's lives lie within our hands. We should be offering people the chance to succeed, not something or someone to blame. And we should be making the changes to our economy and public services so people in every part of the country can thrive in an inevitably uncertain world, rather than pretending we can somehow stop the clock and make the rest of the world go away. Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting against this agreement tonight, but time is running out. We cannot wait any longer to provide the leadership we need to get us out of this hole. I will support moves to try and build consensus across this House and to rule out the threat of no deal and the chaos this would bring. But I believe the best way to break the logjam is to put the question of where we go next back to a public vote. Because what's on offer is so very different from what was on offer in 2016. Because it's right in principle to say this is the reality of Brexit. Do you want to go ahead or stick with the deal we have? There is no jobs first or sensible Brexit, and we, particularly on these benches, should have the courage to tell it like it is.
The 2-minute limit now applies. Andrew Selous. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People had wanted to have their say on the European issue for very many years. When we gave them the referendum on the alternative vote, the main question in my constituency is why aren't you giving us a vote on our membership of the European Union? So 17.4 million people voted to leave, 58% of my constituents, more people voted for this than have voted for anything. And importantly, 403 constituencies in this House voted to leave. And those people were promised that their vote would be honoured. It was the people's decision. It wouldn't be overturned by politicians or by this Parliament. And I don't think it would be right to say to those people that we're now going to have a second vote when we haven't delivered on what they voted for the first time. Now, I think what has become clear in the last month or so is that there is a majority in this House against no deal. So if there is a majority against no deal, and if we then vote down this deal, the alternatives that are left, Norway or some version of it, I think are so far from what people voted for that we will have broken faith with the British people. So what I say to my friends across the House, pragmatic Brexiteers and democratic Remainers alike, we must stop an alliance of people who want to stop Brexit, an alliance of people who want an even stronger Brexit, actually denying what the people voted for. We know that business does not want a second referendum. That would lead to even more uncertainty. And I heard from trades unionists today, trades unionists who wanted to leave, saying it will unleash an unprecedented level of disillusionment in British politics, which will be unparalleled in our history if we don't deliver Brexit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a deal, to be honest. The withdrawal agreement means we pay £39 billion for the right to obey EU rules without the right to sit at the table when they're being drawn up. And the political declaration is so woolly, it could mean whatever you want it to mean, or for that matter, and more importantly, whatever the next President of the European Council and the European Commission wants it to mean. We have no idea whether we shall have open trade with our closest neighbours. We have no idea whether we shall continue to share information about dangerous international criminals, or take part in Europol, or be able to extradite criminals to face justice across European Union borders. So it's bad for British jobs, and it puts our national security at risk. I'm angry, Mr. Speaker, that we've wasted so much money on Brexit, money that could have been spent in my constituency on decent services. But what pains me most of all is that we British, who have always been proud to welcome strangers from other countries, we who have travelled across Europe to build great British companies, we who followed Churchill's injunction to build a Europe of peaceful cooperation, we who prided ourselves on the rule of law and our robust parliamentary system, have utterly squandered 2 years on a massive distraction from the real subjects that matter: inequality, poverty wages, the state of our public services and low productivity. And in the process we have become an international laughingstock. Anxious, angry, uncertain, divided, death threats to our constituency offices. I have not heard a single member say that this deal is better for Britain than our present deal. Not even the Prime Minister. So how on earth could we possibly vote for it? Consensus, frankly, is a delusion in here. Party politics has failed. The Prime Minister must build a new coalition, and the people must have the final say.
Thank you very much. Craig Tracy.
Again, it's no secret that I voted to leave the EU, as did a majority, 67% of my constituency, and nearly 17.5 million people across the UK. And I know the reasons for leaving were varying across the country, but I've spoken to thousands of my own constituents, both before, during and after the referendum, and they were very clear in what they voted for. They wanted to see an end to free movement and control of our borders. They wanted sovereignty for our Parliament, and they wanted the ability to trade freely around the world. And those are sentiments that I very much share. I was keen to see an agreement delivered that I could support, and critically, the one on offer doesn't meet 2 of those criteria set out by my constituents: returning of our sovereignty and the ability to trade freely. And my personal concerns on the deal are similar to many in this House, mainly around the backstop and the future legal agreement. As it stands, the deal on the table potentially gives away our sovereignty and £39 billion worth of our money with absolutely nothing guaranteed in return. As I've said, getting agreement is the most favourable option, but not at all costs. And I believe with this deal that we have, we're giving too much away. But I don't believe it's too late to change course. We can secure amendments which deliver wholly on the referendum result. And those changes need to include getting rid of the Northern Ireland backstop and having guarantees on our future relationship, which are things are likely to command a majority in this House, and importantly deliver on the democratic will of the British people. And it's important that that is delivered because people are so frustrated at the games of some politicians who are seeking to frustrate the result that was given. So I implore the PM to go back to the EU. I know they've said the deal was final, but they've moved on other things, and we've seen that they are able to change the goalposts when they suit, and come back and give a deal that we can get behind.
And before I start my speech, I would like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the Plaid Cymru Assembly member, Steffan Lewis, who very sadly passed away on Friday. At just 54, he still had so much to contribute. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the party's best minds. His inspirational vision for lifting Wales' status in the world reached across the political divides. His influence and legacy will endure beyond our political lifetimes, and we miss you, Steffan. The Prime Minister and her inner circle have reached endgame, run out of road in the project of misinformation, arm-twisting and semantic chicanery, of my way or no way, of partnership proffered as the gateway to the future of her precious union. She says she's reaching out across the party boundaries, but it's just too little, too late. It is, sadly, that the spirit of acknowledging another vision of the respect implicit in the sweet moderation of compromise. Such politics are beyond her. Her gaze has a way of swivelling back to the Brexiteers fossilised in the strata of her own party. The rest of us, and especially the voices of Wales, have been invisible and unheeded. Here is a concept of parliamentary democracy in the age of devolution reduced to the absurd. Mr. Speaker, she claims no solutions other than hers have been proffered or are indeed possible. This tired political gambit now looks desperate. It has neither credibility nor veracity. Mr. Speaker, when we plead with her to give the people the final say, as many of us had, on the biggest question of our generation, the Prime Minister commands us to honour the result of the Brexit referendum. Yet, in 1997, she voted against legislation to establish the National Assembly for Wales, and in 2005 stood on a manifesto calling for another referendum with the option to overturn the result. History has shown that she's very much prepared to go back to the people of Wales. And so I would ask her today, why not Europe?
Thank you very much indeed. Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard time and time again today in this chamber that the people should have a final say. Well, people did have a final say, and it was in 2016. Just because people in this chamber can't quite come to terms with the fact that the public weren't sufficiently scared witless that they voted to remain in the European Union is no excuse for us not to listen to what they had to say. 57% of the Ribble Valley voted to leave. 75% of Conservative seats voted to leave. 61% of Labour seats voted to leave. And at the last election, Labour Party and the Conservative Party both stood on manifestos that said we would deliver leaving. So therefore, that's what we have to do. I know democracy can be difficult at times, but that is no reason at all to deny the democracy that this Parliament gave to the people, the sovereignty going back from this House to the people, and they had their final say. I've got problems with the deal as it currently stands, particularly on the backstop. Basically, the European Union have an opportunity to actually chain us to the European Union, but of course they haven't got the handcuffs. So what we are doing is deciding to offer them the handcuffs and the key. And I think that would be hugely dangerous indeed. I look forward for the opportunities when we do leave to do trade deals throughout the whole of the world, including the European Union. We buy £341 billion worth of goods from them. They buy £95 billion less from us. It's in both our interests for us to come to some form of trade deal. We've got a 20-month transition period when that can start. But the important thing is that we leave on the 29th of March. It's almost like Christmas Day, I've got to tell you. It's the 25th of December. That's what people look forward to. And if we If we deny people the opportunity to leave on the 29th of March, they'll never forgive us.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, working in my emergency department as a doctor, I looked around the waiting room and saw it all on display. People's pain, their hopes, their fears, their courage. Whether you are a mother relying on food banks to feed your malnourished children, or you are a father waiting too long for a cancer chemotherapy operation, this deal does nothing to improve lives. Just as the NHS is tasked with healing and prevention, so we are too in this House. We have politicians and commentators who continue to fuel the rhetoric and fan the flames of hatred. Parliament, once a symbol of hard-won rights through democratic discourse, is seeing voices forcibly suppressed by fear and intimidation, people questioning the very character of our culture in order to tear apart the fabric of our society. This deal, the language around this deal, and the empty threats used to force us into supporting it are doing nothing to rebuild Britain. We can start the journey to rebuild Britain by looking at the rising use of food banks, the numbers of operations cancelled, the number of police on our streets. Now, more than ever in this place, we need to take a long, hard look at ourselves and ask ourselves, who are we? British people are tired of rhetoric, political games and uncertainty. And in the absence of a government which leads, this Tory government, it is imperative that this House sets an agenda which looks to repair the deep wounds that now exist within our society. We need to dig deep over the coming days and question not only what sort of leaders we want to be, but what we are going to do and how we are going to force our country to heal once all is said and done.
Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amazed to make it into the top 50. I'm going to try and make three points. The first is to agree with the Honourable Gentleman for Halton and my Honourable friend for South Norfolk about the attitude towards the Leave vote. It wasn't some cry of anguish or an expression of concern. It was a decision. We gave the people the decision and they took it. The second point I want to make is about the preparation for no deal, and I'm obliged to the anonymous civil servant who concluded his piece in the Telegraph on the 28th of December as follows. An enormous effort by thousands of hard-working civil servants has been made to ensure that if we leave the EU without a deal, crashing out over a cliff edge is simply not going to be an option. And it is purely a political decision not to make this clear to the public and nervous backbench MPs. But if the government was frank with Parliament and the country, and we have authorised £4.2 billion of expenditure on this, by the way, what justification would be left for its disastrous withdrawal agreement? What would Remainers do without a Project Fear? They would need to think up convincing positive arguments for staying in the EU, something that has so far proved beyond them. And the final point I want to make is about defence and intelligence. Now, I know that my right honourable and gallant friend, the member for Mid-Sussex, has taken an extremely dim view of a noble friend, Lord Guthrie and Sir Richard Dearlove in the letter they have written to Conservative Association chairman, and he's perhaps quite right to have the expression of an outraged Bateman cartoon for their behaviour in that way. However, there was a real concern that even my right honourable friend was not able to address when he didn't have time-limited remarks last Friday about the substance of what they are warning about in the detail of all the issues over CSDP and the rest that is contained within the European acquis, and we would do well to pay attention.
Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first spoke in the meaningful vote debate, I spoke of the shambles of this government's handling of Brexit, of my alarm at the historic mess of their making, of my anger at the contempt with which they have treated this House and the people we represent. I spoke of my constituents' outrage at the turmoil the government is inflicting on the economy and of the threat to workers' rights, environmental standards that this Brexit deal represents. I spoke of the danger the government's approach has towards EU citizens' rights, rights that must be guaranteed, no ifs and no buts. Now, 5 weeks later, what has changed? The Prime Minister said she was going back to the EU to get reassurances to appease her disgruntled backbenchers, but she has returned with nothing. Nothing has changed, as her saying goes. We are now being asked to accept the same botched deal as we were then, a deal that fails to protect jobs, rights or people's livelihoods, a deal that the government's own analysis shows would reduce GDP by 3.9% and make every region worse off, a deal that provides no guarantees on maintaining key rights such as the rights of disabled people, which are protected and found under the EU Charter for Fundamental Rights. All that has changed since the Prime Minister poured the vote is that we now just have 73 days left until the 29th of March, and it is clear the Prime Minister is trying to run down the clock and hold this country to ransom. She is using the prospect of a catastrophic no deal to threaten this House into accepting her botched deal. This is unacceptable, and I know the people of Battersea and the people across this country are disgusted at this attempted blackmail. That is why I will be voting against her deal, and I encourage all members across the House to do the same.
Jeffrey Clifton Brown. Speaker, I intend to change my mind. I am a Brexiteer by DNA through and through. We gave the British people the opportunity to vote in a referendum on the 23rd of June last in 2016. I intend to vote to honour that in full. But in return, I expect my colleagues on the front bench to pay very close attention to my concerns about this particular deal. I actually happen to believe we have a very bright future outside the EU, and the current position is, legal position is, we are leaving without a deal unless this House overturns that legislation. Therefore, the ultimate irony is all of those people who are voting tonight against the deal are more likely to end up with a no deal. I do not want to see that happen. I want us to leave with an agreed deal that is acceptable to the British people. I have two main reservations. One is on the Northern Ireland backstop. I think we do need to get legal clarification as a withdrawal from that backstop in a specified time, preferably no longer than 2 years. The second major objection I have to the backstop is that it ties us in to a customs union with the EU. I want to see us get out of that customs union so that we can have an independent trade policy, because I think the best future we have for this country is outside the EU, trading with growing nations around the world. We cannot do that while we're stuck in the backstop. I therefore intend to vote for this deal tonight. I intend to sort this matter out for my constituents as I promised. I intend to give businesses certainty, but in return I want the government to come back with a better deal.
Tim Farron.
On the day of the 2016 referendum result, I called for a vote on the final deal. This didn't instantly meet with wild approval. My motives may have been misunderstood because, you see, I am used to losing elections. I have never called for one of those elections to be rerun. I am a very good loser. I have had bags of practice. You see, there is much talk about the legitimacy of our democracy and trust in Parliament being tarnished if we don't enact Brexit on the 29th of March. But what does it do for trust in politics if we force the people to accept a deal that most of them clearly do not want? Let's not fool ourselves. Nobody here speaks for the majority. There is no majority of the people anymore. The Brexiteers in this place are voting both ways today. The Brexiteers out on the streets peacefully protesting are calling for votes in both directions today. I had the joy of stopping for a few minutes. Good quality banter with many of them last week. We should do more of that, by the way. But some were asking me to vote for the deal. Most were asking me to vote against. So the minority of my constituents who favour Brexit, most are asking me to vote against the deal, some for. The 17.4 million figure is now divided into at least two opposing camps. Referendums are an awful means of sorting out any issue. They are divisive, they are dangerous, unless, of course, it's an issue that nobody cares about, like the alternative vote. But we have reached the place where the only democratic, legitimate, peaceful and consensual way through this appalling mess is to give the people the final say. Let our future not be one that anyone can claim was foisted on Britain and not by politicians, by this Prime Minister's Whitehall, Brussels stitch-up. Let our our future be one that is owned by the British people, that was endorsed by the British people, that has a legitimacy that brings the unity and the healing that only a final say can bring.
Thank you. Ranald Wardener. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who talks about winners and losers. But this is not about winners and losers, it's about what's right. And the Prime Minister has repeatedly said that no deal is better than a bad deal. I believe a deal is possible, but this is not it. This is a bad deal. Now, I know that some, both in this place and beyond, have expressed their wish to agree it anyway. People who continued to campaign for Remain after the referendum in order to guarantee that we avoid no deal, or people that believed in Leave but out of party loyalty or fear of Brexit seek to support the deal in front of us. I respect that others will vote as they see fit. It's important for every member to act in good conscience, but it is for that very reason that I cannot support this deal. Trust in politics remains at an all-time low. To pretend that this deal delivers on the referendum only continues to foster the distrust we've seen out there. Let's be honest with people. This deal doesn't deliver on the referendum. It retains the worst parts of the European Union without the real benefits of Brexit. So I happen to agree with the vast majority of my constituents who've contacted me, both Leave and Remain voters, who've urged me to vote against this deal. Nonetheless, let me be clear. I do want to secure a deal with the European Union. I continue to believe that we can still agree one. And I do believe that the negotiation now, sadly, does potentially need to continue, even after a no-deal departure from the European Union on the 29th of March. We must be bolder if we wish to strike the best deal for Britain, whether before D-Day or beyond.
Mr. Speaker, this should be a historic day for the future of our country and Parliament. This was once the chamber of Winston Churchill and Clement Attlee. Instead, it is a day of high farce and self-delusion. The government pressing ahead with the deal they've known for weeks is dead. The leadership of my former party offering the illusion of an election when they have no chance of winning a no-confidence vote. The no-deal camp, who have no regard for the impact this would have on our constituents. In the last chance saloon, it's incumbent on us to seek a pragmatic compromise which can secure a majority in this House and in all political parties. I don't care whether this is presented by the government or facilitated by this House. Putting Brexit back to the people would be an abdication of our responsibility. It has nothing to do with breaking a logjam and everything to do with seeking to reverse the result of the first referendum. It will further divide our country when we should be leading and healing. I cannot support this worst of all worst deals, and I genuinely believe that the only option which can secure now a majority in this House is a common market too. At its core, a very simple idea that we can be out of the political structures of the EU, but maintain our economic and security partnership. This will require a radically reworked political declaration based on EEA and EFTA. After tonight, this should form the basis of the Prime Minister's new negotiating position. Or alternatively, the House will have to take control and seek a pragmatic compromise. Common market 2 or something else. Our duty, Mr. Speaker, is to lead and to heal this divided nation.
Damian Moore. Pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and it's an honour to be taking part in the debate at a crossroads in our history. In 2016, the British people voted to leave the European Union, and the government and this Parliament needs to respect those wishes. I accept, Mr. Speaker, that there are passionate views on both sides, and speaking for myself, I've always treated those with differing views with respect. But it is wrong for some to suggest that most people didn't know what they were voting for. Many of those that espouse those views really think that the people of this country should not have been given that decision in the first place. It is my belief that those are calling for a second referendum are seeking to damage our democracy, as no decision by the British people would mean anything anymore, because once a decision was reached, those that were not happy would try to undo it, and this might go on again and again and again and again. Now, division is healthy in a democracy and in our political process, but a second referendum, I believe, would take our country to breaking point and undermine the dignity in our democracy. The withdrawal agreement does allow for some control to be taken back. And Mr Speaker, I do respect that the endeavours of the Prime Minister. She has made a major commitment to this. Her perseverance is commendable and her diligence unquestionable. There is only one point I wish to make on this withdrawal agreement, and that is on the Northern Ireland backstop. The inclusion of the backstop is perhaps the most potent aspect of this agreement, given the fact it poses a real threat to the integrity of our United Kingdom. While some have tried to allay the fears with optimism, more concerning are those that have displayed a parochial indifference that fails to recognise our role as United Kingdom Members of Parliament, acting in the interests of the whole United Kingdom. The British people did not vote to have the foundations of our nation to be undermined in any way. And Mr Speaker,
I'll never forget Warren, who I first met as an apprentice, moving into the house, a little Victorian terrace house with his partner, saying that as a consequence of having got a job in the Jaguar plant, a good and well-paid job, he was moving into the house of his dreams with the woman of his dreams. The plant and the success of Jaguar Land Rover has transformed the lives of thousands, including in my constituency, Erdington, rich in talent but one of the poorest in the country. The company producing 108,000 cars a year at the heart of the Midlands economy. Now, absolutely key is the relationship with Europe. Half their market is in Europe. If they had to fall back on World Trade Organization terms, it would put up prices of cars they sell between £3,000 and £5,000. The millions of parts every day, the thousands of lorries, the frictionless trade, that relationship which has been absolutely key to the success of the automotive industry in our country. And Ralph Smith, the inspiring chief executive, together with the whole industry, have warned of the consequences of what happens if we don't get it right. What was the response of some of the honourable members opposite? Honourable member for Uxbridge, F business. Honourable member for Harwich and North Essex, he's making it up. Honourable member for Uxbridge again, not sure that Ralph knows more about the automotive industry than I do. And the honourable member for Chingford saying not one job will be lost as a consequence of Brexit. What planet do they live on? And that's why two things are key. This is not a good deal, but first we have to get to a good deal that works for Britain. We have to get to that, honouring the obligation that we gave to the people of Britain at the time of the referendum. But secondly, in the meantime, there can be no question of a no-deal Brexit. In the words of Ralph Smith, no to no deal, because to go over the cliff on the 29th of March without a deal would be utterly catastrophic for our country.
Andrew Murison.
Percent of my constituents voted to leave, and so did I. It may be unfashionable, but I will be supporting the government tonight, because after the sophistry, chicanery and obfuscation of last week, I genuinely feel that we may not have Brexit at all. The Attorney General is absolutely right to say that there is risk in the backstop. We need to de-risk the backstop. My amendment would have done that had it been selected, as would the amendment tabled in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for East Devon. The amendments B and F have pretty much the same effect, since they would introduce a time limit. I commend them to the government. Mr. Speaker, in 2006, people weren't being thick or stupid or ignorant. They weren't overwrought. They weren't racist. They weren't prejudiced. They were not needing to be given a second chance, and they were not anguished, in the words of the right honourable gentleman, the member for Leeds Central. They just wanted to leave. They are sovereign. We serve them. Let's get on with it.
Adrian Bailey.
Speaker, the Attorney General opened this debate by saying this debate was ineluctable. The fact is, it wasn't. It only became ineluctable when the Prime Minister, failing to recognise the need to build a consensus across the country and in Parliament, started to adopt language which was inflammatory about the EU, red lines which ruled out much needed conditions for any settlement that would help our manufacturing industry and indeed the situation with the Irish border, and also opposed any parliamentary involvement in the process. By doing so, she alienated a body of people in this House and across the country which she would need to build the necessary consensus to get a deal that would be acceptable both to Parliament and the country. Mr. Speaker, I represent a constituency which voted 70% Brexit. I'm a Remainer. I don't pretend it's a comfortable position to be. I voted to trigger Article 50 because I felt I had to honour the referendum result. And I've been lobbied heavily to say that as a representative I should do what my constituency wanted. The problem is I'm also being lobbied on people who want a better health service, access to the doctor. They're worried about their jobs with Jaguar Land Rover. They're worried about policing and the rise of crime in the locality. And I know that all these, which I am equally obliged to deliver, will be jeopardised by voting for this particular settlement because it does not give us what we have now. What we need is for this to be defeated, the Prime Minister to extend Article 50, and for a consensus to be reached in the ensuing months.
I would have liked to have been able to support the government's motion this evening. I voted Remain, and certainly I have deep concerns about this whole process. But I have looked at the whole issue of the backstop, and I have been consistent in this respect, which is why an amendment was tabled in my name, which was not selected, and indeed a similar, rather better amendment, building on mine, from my right honourable friend, the member for Westbury, chairman of the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, but that wasn't selected either. And I just cannot reconcile myself as an MP in this House that I can vote this evening to effectively commit this country into a backstop from which it has no unilateral right to withdraw. So it is with a heavy heart that I shall not be supporting the government this evening, because I believe there is still a deal, a fair deal, to be done with the European Union. There is a good deal which respects all our peoples and all our industries and all our businesses. There is a deal to be done. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not that deal.
Neil Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to set out why I'm to vote against the Prime Minister's deal. I start from the position of respecting the result of the EU referendum in Scotland. The people of Scotland resoundingly rejected the idea of Brexit, and according to the polls, continue to reject Brexit and the Prime Minister's deal in even greater numbers. And no wonder. It has all been about self-interest for this Prime Minister and the Tory party. She triggered Article 50 without a plan. She held a snap general election for her own self-interest, but lost her majority. She ignored the Scottish Government's offer of a compromise which would have carried the House. She set herself red lines aimed at satisfying her extreme Brexiteer backbenchers, but boxed her into an impossible corner and left her facing a no-vote confidence vote anyway. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail, and that's why I think the biggest mistake was triggering Article 50 when she hadn't done her homework. She tipped the hourglass with no plan, no idea, no backing, and today, 2 years on, as the sands start to run out, nothing has changed. She has no credible plan, no idea, and no backing. And now she is trying to make it a Hobson's choice in order to deflect from the politically inconvenient choices that do remain open to us. She should request an extension to Article 50 to allow the people to have their say. But the Tory leadership aren't the only ones to have acted purely out of self-interest in this process. The leader of the opposition wants to renegotiate Brexit, but won't say what he would renegotiate. He wants a general election, but doesn't have a plan to achieve one, and won't say what his Brexit policy is going to be. He can't decide whether to back another EU referendum and doesn't know if he would campaign for Leave or Remain. In conclusion, it could have been so different. On Radio Scotland this morning, the Honourable Member for East Renfrewshire rightly encouraged the Prime Minister to ignore the extreme Brexiteers. Sadly, his very sensible advice was 2 years too late. The sands of time have moved on. Instead, the warnings of Brexit leading to a greater chance of independence are becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I voted to leave, my constituents voted to leave, the country voted to leave, and leave we must. Which country? But I say to my fellow Brexiteers in this House that we must accept that we are a majority in the country, but we are not a majority in Parliament. If I give an analogy, we are 10 players on a pitch playing a team of 11. The odds are now even further stacked against us since the referee has demonstrated he is prepared to change the rules. This deal is not perfect, and I am concerned particularly about the indefinite nature of the backstop. But the risk of not supporting this deal, as demonstrated last week, is that members of this House will seek to water down even this Brexit or to stop it altogether. I will support this deal because once the withdrawal agreement is signed, the door to Remain will shut firmly and we can all come back together and focus on delivering the best future for the UK outside of the EU.
I haven't changed any rules of the debate. What I have done is I've chaired the debate from start to finish, facilitating every honourable and right honourable member of every conceivable hue of opinion to have every opportunity to put his or her view. It's a point so blindingly obvious and so transparently fair that all reasonable people would, I think, accept it. Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Bristol South voted 53 to 47% to Remain, and the closeness of that vote is something I have sought to represent and understand since. But the Prime Minister can't say that they will be better off. The best I've been told, even in private by Brexiteers, that there will be a period of uncertainty for some 15 or so years, and then we will perhaps know we've made the right decision. That is a monumental leap into the unknown that I will not make for my family, and I will not make it for my constituency. And it is a shocking dereliction of responsibility by the Prime Minister that she asks us to do so. I want to talk briefly about our precious union. Mr. Speaker, the word precious means of great value, not to be wasted or treated carelessly. But this government has treated this union carelessly. Not only have the last 2.5 years done nothing to heal the 48-52 division, but they have done nothing to bring together the views and interests of people across this union, and only let out the destructive nationalist and separatist genies out of the bottle and caused great uncertainty across our land. The Prime Minister has not even done what her predecessor said and involved the devolved executives, the government and the regional powerhouses properly in her negotiations. There seems to be a glimmer of hope from last week. The latest Brexit Secretary started talking about targeting regional assemblies and the governments. That's not the sort of tone or approach we need. That is more of the same. If the government is to salvage anything from the last 2.5 years, then they must recognise the mutual interests of all our people across the constituent parts of the United Kingdom, and they need to start treating the English cities and regions with a modicum of respect. They have to start healing this country.
Leo Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support this deal, and I do so as someone who voted to leave the European Union, like 58% of my constituents, because, Mr. Speaker, in my judgment, this deal is the only sane and sensible path to an orderly Brexit that will allow us, Mr. Speaker, to reset our relations with the European Union, not as an unwilling member of the federal club, but as a close friend and ally. And when we do this reset, Mr. Speaker, we must bear in mind the positive vision laid out by Sir Winston Churchill in Zurich in 1946, when he implored a Europe that had been ravaged by war to unite for the sake of peace. And he famously exclaimed, Mr. Speaker, that we should let Europe arise. The role of Great Britain, he said, Mr. Speaker, should be as a friend and sponsor of the new Europe, and we must be its champion and champion its rights to live and to shine. That positive vision, Mr. Speaker, still applies today, and that should guide our relations with our European friends in the future. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, it should guide our relations with countries beyond Europe, and it should guide our role on the world stage. More than ever before, in the new era, Mr. Speaker, we must be more confident, more positive, more international and more global than ever before. And we should be confident in the ability of British commerce, British culture, British diplomacy and British law to have a far-reaching, highly positive impact around the world. But to do that, Mr. Speaker, we must make the first step of achieving the prize of Brexit. And the first step, Mr. Speaker, is passing this withdrawal agreement, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Joanna Cherry.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister wondered what the history books will make of all of this. I'd like to venture a few suggestions. She will be remembered as the Prime Minister who has presided over the biggest failure of government and leadership in the United Kingdom in modern times.
Hear, hear.
Instead of having the moral courage to face up to the fact that the EU referendum was won on the back of lies and fraud, she has instead set out to achieve the unachievable, a deal better than the deal we currently enjoy. In doing so, she has ignored the weight of expert evidence. She has ignored the economic assessments of her own government and advisers. And she has presided over a regime so incompetent and questionable that no deal government contracts are being awarded without competitive tendering to dubious entities without any legal justification whatsoever. And she spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on taxpayers' money trying to prevent us from knowing the answer to the question of whether Article 50 could be unilaterally revoked. She barely has the confidence of her own party, and they only put up with her because none of them have the gumption to step up to the plate to sort out this mess.
Correct.
It's likely that she soon won't have the confidence of this House, and in Scotland she's never had our confidence and she never will. She should not take the Scots for fools. The majority of us voted to remain, and the majority of Scots now realise that they were lied to during the 2014 independence referendum. Those lies, Mr. Speaker, were that Scotland was an equal partner and that the only way to guarantee staying in the EU was to vote to stay in the UK. The results of referendums won on the back of lies cannot stand, and that's why I'm voting down this deal. I want a second EU referendum, and there should also be a second Scottish independence referendum.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I plan to support Amendment Q this evening because the safeguards sought on the backstop are necessary and supported by a substantial number of members. However, I shall now be voting for the similar amendment tabled by my honourable friend for Basildon and Billericay. I arrived in Westminster yesterday expecting to resign today as a PPS to vote against the motion. Whilst there is much to support in the withdrawal agreement and future partnership, under a prolonged backstop, we couldn't take back the control that I campaigned for in the referendum and the 71% of my constituents in Dudley South voted for. That hasn't changed. It still worries me. However, I've concluded that there is now a much greater threat to Brexit that my constituents voted for. Events over the past week show that there are some in this House who will stop at little to frustrate Brexit, leaving no convention and no established practice of this House safe. I cannot risk those who have never accepted the referendum result stealing the Brexit that my constituents and voters around the country voted for in record numbers. My constituents aren't stupid, they weren't misled. They knew that they were voting to take back control over our laws, our borders, our trade and our money. They knew it wouldn't be plain sailing, but they knew it was a battle worth fighting. They expect us to deliver. I don't expect this motion to pass tonight, and so the government must listen to genuine concerns across this House, and the deal that it comes back to this House with must genuinely take back the control that people voted for in 2016. I will support that work starting tonight in this evening's vote. It's the last chance and our best chance we have to deliver on the promise of Brexit, and our democracy desperately needs it to succeed.
Thank you. Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the last day of my 20s, and as I reflect back on the last decade, I have to wonder, how did I end up here? And how did the country end up here in this almighty fancle, frankly? And it seems to me that the root cause of a lot of our problems in this country is one of economic alienation. Economic alienation caused by a crisis of neoliberalism, one that has failed the poorest people in our society. And we try to identify the root cause of a lot of the problems that erupted in the vote of so many people in this country to leave the European Union, and also looking back as a veteran of 2 referendum campaigns of so many people voting to leave the United Kingdom as well, it can only be, in my opinion, put down to the fact that the established structures in this country have failed to deliver prosperity and security for so many people in our country. When I look at my own constituency, where only 51% of people participated in the EU referendum, it seems to me that many people have disengaged with the political process entirely. And that is something that we have to take cognizance of in this House if we're really going to repair the trust in our political system between those who vote for us as representatives in this place and the body politic at large in this country, who in many cases have disengaged with our political process. Simply by talking about a deal, talking about no deal, isn't going to heal that rift in our democracy. We have to have a much greater and more thoughtful approach to how we heal this division in our society and how we do it. And I don't think that the Prime Minister, who has just joined us, is equipped to do that, and she's failed miserably in her efforts and her partisan approach in delivering this deal. We must adapt and deliver for the young people of this country, including myself, who have to face the future of the consequences of this action of this House and this Prime Minister. She must rise to the occasion, and so far she has failed miserably to do so.
Kirsten Hare.
The British people directed us to take the United Kingdom out of the European Union, and it is our duty to put that to effect. We must not tell them to vote again until they give a different answer, or deliver a non-Brexit that keeps in the EU in all but name. There are clear opportunities and we must embrace them. No parliamentarian is 100% comfortable with what's in front of us. That was inevitable for a whole host of reasons, including no clear direction for the outcome of a Leave vote. But too often self-interest takes over the decision-making process, with the SNP determined to force a no-deal situation in the hope that that would accelerate their case for independence. Myself and my fellow Scottish Conservative MPs and I have always been robust when it comes to our support for the fishing industry. No one can say that that industry has not been pragmatic when it comes to our departure from the EU. Whatever happens today, let me be clear that I will not accept any extension of the transition period beyond December 2020 because we must embrace the sea of opportunity that Brexit presents to them. I also had concerns around the Northern Irish backstop, and it's with deep disappointment that we have not really reached a technological solution to date. I would have also felt much more comfortable with an end date on the establishment of a future economic partnership. But, Mr. Speaker, this decision for me is about my businesses, my constituents, those that I represent. A deal is a negotiation with a large dose of pragmatism, and having spoken to many of my largest employers, my constituents knocked on their doors and stood in the supermarket, what they want is uncertainty removed. Mr. Speaker, the withdrawal agreement may not be perfect, but it does deliver on the decision. Does it deliver on the decision taken by the people of our United Kingdom in 2016? Yes. Does it return full control of our borders, as so many people wished? Yes. Does it provide long-term stability for businesses, our farmers and our fishermen? Yes. And of all the options on the table, this agreement is the one with the most in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is, and that's why I'll be supporting the deal tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Angus for a thoughtful speech, albeit one whose thrust I must say I cannot agree with. Over 2,000 of my constituents in Oxford East have contacted me about this deal, and only a handful say they support it. And I agree with them. I can't support it for 4 reasons. First of all, it gives inadequate protection for our EU citizens, who are our neighbours, our friends and our workmates. I see the Prime Minister looking at me, but she will know that I have had a repeated communication with her and the Secretary of State over many, many weeks trying to get confirmation over the exact criteria for settled status. We still don't have that clarity that we need, and that's now coupled with an arbitrary salary level for those coming to our country for the EU, which will starve our hospitals and our universities and many other employers of the staff they desperately need. I can't support it because of that. Secondly, I can't support it because of inadequate plans in that deal for research cooperation into the future, so essential for the 2 universities and my constituency. Third, I can't support it because of insufficient certainty on customs. Huge firms, very important manufacturers like BMW Cowley in my constituency, they don't just need certainty for 2 years, they need it for 20, and they certainly don't get it for on this deal. And finally, there are no legally binding guarantees in this deal to stop a race to the bottom on environmental standards or working rights. This deal has got to be voted down, and after such a failure of leadership, this government must go. If it won't, then all options should be on the table, including a third public vote, to find a way forward for our country. But whatever the process, all of us parliamentarians here need to remember we're the ones who have power. We have power, not those vulnerable people affected by the politics of hate out in our country. We have that responsibility, and we must always reject that hate. The onus is on us. Thank you.
There's a peculiar irony, Mr. Speaker, isn't there, to the fact that today marks the anniversary in 1535 of Henry VIII styling himself supreme head of the English Church. 500 years on, here we are arguing over the same questions of who rules, on what authority.
Stop the clock. Order. Order. Very unseemly atmosphere. The honourable gentleman must and will be heard. Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 500 years on, we find ourselves still arguing about our relationship with Europe and who rules. I have little confidence that 500 years from now we will have resolved these questions. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, the House has three choices it can make. There can be a deal, there can be no deal, or we can stay in the European Union. If it is not this deal, then it must be another deal, and by all the rumours going round, that deal will be worse than the one on the table. It will keep us more closely aligned to the EU and give us less say. In fact, it will be worse than staying in the EU. Those people who in the House who want to stay in the EU hide behind the idea of a second referendum. Well, those honourable members who think the first referendum was divisive, goodness me, they haven't seen anything yet. It is time, if those members in the House who want us to stay in the EU believe it, they should call on this House to have a vote to revoke Article 50. But they won't do that. So the deal before us is what we have. And this is a deal which, treated right and taken in the right direction, will give us control of our borders, our laws, our waters, and our trading opportunities. We have had time enough to go over these issues. It is time now for the House to make a decision. I will vote for the deal for tonight, and let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't come into Parliament to spend my time working on the future of the European Union. It's not what my constituents, when they elected me first in 2010, intended me to spend my time on either. They wanted me to concentrate on their living standards, their security, the future for their children and grandchildren, and a better planet for the future of our world. But actually, all of these things are encompassed in the decision we make tonight, and about our commitment to our ongoing relationship with our European Union neighbours. And I will not vote for a deal that will make my constituents poorer, that will make them less secure, that will mean that we have less influence in decisions that are taken that will affect them, and that will reduce our standing, our highly respected and highly regarded standing in the world. I am distressed, as all honourable members are, at the divisions that this Brexit story has revealed, opened up in our country. But our duty now is to concentrate on healing them. And I do not believe it will ever be possible to do that if we deliberately make our country poorer and more unstable and less influential than it would otherwise have been. We need to concentrate on building a positive, prosperous, powerful future for this nation. Voting to leave the EU and voting for the Prime Minister's way of leaving tonight will not enable us to do so.
That woman!
Mr. Speaker, mine is the constituency that voted more than any other to leave the European Union in 2016. If we do not give back control of our laws, borders and money, it will be hard to say that this country is a democracy. The people in 2016 heard all the apocalyptic predictions that we now hear about WTO, and they made a choice. And in part, the country did that because Parliament had, rightly or wrongly, come to be seen as out of touch with the people on a host of issues. If we don't deliver what the people voted for, we will prove them right, and we will damage a democracy further in which people already lack faith. So how do we get there? It is clear that this House does not want to back a no-deal departure. It has already been clear that people on both sides of this House will vote to stop it. So I say to those of my constituents who have called me a traitor and worse that when I vote with the Prime Minister tonight, I do so because I am committed to Brexit, and voting against this deal puts winds in the sails of those who seek to stop it. Those people have had too much success already. Voting against this deal will not bring about a harder Brexit. It will bolster this House's dangerous attempts to undermine it. Those who say no deal is in law and will happen, I say to them this House will rewrite that law. I am voting tonight for the only way out of this conundrum, a necessary gateway, however painful it might be. There is a risk that we get stuck in the backstop, but it is now smaller than the risk of not leaving at all. We in Parliament are better than letting the people down. We deserve to get on with it, to deliver this Brexit, and we should, like it or not in many cases, support this deal tonight.
I am going to be incredibly parochial. In the general election of 2017, my personal manifesto to the voters of North Dorset said, and I quote, "I am working for a Brexit right for North Dorset that will support business, protect jobs and workers' rights, promote local farming, safeguard the environment and give opportunities for our young." Having reviewed the deal, I am confident that it meets those commitments and the referendum decision to leave. We live, as we know, in a representative democracy where the voters of North Dorset send me to Westminster to exercise my judgment and support the policies of the Conservative government. I do not, and none of us do, possess the judgment of Solomon. All I can try and do is to assure them that I am trying to do my best for them and for our country. And I am conscious that in so doing, I will not please everyone, but I do not think that is the purpose of politics. I'm a Democrat. I voted Remain and my side lost. The referendum was not, as we know, our finest hour. The majority of the House has made clear that it would support the decision and Parliament would deliver it. I maintain that view. A second referendum is fool's gold. Our country's use of referenda is on constitutional issues, and Brexit is now an issue of domestic policy. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has worked, if I may say so, her fingers to the bone to get this deal right. It has my full and unequivocal support. To deliver Brexit, to maintain and build the faith in our democracy, this House should stop the posturing and support my right honourable friend in the lobby tonight.
Peter Bottomley!
The UK is to leave the EU. That decision was taken 2 years ago. The question is whether we crash out or support the withdrawal agreement, be followed by the period of transition and the future arrangements on trade and relationships. Assuming we're not trying to reverse the referendum, and there isn't a majority, I think, either in the country or in the House for that, the majority of us support the Prime Minister's deal. The majority of Conservative supporters support that. I suspect the majority of Labour supporters support that. And other parties, given a choice, including Northern Ireland, would as well. Our responsibility is to find where there's an overlap between what's possible and what's right. I believe that the negotiated agreement on withdrawal is that position. For the opposition to be reasonably polite, they seem to resemble members of the Scarabaei family who are upside down, pushing in the wrong direction, don't quite know where they're going. If the choice for the country is between chaos and compromise, I think this agreement is the right way of being sensible, and I back the plan in the national interest.
Thank you. Jeremy Corbyn! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a vitally important debate for the future of our country and our future relationship with the European Union. following a decision of the people in the 2016 referendum. The debate today is the culmination of one of the most chaotic and extraordinary parliamentary processes I've ever experienced in my 35 years as a member of this House. Parliament has held the government in contempt for the first time ever for failing to publish their legal advice. Then, for the first time in a generation or more, on the 10th of December, a government failed to move its own business in the House. The government has been defeated on a vote in its own finance bill for the first time since the 1970s. The Prime Minister opened the debate on her deal more than 1 month ago, a debate that was due to end on the 11th of December, but she pulled it in a panic. As she herself conceded, it would have been rejected by a significant margin. She has run down the clock in a cynical attempt to strong-arm members into backing her deal. Despite her promises, she's failed to negotiate any changes to her deal with Europe. No wonder the Prime Minister has suddenly discovered the importance of trade unions. She voted to clip their wings in the 2016 Trade Union Act, and she's utterly failed to convince them she has anything to offer Britain's workforce. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the heart of the matter. The Prime Minister has treated Brexit as a matter for the Conservative Party rather than the good of the country. But she's failed to win over even her own party. Many Conservative members who voted Remain are opposed to this deal, as are dozens of Conservative members who voted Leave. After losing her majority in the 2017 general election, the Prime Minister could have engaged with members across this House. She could have listened to the voices of trade unions. And if she had been listening, both businesses and trade unions would have told her they wanted a comprehensive and permanent customs union to secure jobs and trade. The decision to rule out a new customs union with a British say and the lack of certainty in the deal risks business investment being deferred on an even greater scale, threatening jobs and threatening living standards. Or even worse, it risks many companies relocating abroad, taking jobs and investment with them. Mr. Speaker, many workers know exactly this situation because they are facing this reality now. Their jobs are at risk, and they know their jobs are at risk. Both the First Ministers of Wales and Scotland have also made clear to the Prime Minister their support for a customs union to protect jobs and the economy. This deal fails to provide any certainty about future trade. It fails to guarantee our participation in European agencies and initiatives. Losing this cooperation undermines our security, denies our citizens opportunity and damages our industries. Mr. Speaker, the withdrawal agreement is, in short, a reckless leap in the dark. It takes this country no closer to understanding our post-Brexit future, and neither does the future partnership document. Under this deal, in December 2020, we will be faced with a choice: either pay more and extend the transition period, or lock us into the backstop. At that point, the UK would be over a barrel. We would have left the EU, have lost the UK rate, and be forced to pay whatever was demanded. Alternatively, the backstop would come into force, an arrangement with which there is no time limit or endpoint. It locks Britain into a deal from which it cannot leave without the agreement of the EU. And as my friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, has pointed out on so many occasions, this is unprecedented in British history. The last 2 years gives us no confidence that this government can do a deal in under 2 years. So at some point before December 2020, the focus would then inevitably shift from negotiations on the future relationship to negotiations on an extension to the transition period, including negotiations on what further payments we should make to the European Union. The vague partnership document says, and I quote, "It can lead